He smuggled it out of a top-secret military facility and vanished.
Oh, we are live. I'm here, you're here. The Turbografx 16 is here, and that's what matters, because we're celebrating 35 years of, well, it's not Genesis does what Nintendo don't. It's not are you playing with, now you're playing with power. It's, I don't even know. I think that NEC was too lame to come up with a really cool tagline for the Turbografx 16. We're going to talk all about that tonight. Why this thing didn't quite do as well as it should have, despite the massive success of the PC Engine in Japan. This should have been a shoo-in. Nintendo should have been as fearful as of this machine, this mean machine that NEC was putting out as Nintendo was afraid of it in Japan, but they weren't. And we're going to talk a lot about it because it's not just one or two things. It's actually pretty complicated. Lack of hentai games. Absolutely. That's exactly the reason. That's why every single system fails. Really, it really is. It really is. At the end of the day. And this is why the PC-98 is the greatest video gaming machine of all time. But welcome in, everybody. We have so much to talk about. I got tons of info to drop. We're gonna watch commercials. We're gonna watch a promotional, like internal promotional video from NEC to see how they were thinking when they were marketing this. We got a whole bunch of cool shit coming, and then we are gonna play a bunch of the 1989 releases for the Turbografx 16. Yes, it had games. There were games that came out for this thing in 1989. And as we do this, we're going to figure out some of the reasons tonight that the Turbografx 16 did not succeed in the United States, despite having every single tool that NEC needed to make this thing a massive success, just like the PC Engine was in Japan. It's just a lot of missteps and a lot of mistakes. And it's not one single thing that did it in. But I love this system. I am a huge Turbografx 16 PC Engine fan. Outside of maybe the Neo Geo, which is just, I have always loved the Neo Geo. The PC Engine is my favorite system. It really is. I love it. It's got tons of cool shmups. It's got a lot of cool games. It's just got a vibe to it, man. And I've always liked it. I've always liked it. Now, before we go anywhere else with this, I want a show of hands in chat. Who in chat owned, and be honest, who in chat owned a Turbografx 16? Did you have one? Did you have one? Like, I don't care if you got it in '89. Did like growing up, like back in the day, while it was still around, like between like 1989 to like 1993, right? Did anyone in chat have one? I'm very curious. This is a scientific study. I'm curious. So just say in chat. It's crickets. No one in chat. Okay, Kagato owned one. Okay, Kagato, you had one. You were one person with one. You didn't have the game. Okay, had a few magazine subscriptions. PC Engine magazine celebrating the 35th anniversary. Oh, nice. That's pretty cool. I didn't know they were doing one. That's awesome. One of your brother's friend. Oh, that would have been 2 years ago too. So you played every weekend. Oh, cool. Okay, I was gonna ask that next. You had a Turbografx 16 when okay, cool. And Kagato, you got one for R-Type. See, if I knew that R-Type was on the PC Engine, if they had advertised that a little bit more, I would have begged my parents even more for it, which I'm going to talk about in a little bit too. So did anyone know anyone that had one? Okay, so we only had a couple people in chat that actually had one. Did you know someone back in the day that had one? I'm curious about that, because I didn't know a single person that had one, which kind of was annoying. You knew one? You knew one guy? Marcus is here. Welcome in. So the old UM, so that is a negatory, right? More crickets. Not a lot of folks either owned one or knew someone that had one. And that doesn't surprise me. That actually does not surprise me. Now, one thing to keep in mind is when this system came out. So this came out on August 29th. I know it's the 28th. It's going to be the 29th in like an hour and a half, right? So that's when it came out in 1989, which was exactly 2 weeks after the launch of the Sega Genesis. And that's a really rough place to be. Now NEC knew well in advance that Sega was going to be launching in August as well. They very much knew this. Sega announced that at CES, Winter CES, in January of '89. So it wasn't like they got caught off guard. NEC also announced the Turbografx coming out here at Winter CES as well. They just didn't give a date. They never gave anyone a date. They said it would be sometime later in the year, and that was how they left it. In fact, as far as NEC considered it internally, leading up to the Winter CES, they were going to launch this thing in late September. That was the plan. Get a little bit closer to the holidays. That was the idea. That's how they had always envisioned it based on the software they knew was ready. Sega kind of forced their hand, and they made what I think was a pretty bad call. And they rushed it to market, which Sega would later do with the Saturn, but we've discussed that at length in the past. That was the first misstep of many. And as we watch the commercials tonight, we're going to get into some commercials really soon. I'm going to say hi to everyone in a second. We're going to talk about what these missteps were. But anyway, let me say hi to everyone in chat. Thank you all for being here. Man, we got so many folks hanging out. Holy crap! I can't even keep up with everyone. I'm just gonna say thank you all for being here because I think we got a raid. We got a raid we gotta go over. Nukem came in with a raid. Everybody follow Nukem 9999 or Nukem 49 or whatever you want to call Nukem. Nukem is awesome. You should definitely give Nukem a follow. Thank you so much for that raid. We got. Do we have any streaks with you over? We don't yet. So I will simply say thank you all for being here. Nope, no commercials yet. Oh, we have plenty of commercials to go through. We have a lot to discuss. Zot's here playing no TG16 until the Mini came out. Then he played the crap out of it, right? Posted a pic in Discord, someone driving an Atari Millipede down the 405 today. Nice. I always loved seeing arcade cabs in people's cars. I'm always keeping an eye out for that. I'm like, that guy's got a game over there. Look at that. And you don't see it too much these days. I remember seeing it back in the day. There was one time when I was picking up an arcade cabinet and I saw somebody else picking up a cabinet in their car. They had a cabinet in their truck at the same time from a completely different place. What are the chances of that? But yeah, tonight, everyone, this is all going to be about the Turbografx 16, and it's what makes it incredible as a system. And sadly, why it didn't succeed. There are a lot of reasons. I feel like a lot of like internet video gaming people, dudes, on the YouTubes and whatnot. I think they overly distill why this console failed. I think they kind of minimize it. They go like, oh, it's just bad marketing. You always hear that, right? Bad marketing. It was bad marketing. And that is sort of true, but it's really not the real reason why it failed. So we're going to kind of dissect that. We're going to talk about it tonight because you can look at some of their ads, the way they were marketing it, and some of that makes sense, but it's more about how the release went and what their release schedule looked like. Because one thing, if you don't know this, the PC engine, which is the Turbografx 16 in Japan, right? If you don't know this, the PC engine was wildly successful. Like, so successful, it did upstage the Famicom. The Famicom was considered old news in Japan, okay? By the time 87 rolled around, which is when this came out in Japan, this thing was the shit. Everybody wanted a PC engine. It was affordable. The games were cheap. There was a great library of games, and it looked freaking fantastic. The PC engine did incredibly well. They made a lot of money for NEC and Hudson, which were kind of partners in making this work in Japan. And everybody wanted one, and it sold incredibly well. It sold out, in fact, the first year that it was out. Completely sold out. And it was a huge success. It put Nintendo on their back foot and made them kind of question what their next move was going to be. And Sega got kind of blown out with the Mark III, also known as the Master System, because the PC engine was just where to be. Like, that was the system. If you were kind of like an enthusiast gamer and you didn't have enough for like a PC at the time, like an X68K or something like that, this is where you were doing your home video gaming in Japan. If you were like into video games, the PC engine did incredibly well. So to have it flop so hard in the United States, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. Let me catch up on chat though. I just realized that Diablo 2 is only 11 years younger than the Turbografx 16. Isn't that crazy to think about? We think everything seems so far, but so close now. It's really weird. Time is strange. Time is so strange. Isn't time weird, everyone? Don't have a scanner. Can take a couple pictures. Yeah, that'd be cool, Mom. I'd love to see it. I love seeing articles like that with info, because sometimes you get info from stuff like that you don't get from anywhere else. Never got to own a TG16. Got to play at Toys R Us. It's cool you actually get to play a demo unit, because let me tell you, Chainsaw, demo units of these things were insanely hard to find. They were very rare. Very, very rare. Similar with the Saturn. Yep. How psyched am I that GameStop is getting in the retro apartment price gouging game? I was memeing it up today on Twitter about that. On like the GameStop retro. Oh man, this is going to be a nightmare. GameStop spends 20 years throwing consoles and games into the garbage, right? Retro consoles and games into dumpsters. And then all of a sudden they realize, like, holy shit, everyone, physical's back in a big way, but basically only retro physical. Shit, we have to do something. What do we do? GameStop retro. Yeah, I don't know. There are reports, people are saying that some of the prices on like games that are actually good though. So I don't know. We'll see where it goes. Near Dog with a 5-stream streak. Thank you so much for that. Where you grew up, there was only one place to buy a TG16. It was the Weirdo Amiga store. Yes! Yeah, Polygon, I am so glad that you mentioned that, because I'm going to cover that tonight. The fact that this was only available at the Weirdo Amiga store. There's little cult hangouts where Amiga people hung out. Probably Macintosh people too. But you know what? That was where you could buy one of these. Another place you could buy one or demo one was Radio Shack, of all places. That's a little bit of a clue to what might have been going on with the Turbografx 16 and why it didn't do so well. This is one of the games you had, Tiger Cat. I love this game. This game is incredible. In fact, this might have saved the launch. It's that good. My Johnny Turbo I didn't read the Johnny Turbo comic book reading. I thought about doing that. We have so much to go through, I'm not even going to get to it. Amazing leaps and bounds in a very short time. It's true, yes. Toys R Us. There was a demo unit with Bonk on it. Nice. Bonk came out later. Bonk was actually much later too. People think I think a lot of people remember like Bonk being a launch title for this, and that's only because of how badly the launch was handled. It almost felt like Bonk was a re-release of the Turbografx 16 in a lot of ways. Let me keep going. They probably played Outrun, exactly. Sale of Good Guys. Yep, we never had a Good Guys around here. Never hear about this console your whole life till Twitch. Yeah, no, a lot of people didn't even know it existed. Thank you for the shout outs, Cobra. We got a lot of cool folks in chat. Anyway, let's go over to the big screen. Let's change over to the big screen. Hold on, let's go. We're over at the big screen. Hold on, let me turn the game down a little bit. Console audio, we'll bring that down. Actually, might not even need to. You guys can't hear that. Okay, good. Yeah, we're fine. Okay, cool. I might have to turn this up because some of these commercials are different volumes. You know how it usually is. But one of the things that's most important and by the way, thank you all for being here tonight. This is gonna be a lot of fun. I feel like this is the third one of these like anniversaries I've done on my channel this month, because we've had the Genesis release, we've had the SNES release, and now we got the Turbografx 16 release. Everything came out in August. And a lot of that, if you haven't figured it out, someone mentioned it in chat earlier too, which is 100% correct. A lot of it comes down to fiscal quarterly earnings, right? That's why a lot of stuff came out in August. It's the last chance to kind of sneak that big release in for that influx of cash while also being just in time for the holiday season. And that's why August was extremely attractive. Now, like I said, if you didn't just coming in now, they initially planned on releasing this in late September. That was the plan. NEC totally had discussed it with the NEC of America, had discussed it with the Japanese mothership, right? And they all agreed that September was going to be when to launch this. They knew that the Genesis was coming out in August. They knew that was going to be a problem for them, but they figured they could overcome it by possibly launching a little bit sooner. And that's what caused them to pull the trigger 2 weeks after the Genesis's release in North America. That was not a good idea. And the reason why was because this system launched with 4 games. And now that's not unheard of, right? Other systems have launched with kind of small libraries. Hasn't been that big of a deal. If the games are good, people will buy them. As long as you keep things hitting, keep those guns firing until December comes around, right? Just keep it going and you'll be fine. NEC didn't do that at all. In fact, they launched the system with 4 games, which you're going to see in the commercials here. And then there were no launches of any games until mid to late November. That, above all things, is what doomed the Turbografx 16. That move right there. It didn't even matter what games they were. It didn't even matter what the marketing was like, where these consoles were being sold. We're going to talk about that too, again, once we get to the commercials. That right there screwed over NEC. Terrible, terrible move, because the system immediately got the reputation for not having anything out in the market. In fact, a lot of people thought that it had died in October and it was a failed launch because there were no new games. And that's an eternity back in the 80s, back in the early 90s, for a system coming out to not have any new content. That's, if you bought this system in August, if you were one of the early adopters, the people hyped to have a 16-bit system in your house, and you see what Sega was bringing out all throughout those months, constant releases. And then you look at your system, the Turbografx 16, you're going to be pretty disappointed. In fact, people were importing PC Engine games and modding their systems as early as 1989, just because they had no other games to play. That's what really started a chain reaction of crap that would lead to this entire launch being totally flawed. You really needed a constant stream of releases, exactly. It had almost no... Hi, Barry, you're absolutely correct. It felt like there was nothing. It felt like a dead system even before it, quote-unquote, died. That they had nothing until late November. You can't do that. Now, there is a lot that came out in December, and we're going to go over the launch. We're going to look at all the titles tonight and talk about that. But it still doesn't matter, because you needed this shit out throughout the fall. Okay, there were nothing comes out in October, nothing comes out in September. That looks real bad. And well, let's look at some of the commercials. Like we're gonna watch the very first commercial before really anyone knew. Because unless you followed technology or CES, but this was the first like warning shot across the bow, especially to Sega and everybody else, that guess what was coming this fall. Guess what was going to show up? And I don't even think this has a date on it. The Turbografx 16. This was the first commercial. If you saw a commercial, this might have been the first one that you saw. So let's watch that now.
It's coming soon to a television set near you. An incredibly advanced video game system. Are you ready for these amazing graphics and vibrant colors? Can you handle the speed and the power? How about the capacity for stereo sound and for 5 players? You decide before September, because it's coming. Turbografx 16, the higher energy video game system. Games sold separately.
All right. Okay. I think we've only watched one commercial. And I think we have a couple of things to unpack before we continue here. Okay. I think we got a couple of problems we have to address. One is that half those freaking games didn't come out at all with the system. More than half. I think two did. Dragon Spirit didn't even come out in 1989. So we got some problems there. That's one issue. So clearly there wasn't a lot that was even ready for this. And they didn't know what they were doing as far as the launch lineup. Launch lineup was probably still way up in the air, and they had no clue where that was going to go. Now five players. Whoa, okay. Let's slow down there, NEC. What they're referring to is the multi-tap. Do I have mine? Hold on. I don't know if I have it handy. I have a few multi-taps right now. I'm not going to pull them out. You've seen them before. But the Turbografx 16, the one I currently have on right now, it's got one controller port. Okay, one controller port that I have my little PC Engine. I have the adapter hooked to. And you need the Turbo Tap in which to play 5 players. Now, the Turbo Tap is notorious for not coming out immediately when the initial launch lineup came out. Why, may you ask, that would be the case? Well, none of the games were multiplayer. So they didn't need it out. So, or 2 players. Exactly. Wirebrain's got it. Who thought of putting the very first Street Fighter game in the TurboGrafx 616? Great question. I think that was Capcom, actually. And there's kind of a little bit of a story behind that. It is fascinating that, now the Street Fighter game, I want to focus on that a little bit tonight. We're going to play it. It's called Fighting Street, for the TurboGrafx. It was the first CD game that came out. We're going to see that in the commercials in a little bit, but so you're already seeing the bullshit start to kind of bloom. And we've only gotten with the first commercial. This is the first commercial. Where's the problem with logistics of carts from Japan to America? Production shortages in Japan. Not so much. We're gonna talk about that. We're gonna watch another commercial, and we're gonna discuss a little bit of what the next misstep was. So we're starting to see, like, okay, they clearly didn't know what their launch lineup was gonna be. So they didn't have that. They didn't have a lot of stuff localized, probably. So yeah, in that case, it would be a shortage of Japanese titles, because there was tons of stuff out for the PC Engine at this time. There was tons of stuff out. There was no shortage of titles in Japan. So what the hell was going on to make it so that we didn't have games here for the launch? I don't know. That could be a few things. And Mama Steak Milk just asked that. The PC Engine was out since 87, actually. Not even 88. 87 it came out. Extensive library. So they just didn't port the games. I think part of that might have been they thought maybe they were too Japanese. They didn't think that American audiences, North American audiences, European audiences wouldn't be into them. I don't know. But it's a huge mistake. Massive, massive mistake. Let's check out another commercial.
Introducing TurboGrafx 16.
I remember seeing this one.
Keep courage in Alpha Zones.
Keep courage.
Turbo action. Turbo sound. TurboGrafx. TurboGrafx 16 from NEC. A higher energy video game system.
All right, so we finally got a tagline.
The TurboGrafx 16 system is available at Toys R Us.
Okay, now, outside of the fact that was a crazy commercial with a cat flying around the house, I don't really know what the hell was going on there. I really don't know what the hell was going on with that. I'm not sure if NEC knew what the hell was going on with that, but I mean, it's got a cat in it. That's kind of crazy and cool. But there's one critical part of this commercial. So they announced Keith Courage. So Keith Courage, it's going to be your pack-in title, right? That's going to be they're kind of leading with Keith Courage. That was a bad call. And they realized that as soon as Blazing Lasers came out, otherwise known as Gunhead, which is actually a really good game, that pack-in would change to Blazing Lasers pretty quickly once Gunhead came out. In fact, I believe there was a holiday bundle that existed that had Blazing Lasers. And that was a smart move, because Keith Courage, terrible idea for the one game on your system, basically, right? They have a tagline now. Now we now officially have a tagline. The tagline is, let's go back for a second here. Let's see where that might have been.
Graphic 16.
Nope, it's not there. Where's the tagline? The higher energy. There it is. The higher energy video game system. That's what we got here from them. So that tagline sucks. All right. I'm just going to say it. Now you're playing with power. That's a fucking tagline. I'm not even a huge Nintendo fanboy, and even wasn't back in the day. I was a bit of a Sega guy for the 16-bit era. But now you're playing with power. Okay. That is something that you can scream when you're beating up other kids in the schoolyard for owning a different console than you, which is what we all were part of, the console war, okay? That's a battle cry. Now you're playing with power. Genesis does what Nintendo don't. Welcome to the next level. Whatever you want to... Okay, we got all these awesome taglines. The higher energy video game system. That sounds like Special K cereal or something, right? It sounds like a fucking bran muffin. That's a terrible tagline. And then you kick him in the balls. Exactly. That's up there with Sega. Now you're playing with... Yeah, you're trying to compete with those taglines, guys. Really? That's what you got? Go Turbo. Exactly. That could have been good. Pretty haters here. Good to see it. Yeah, right. It's so bad. Biggest energy electronic home entertainment device, right? It's just so generic and boring. It feels so incredibly corporate, all right? And I think that was a big mistake. That was a big mistake too. That could have been handled so well because Turbografx is already a questionable name. I know there are some folks that actually believe that the Turbografx 16 failed specifically because of the name. I don't think that's true. I don't think Turbografx 16 is that bad of a name. If you lived through the 90s, right? Late 80s, 90s, that wasn't that out there, okay? To like a kid, it sounded pretty cool. It wasn't great. I think the PC Engine might have been better, but the concept, like, then they might have conflated it with a personal computer. I don't think that was a bad call, all right? But the higher energy video game system, like, what? They didn't even spell graphics right? To spell it with an X, it's so extreme. It's so edgy and extreme. Okay, now here's another thing. Now this is another thing I want to point out here. Let's go a little bit towards the end of this. Oh, there it is. Toys R Us. Wirebrain, the one controller port was a killer deal breaker for you back then. You were already in a Sega household and Genesis was backwards compatible. Then just one port and Genesis had two. Yep, bundled with a co-op game included. Definitely a bad move. It didn't seem to hurt Japan as much. But Japanese gamers were a little bit different. They tended to play more single player games and weren't really into like the social multiplayer kind of scene of video gaming that we had here. So that was a mistake. I think the PC Engine having one controller port in Japan is perfectly fine. Obviously, again, it did very, very well. That didn't bother people at all. But here that kind of sucked. One of the things to also mention while we're talking about tech, right? There's like technical details with it, is that this is very strange. The PC Engine actually had AV out, like RCA AV out, right? Whereas the Turbografx 16 did not. You needed something called the Turbo Booster. The Turbo Booster, folks. Buy another accessory on top of your 5-player multi-tap to have multiple controllers. You needed the Turbo Booster too, which was something that clamped onto the back of your TG16 and gave you AV out. It should have had AV out standard. That was a huge mistake in light of the NES having it, which was old by this time, and the Genesis definitely having it. So what the hell? Like, massive mistake. Like, kids love accessories, and the Turbo Booster wasn't cheap. And also, you couldn't find it. It was impossible to find. If you hear like anecdotal stories about people getting into trying to find a Turbografx 16 back in the day when it came out, they could never find the Turbo Booster. It was always out of stock. And Turbo Booster and Turbo Booster AV, yeah, they were different ones, right? So it was just like, what the hell? What are you guys doing? What are you doing? And that seems like that wasn't like an NEC Japan move either. That was just something they did in America. They're like, oh, we're just going to put it through antenna. Like, what is this, Atari 2600? Is this the 2600? Is that what we're talking about here, guys? Come on. It's almost the 90s. So that was a huge mistake. But anyway, moving on, you see one name underneath this, Toys R Us. We all love Toys R Us, okay? We all love Jeffrey. A lot of us bought video games. You walk up to the wall and you pick up your little card, your little piece of paper, and you bring it to the thing. Everyone remember doing that. So a lot of folks did buy games at Toys R Us, but if you notice, they're the only name on this commercial. Now, do you think for a console that is just releasing, this commercial probably hit in August, right around now, right? On the launch. Do you think that if you had other stores that were selling your amazing new 16-bit turbo awesome extreme machine, that you would put them on your goddamn commercial? And the answer is yes, you would, because Sega did. If you look at Sega's commercials, especially their local commercials, right? The ones that they would edit in a local bit at the end to show you where locally you could buy it. Sega had a laundry list of places that you could buy a Genesis. They were really good about this. NEC did not. They had Toys R Us. That was the only store that at the time for the launch, they could even get to carry the Turbografx 16. Now, outside of the launch games, there being 4 of them and no more until November, this was the other really bad thing that happened to the TG16. And I find that this is the one that like nobody discusses. Yeah, no, pretty hater, and didn't have an AV out. In fact, I'm playing off a real TG16 tonight, and I have whatever the hell they call it, the SD Pro, whatever the hell it is, that gives me RGB out. But if I wasn't using that, I would either have to mod it myself, which I've done on a bunch of my TG16s, or you would have had to have a turbo booster to do composite, which is so stupid that you needed to buy a whole other thing to do composite in 89. Crazy. So this was the other problem, though. The problem was the only store they got to sell this at launch officially as like an official partner was Toys R Us, which was good because Toys R Us is a pretty big chain, right? But it's not great compared to Sega, who had the Genesis freaking everywhere. Sega had that shit all over the place because they were Sega, and Sega was familiar with video games. Sega of America, despite some of the later moves that they made, which we'll discuss in future streams and have discussed in past streams, Sega of America at the time actually was really good about understanding the market. Okay, and Polygon just nailed it. Yep, Tom Kalinske, who came from Mattel and understood sales channels. Polygon beat me to it. That's exactly the guy who was in charge of Sega's relationships with retailers. And he was a master at this. Tom negotiated things like end cap sales and gave retailers massive discounts on Sega hardware in which to promote the Genesis at their stores and at their chains. The NEC, they made like dishwashers in the United States. Okay. They made microwaves. They didn't really make game systems. They didn't know. They didn't have any connections to the gaming sales channels that Sega and Nintendo did. Sega actually had more access to them than Nintendo did, which is crazy. That's how tapped in Sega was. He could even compete with Nintendo at the time. It's crazy, right? So that was the other problem. The other problem was that everyone kind of like, they didn't know where to sell these things. They didn't know where to get them into the sales channel. So there are reports of people looking for Turbografx 16s when they launched in August and in September, and they couldn't find them. They couldn't find them anyway. They'd walk into a store, they'd be like, hey, do you have Turbografx 16? They'd be like, what the hell is that? Oh, that other console? Yeah, we don't carry that. We do have a Genesis though. And they'd be like, oh yeah, that's a 16-bit console. I'll buy that. And that happened. That absolutely happened. They were used to competing against IBM and Apple and hobbyist stores. Right. They didn't realize it was a different market. And that's why Polygon line kind of leads me into where I was going with that. So what they did first is they didn't immediately think that their next move was, well, we got to get this more mass market. The first place that NEC's mind went wasn't like Sears, wasn't like Target or a big box, what the precursor to big box stores, right? Wasn't any of those things. They said, oh, I know where we're going to sell this, Radio Shack. So shortly after that, and you'll see it in some of the ads, we'll show another ad in a second, they went to Radio Shack. And I love Radio Shack. I'm not going to shit on Radio Shack. I'm like Radio Shack's biggest fan. You guys have heard me and my love for Radio Shack talk about on this channel. I love Radio Shack. I loved it back in the day. That was not the right move. Tandy love from Radio Shack, right, Josh? Yeah. So that's where they decided. They thought they're like power move. They're gonna do like we'll do like a power bomb on Sega here, and it's gonna be, we're gonna put him in Radio Shack. So what like not even close to where they should have been thinking. I am a huge Turbografx fan. We're discussing how NEC of America totally fucked up the launch. All right, so we're going to continue. Next commercial.
Introducing Turbografx 16, the next generation video game system. It's 4 times faster, so the games are more exciting.
Got Keith Courage again.
There are almost 10 times as many
4
colors.
times, 10
So
times.
the arcade quality graphics are even more intense.
So they're patterning, they're trying to rip
And you can
Sega off.
expand your system with a CD player for CD games with sound effects that are turbocharged. Turbografx 16 from NEC, the higher energy video game system.
All right, they're still rolling with that tagline, man. Every time I hear that, it's just so the higher energy video game system. It sounds like a freaking like protein drink or something. It sounds like Metamucil. It sounds like you're like advertising like like a fucking laxative to grandpa. The higher energy laxative. That's what it sounds like. It's a terrible tagline. I don't know why they went with that. So one of your favorite onion headlines of all time was even Radio Shack's CEO not sure how Radio Shack's still in business. You can buy a couple diodes with your TG16. Exactly. So you can see they've basically learned nothing. Now here's an interesting piece of trivia for you all. I bet you didn't know that they had the Turbografx 16 CD, the TG16 CD out in November. They had it out for the holidays. So it came out really quickly. I think a lot of people, it was so hard to find in stores because Radio Shack, that a lot of people didn't even know the thing came out. But there was a CD add-on, the same PC Engine CD that they had in Japan, which did come out within a couple of months of the launch, which is kind of crazy, right? And almost a little confusing. That's almost a little confusing by itself, right? That someone just bought this cool new 16-bit console. You're telling me how powerful it is, how awesome it is. Oh, wait. The CD add-on for it just came out along with the 5-player add-on and the AV add-on that I need for it. And holy crap, what a nightmare, what a complicated nightmare of a system to try to figure out. How are you going to tell mom to go buy you for Christmas, to get you for Christmas? Mom, I want a Turbografx 16. Oh, okay, great. What do you get? Do you get the CD? It's like there's a million different problems here, okay, already. A million different problems. Mom's also going to go find it at Radio Shack, apparently. Pushed it a year earlier. Totally agree. It was out in 87. The PC Engine was out in 87 in Japan. The Famicom was its biggest competitor, and they crushed it. They crushed the Famicom. So the PC Engine did incredibly well up against the Famicom, obviously, graphically, in Japan. But, man, by 89, now it's Sega. You had Sega on the scene, you know? The release of the Genesis, right. Yep. That would have made sense. That would have made sense. Higher energy video system feels like they focus grouped it. They probably did. I think focus groups are overused, but here it really helps. Yeah. They never focus grouped it, rather. Yeah, exactly. Your cousins play some games. They're always like, oh, it's on Xbox Game Pass. Well, fuck that then, right? Exactly. So, okay, so you're seeing they're still making the same mistakes. Let's see what else we got.
Get a $50 check from NEC when you buy the Turbografx 16 video game system between now and January.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, I see this is going well. How did the Turbo CD connect to the TG16? It clamped onto the back. So I wish I could show it to you right now because it's kind of. Oh, actually, no, I can show you the Supergraphics. Hold on. So this is a Supergraphics. We never got this. I've done streams on this before. I love this machine. They got the cool toys. This failed too in Japan, but that's a whole different story. But it has the same thing on the back here that a Turbografx 16 has, and it clamps right onto the back of this. So it's right onto this, and uses this expansion port right here to interface with it. So yeah, we already got, now the system has not even been out for a month, and we already have a commercial where now they're giving you $50. They're going to write you a check, to buy their goddamn game system. Please stop buying the Genesis. We'll give you $50. That's not good. And that was a little bit too desperate. I actually think that might have been, this was way too soon, premature. They should have let this shit ride until the holidays, let it ride until Christmas, see how it did, and then reassess from there, right? This looked desperate. I think that if you saw this back in '89, your impression of it might have been, well, that's gonna bomb. I'm jumping on the Sega train, man. That just doesn't scream to me a console that's kind of doing well. This was a really bad move. They shouldn't have done that. That was terrible, especially in terms of like a rebate. Like, it just feels cheap, right? Like, maybe cut the price a little bit, pack something else in. I don't know, include the turbo booster or something. That would have been a better way to do it. Pack that in the box. See, maybe another game, something like that. One of your 4 games that were out. You could have pulled something like that, NEC, and I think that would have gone over well, other than literally screaming on a commercial, "We will pay you. Please buy a Turbografx 16. Let's see where else this goes.
February 31st. Save $50 on arcade quality sound and graphics.
That's
Save
Blazing
$50 on the system that gives you vicious monsters, hideous assassins, deadly pharaohs, bloodthirsty aliens, savage backhands, fiendish fastballs, and some of the most revolting creatures you've ever seen. Check out all the games, then call 1-800-888-2288 for details. Get the Turbografx 16 system and save $50.
All right. So then we're going to call a hotline. So then NEC is going to have you call the Turbografx 16 hotline. And you're going to be like, "Where's my money? Where's my goddamn money?" I don't know. Not a great strategy. I feel like they should have let that. Yeah. If they had all these games on launch. Exactly. Now, here's what's crazy. This is, again, why people were kind of pissed off about the launch of this thing. Most of those games were not out. Were not out yet. They were not out. They simply were not out. Your advertising, they knew they were screwed when it came to launch software. This was, and they didn't need to be, because they had a couple hundred games out in Japan. This is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Turbografx is a great game. Is a great name. It really is. It should just been the Turbografx, or at least on par with it. Yeah, there's a lot of like we've talked about the Turbografx a lot. I've done like tech streams on the Turbografx, and we've talked about it because I love the Turbografx. I think it could have been a real contender. I'm not gonna like start going into that right now because we're focused on the Turbografx 16 because that's a whole other story. But I feel like there was so much they could have done with the Turbografx, both in Japan and outside of Japan, that would have made it dominate the market. Is your go-to home setup? Nice. Usually I actually hook up the Turbografx for our streams here too. I'm just rolling OG tonight with the TG16. So as you can see, they still are kind of bullshitting people because they don't have a lot of launch titles up here, and now they're paying you to buy the system. That doesn't look good. Turbografx had 8 because 2 of them were upscaled graphics games, but officially there's about 6. Yeah. Cafeteria in here with Dick's Sporting Goods. Mito scene, yeah, the Ghouls and Ghosts right next to the Genesis version, right? Exactly. That would have been enough to sell it around the same time. Because again, the Turbografx came out very early on. It would have been, they could have launched it here, and it could have been the Turbografx 16, which would have been perfect. But again, they made a lot of mistakes. So let's keep going. We got plenty more to go.
Introducing Turbografx 16, the next generation video game system.
They had plenty of software. It just
it's 4
wasn't
times faster, so the games are more exciting. There are almost 10 times as many colors.
10 times as many colors. Look at all the numbers.
Graphics are even more intense.
They're more intense.
And you can expand your system with a CD player for CD games with sound effects that are turbocharged.
Like Street Fighter 1.
Turbografx 16 from NEC, the higher energy video game system.
All right, so not too much different with that one. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, okay. We get a bit of a new marketing thing there. Now we're getting in. I think these were probably around the fall, or maybe even close to December. We got. I know it's Fighting Street. Epic's here. He's already played Keith Courage. We are going to play some Keith Courage. Don't worry. We're going to check out Keith Courage. That was the title they needed in which to sell this whole shebang. Was Keith Courage. All right, here we go. We got first there was Atari.
There was Nintendo.
Holy shit!
Generation video games.
Hold on. First there was Atari, then there was Nintendo. I remember this ad very well. This ad played a lot. And they appear to be missing. They appear to be missing someone there. And then there was Sega, who ate our lunch. Because that they just casually left that out there. First there was Atari, then there was Nintendo. And we're just going to pretend Sega doesn't exist. Because the Genesis is destroying us right now. All right.
Turbografx CD for live video games. And
Sherlock Holmes, there we go.
Times more memory. Turbo Express Portable.
2,000 times more memory. Oh, Bonks, they were announcing Bonks. This might have been, actually, this is probably later. This was later. Okay, see, I see, because look at where it's being sold. Look, they actually got a few people lined up now. We got McDuff Electronics. If you want to get yourself a Turbografx 16, you can go down to McDuff Electronics. One thing I love about this, I love how it's got Sears catalog. So if you walk into a Sears, sorry, you're probably not going to find one. But don't worry, it's in the catalog. Okay, it's in the catalog. It's not just Sears. It's specific shit like that stuff that I love. It's in the Sears catalog. They were in trouble by the time this came out. This one actually did, because Bonk's here. I got this one in the wrong order. Bonk's here. So this one did come out later. Video Concepts, Babbage's, Montgomery Ward. This is like a laundry list of dead mall anchors here. Bonk did them give them a bit of a boost.
There was Atari. Then there was Nintendo.
Next generation video games. Turbografx 16 and Turbografx CD.
Now an H&R
live video
They came from the
games
desert.
and 2,000 times more memory. Turbo Express Portable.
Oh, Turbo Express.
Compatibility. Basic system $99.99. Turbografx 16.
Good Guys
The
has it
next
now.
generation
We've added the Good Guys too. They got it now. Okay. So they're slowly picking up some steam here. All right, we got some more. So you can see that there were some issues. Even once they started to get some traction with Bonk and whatnot, there still were some problems, right? The TG16 still trying to find a place in the market that Sega had completely figured out how to market it. They were pushing them out straight out, and Nintendo wasn't even like, this is a long time before the SNES was going to hit. That wouldn't be until 91. So Nintendo was just fine with just still selling NES carts at the time. They're doing great. Nintendos are still moving, but they're having a problem here. This is 1990. Yeah, this is 90. This is about a year later, because Bonk wouldn't hit until about a year later. So let's see. Let me see I think this is an old one here.
Games like China Warrior. Compare it to
Oh, I love this.
Can you spot the difference?
I love this.
Turbografx 16 has 16-bit graphics that make characters up to 32 times bigger and almost 10 times as many colors. Turbo action, turbo sound.
We're gonna play this tonight.
Turbografx 16, the higher energy video game system.
Still with that
Turbografx
shit.
16 video game system is available at these stores.
These stores. Toys R Us. Yeah. The SNES right on Legion, yes. These stores. Yeah. Toys R Us. One store. These stores. So, compared to a 5-year-old game, first of all, Chainsaw, China Warrior is not a bad game. It's actually kind of fun. It's not Kung Fu. Kung Fu is a little bit more iconic. And it's also really old. Like, come on, guys. It's really, really old. And I get it. Their whole strategy at this point, was that they had to kind of forget, just play it that Sega didn't exist. Don't pay no attention to the Genesis. Pay no attention to that. We're just going to pretend that Nintendo's the competitor. We're going to hope that Nintendo somehow crushes Sega in the marketplace, and then we're directly competing with Sega. That was kind of, I think, the thought here, because there's no way that they could go head to head, toe to toe with Sega here. It's just not happening. Like it was a first gen release. What are you doing exactly? Yes. Yep. All right.
Are you one of us?
Are you one of us?
16-bit graphics.
Are you one of the early adopters?
8-bit. Us. CD game sound. Them. Not. Us. Them. Us. Turbo Express.
That was pretty cool.
Us.
The Turbo Express was a cool idea. This was later too. It's like 1990.
Buy Turbografx 16 now and get one of 38 selected games.
Okay, so this is older too. So now we actually have 38 games out. So this is probably closer to 91. Like this is kind of towards the end. Now you're kind of seeing like they were still trying, you know, towards the end. Great games. Now the reason why I add this commercial in, despite it not being even close to the launch, is that now like this is what you had in 91, and they have a legit good lineup. There are good freaking games that they're putting in that commercial. Okay, there are some damn fine titles in there. Bloody Wolf is great. You know, we got Splatterhouse, right? Which it didn't even come out in the Genesis. They got Splatterhouse 2 and 3, the OG Splatterhouse. You know, just really good shit. There's just good games out by 91. There's good games out by 91, but it was just too late. If you had a 16-bit system, it was probably a Genesis at this point, or you were waiting for the SNES, which had been announced. So they got kind of squeezed. This is why they were a real situation. They couldn't just kind of stand back and go, well, we're going to try to coexist with the Genesis at this point. They got squeezed by people waiting for the SNES too, because Nintendo's marketing blitz for that in 91 was outrageous. It was crazy. They were really pushing that shit hard. This is like the next gen starts when Nintendo says it starts. And that's the way they went in on this. Abstract's here. Good to see you, my friend. So yeah, tough situation. All right, see, I don't know if we're on to, okay. Is this the long one? Oh no.
Here it comes.
This is a long one. I fucking love
Time
this.
to move up to the Turbografx 16 video game system and turbocharge your life.
Turbocharge your life.
16
See, they
system
could've-
has the
well,
16-bit
hold on. That would have been better. Why didn't they roll with that early on? Turbocharge your life. Rather than whatever the hell the other one was. Turbocharge your life. That's something at least. At least you're using turbo. All right, we're going to learn more about, this is like a life, yes. We're going to learn more about how awesome the Turbografx system is.
and power you've been looking for with sizzling speed, stereo sound, and arcade quality graphics. And check out this awesome game selection. With Bonk's Adventure, you're the
This is
original
90.
headbanger,
90.
bashing your way through a prehistoric world of deserts, volcanoes, monsters big enough to swallow you up.
Whoa.
Unless you can bonk them first.
It's a good game. It's a good game. Thank you for shouting out.
More excitement comes your way with The Legendary Axe, 1989's Video Game of the Year.
Excellent game.
Your Gauguin the Magnificent.
Excellent game.
Out to free the beautiful Flare.
Good launch game.
Shift universes again, and your Keith Courage, slashing and jumping your way through 7 levels of peril.
Perhaps
And
not
here's
the greatest
best part
launch
of
game.
all. Keith Courage is included with every Turbografx 16 system you buy.
Why?
Experience a wild new world.
Change it to
in
Blazing
Dragon's
Lasers again.
Curse.
Free streak for Abstract. Thank you so much for that.
Grip the wheel and drive like never before in the Arcade Smash Final Lap Twin.
All right.
In Bloody Wolf,
Bloody
you'll
Wolf's good.
explore 8 stages of
really
danger
good game.
and win a secret bonus, just like in the arcade hit. Or you can experience your worst horror flick nightmares in
August
the
90.
frightening arcade hit
See, they got some good
Splatterhouse,
games out
coming soon.
Or coming out.
Want more arcade
It's the
thrills?
90s.
Try an exciting round of claps.
It's time for Clacks.
Or sidearms.
Good game.
Plenty of actions headed your way in JJ and
JJ
Jeff.
and
So
Jeff.
keep your eyes open and keep on kicking. explore a seemingly endless
very
maze
different
and
game in
save
Japan.
all of China in Chu-Man Fu. Or get amazing pinball action in Devil's Crush,
Devil's
the
Crush.
fast-paced sequel to 1989's best simulation game, Alien Crush.
We're going to play first tonight.
You can also try
Kato and Ken,
Vigilante. Or
It's a good port of
China
Vigilante.
Warrior. Get out your stinging shooter and get ready to take on 4 different
Yeah,
insect
Cybercore
forms
wasn't a
in
good shmup.
Cybercore.
Cybercore was not that good.
Or play Psychosis, another thrilling test of your shooting skills.
They did have R-Type.
And also keep
They-
your
for
aim
some reason- I don't
sharp
think
for
they've
blazing
not advertising
lasers.
it for some reason. There it is.
R-Type,
There it is. You would think they
Dragon
would start with
Spirit,
R-Type.
Galaga 90, Pac-Land, and Fantasy Zone.
About 2 Japanese comedians. Of all the games they could have
Double
brought here.
excitement is yours when you play Double Dungeons.
Double
a
Dungeons.
split-screen viewpoint for multiple player action.
Look at these. Look at them.
Or live the award-winning adventure of Dungeon Explorer. Or delve deep into the dungeon-ridden labyrinth of
Utopia.
Utopia.
It's a good game. There's Zelda.
Test your strategic skills while fighting a war on the moon in Military Madness. You can try your
Open
luck
shmup
at blackjack,
world.
poker, slot machines, and more in King of Casino. Or have a ball with Time Ball.
Sounds great. Sports.
Ready, set, spike, score. All the sights,
That guy-
sounds,
that guy
and
got-
action of the real
that guy
game are
got knocked
yours
out.
in Super Volleyball.
It's a pretty good looking
Feel
game,
the
though. Super
gut-level
Volleyball actually
impact
was a really
of
good looking
TV
game.
sports football, a pro-style game
Don't
complete
you call
with
it play with a friend?
play-by-play.
It's a great concept.
Taking it to the hoop plants you center court, where being quick, jumping high, and shooting straight are all that counts. You'll experience real game
Hey, Kale,
pressure
how's it
and
going?
3D effects with world-class baseball. Or try your backhand with up to 4 players in an exciting round of World Court Tennis.
That doesn't look that good.
It's the game selection of a lifetime, and it's yours only with the Turbografx 16 Entertainment Super System. And now you can push the limits of video gaming technology to vast new levels with Turbografx CD. You'll kick, spin, and karate chop your way through an incredible
If you can
CD
fight the
showdown
controls,
when
you
play
can kick
Fighting
and spin
Street.
and karate punch.
ECD adds extra power and punch.
So that was
to
a big
role-playing
release. Didn't sell well
adventures.
here. Probably
And
should have.
Valis 2 CD lets you wield a magic sword
Freaking
against demonic
Valis, man.
forces. And since Turbografx CD is a fully equipped CD player, you can also play your favorite audio discs.
Whoa!
Or even the new CD Plus graphics for the added excitement
Hold on.
of
I want to see this kid
on-screen
rock
graphics
out. again.
against demonic
Go back.
forces.
Let me go back to that.
And since
we gotta watch
Turbografx
him rock
CD
out.
is
Hold
a
on.
fully equipped CD player,
have to see that
you
again.
can also play your favorite audio discs. Or even
There we go. That's how you dance when you're rocking out to your TG16 CD. That's like cost you at this point like $550. It's good shit. Angel's coming in with 200 bits. Dad joke of the day. What did the injured car salesman say? Ow, that hurts. Oh my goodness. Angel, thank you so much for those 200 bits. That's a classic. I like it. Let me catch up on chat here. Why was the CD an add-on? Why not just make it the standard console? It later would become part of the standard console in the Turbo Duo, which I have one of those, and they were rare. They were pretty rare. But it was expensive. It was one of the first consoles with a CD-ROM. Probably could have been a move for them, was just to make it all in one. It really would have been. Yeah. What about the $50 back? Exactly. Right. It's like something they would have played at conventions or packaged with new consoles. Yeah. This would have been like a. This wouldn't have been on TV. So this would have been something that would have been played at Babbage's, or at Electronics Boutique, or a store, one of the few, or at probably at Radio Shack, where you would, one of the few places you could find a Turbografx 16. You would you'd see this at Radio Shack. That's where you would see something like this on a VHS tape. Okay, so
The
those
new
are some awesome
CD
moves.
Plus
Look at these air
graphics for
guitaring.
the
There
added
we go.
excitement of on-screen graphics.
For real.
And check out these other accessories. Turbo Tap lets up to 5
There it
friends
is.
play at a time. Turbo Stick's your master speed control.
The Turbo
Booster pumps ear-bending sound through your home stereo system and delivers direct composite video.
For the love of God, they're still that. This is the problem. They are still advertising. If you want to hook up your awesome 16-bit system with stereo sound and killer graphics to something other than the antenna, you still need the Turbo Booster, and the system has been out for a year. What the hell is going on here? Like, Japan got it. NEC Japan totally understood this. I don't know what they were doing here in America with this thing. That is unacceptable. That is ridiculous. Downfall of TG16 is probably it's a one-player console, but there's a lot of reasons. That's kind of what we're going over tonight. There's just so many different reasons. I don't think there's any one thing that made the TG16 kind of like, well, this is why it failed. It's a collection. It's a menagerie of bad decisions by NEC that were made in light of it being a really, really good console and a really cool system with an amazing library in Japan that just they couldn't make it work. And it's just because they kept making stupid mistakes, like the Turbo Booster. Like, what are you doing? Oh, Vrexy is here. Good to see you, Vrexy. How you doing? Let me catch up on chat real quick. Hold on. Major RGB cable. Yeah, Vrexy, a lot of people did that. There were magazines that like taught you how to do that because they're like, yeah, this thing connects to the antenna in 1989, 1990. You're still plugging in the antenna port. Like, come on. The CD add-on did have AV, pretty hater. Yes. So if you had the CD, if you were a big time rich guy, and you had the CD-ROM attachment, that would also act as the AV out. Yeah, 3 years after PC. Well, 2 years. 2 years. It came out in 87 in Japan and came out here in 89. The RF sucks so much. It's terrible. It's terrible. So yeah, we got more here.
New Turbo Booster Plus gives you all the advantages of
Turbo
Turbo
if it wasn't
Booster,
complicated
plus
enough.
built-in memory for saving
You can
games.
save your games too.
The graphics, the sound, the hardware,
Can't
the
find a
game
Radio Shack or
selection,
Toys
the
R Us, right?
excitement. Only on Turbografx 16. Be bold. Get turbocharged. Tell your friends you've moved on to the Turbografx 16 system.
This is peer
Fun,
pressure.
excitement, and the best game lineup ever. Turbografx 16 Entertainment Super System from NEC.
Oh my God. Look at him. All right. Look, guys. Like, I love like I said, I know I'm taking shots at the Turbografx 16. We're discussing why it failed here tonight, 35 years later, right? I love this console. It is my second favorite console of all time, my first being the Neo Geo. I love the PC Engine. I love it. It's amazing. This was terrible. This was just atrocious. You're going to tell your friends, yeah, guys, guess what? I have a Turbografx 16, and you have, what, a Sega Genesis? What do you think they're going to do when you do that? They're going to laugh at you. They're going to laugh at you when you do that because everyone knew the Genesis was cool, all right? And if you were a Nintendo kid, that's cool too. You had an awesome library of games. By this time, the Turbografx 16 was like the weird kid console. And and there's nothing wrong with that because I love a lot of the weird kid consoles. I had some of them when growing up. I was a ColecoVision house, okay? But it just, that is not going to work. You're like sending kids. You're like sending kids into certain doom here. Okay. I want to focus on what they told you to do. This was really when the height of the console war was just starting. Okay. The battle lines were being drawn. And you were sending these poor Turbografx 16 kids out to the playground to fight a war that they were simply not prepared for. All right. You're sending them to die. That's cannon fodder, man. You go to school and be like, yeah, Turbografx 16. The video told me to tell you to get with it. Man, yeah, that's gonna end poorly. You're never gonna come home. Nobody had just a TurboGrafx 16 right. It's exactly, you had it and an NES or a Genesis. Exactly right. Friend said he ended up buying, that's exactly what my friend said, and he ended up buying a second Genesis. Right. TG16 was your ticket to the dreaded Rear Admiral, right? It's only 2 years older than the SNES. Yeah, no, I know. Internet in the late 2000s told me about the existence of the TurboGrafx 16. Right. Unlegion, that's actually a good question. Did the TG16 even launch in South America? Because I'm not even sure if it did. I don't even know if it did. Black Spider Boss is here. Bloody Wolf is a great game. I love Bloody Wolf. But didn't know anyone that had Sega consoles. Really, I knew people with a Genesis. I only knew one kid who had a Master System. Only one. But seriously, man, like NEC's over here telling kids to whoa, that's like console war was a rough time. Was a rough time to be a kid with video games. Let's see what else I think we got. Okay, get another one here. This one's like, I think this is like a retailer promotion.
You're
gonna love
this. The future
you all have to
game
witness this.
The Turbografx 16 Entertainment Super System.
Okay. First of all, that box is smoking. That box is on fire. The Turbografx 16 is already on fire, and it hasn't even come out of the box yet. Now, look, I show a lot of stupid commercials here when we do these things. I show a lot of dumb crap. A lot of them I know. Everyone's like, oh, Grant's making me sit through all this dumb educational crap. I just want to see the games. Look. I'm telling you right now, what you were about to see, if you haven't seen this, I think I did show this off when we did like a PC Engine launch stream 2 years ago. Look, you're about to see something that is one of the greatest video game promotional ads of all time. But I just want to preface this with the Turbografx 16 is so hot, it's already on fire. The box art here is really cool. Look at that kid. That kid's a cool guy. You see him with his cool guy haircut? He's like, yeah, you're gonna buy this. You're gonna take this Turbografx 16 home from Radio Shack, and you're gonna be a cool guy. Zach Morris. Oh shit, I didn't even realize that, but you're right. It does kind of look like him. Odds are that kid actually plays games. Yes, exactly. All right, here we go. Everyone buckle up for this. This is some good shit. Let me turn it on.
16-bit power, arcade quality graphics, and an unbeatable selection of
teleported
titles.
in their living room.
We'll show you what's available now and sneak previews of what's coming.
All right. So opening the box for the Turbografx 16 has a similar effect to opening the Ark of the Covenant from Raiders of the Lost Ark. That's appropriate, actually. Poltergeist, yeah, weird science. It's got a little bit of weird science going on. You're right. Yep, absolutely. It's a Ghostbusters trap. It's the Ark of the Engine. Don't look, Marion. Close your eyes. You were electrocuted and nearly died when you opened your turbo. That's how much power was contained in that box. And it didn't. It's not like it didn't warn you. Okay, it was sitting on their table late at night, it's smoking, and they still opened it. Just keeps going on. I like how the first game they show is Fighting Street too.
Turbografx 16, the next generation video game system with the performance and power to blow you away.
Blow you away. It's gonna blow you away.
Turbografx 16, turbo for speed, graphics for unbelievable graphics. With 10 times the colors of most other video games.
Focusing on that. It's got
and
more colors.
16 for the high-energy 16-bit graphics processor that makes huge characters with unreal detail like you've never seen before. Turbografx 16. It's more than a game. It's non-stop action and awesome adventure. And there's an arsenal of Turbografx 16 accessories to make sure the...
So this, hold on, let's roll, I want to roll it back a little bit. See that is my face when I play, there, right there. See, that's my face right there every time I play Street Fighter 1. I own a Street Fighter 1 cabinet, right? I have a dedicated SF1 cabinet. Anytime I'm like, you know what, I haven't played Street Fighter 1 in a while, and I fire up my Street Fighter 1 cabinet, and I play it for 5 seconds, that's the face that I make. I think they're playing Vendetta, but I'm just saying, they keep showing Street Fighter 1. He's probably playing Street Fighter 1, all right? Yeah, I know they're playing Vendetta. Vendetta's a great game. But I think in this one, he's probably, I'm my own headcanon is that he's playing Street Fighter 1, because that's the face that I make every time I play Street Fighter 1, right there.
Turbografx 16 accessories to make sure the fun doesn't end, like Turbo Tap, so that on some games, you and up to 4 friends can get in on the action. Turbo Stick, so you can control the speed of the game.
The PC
Turbo
Engine
Booster,
stick is way better.
that works with your home stereo
Make your console
system
twice
to
the
put out
size.
unbelievable
It plugs
sound
into
and
your
vicious
stereo.
pictures. And the ultimate in radical technology,
Radical technology. I love that. Your roommates in university, you still love watching you play fighting games because he's today. Shane, you play games the way kids in the 90s game commercials play games. That's awesome. You know what? Never stop. We should all play games like that. If you're not like doing this with the controller, you're not playing video games. It didn't have a giant brick power adapter. Nope. It still used the same port. But it just was this massive thing you stuck onto the back of it. Vendetta is a good game, but that was Vigilante. Oh, Vigilante, and Vigilante is not a good game, right? That's right. It is Vigilante. It's Crime Fighter. Vendetta's Crime Fighters 2. Yes. Ninja Saber, you're flexing your buttons so hard you were shifted around in your chair. Tongue out mandatory. Absolutely. So now for radical technology. Remember, radical technology, CD-ROMs.
Graphics CD.
Street Fighter 1 incoming.
The immense
there it is. Look at this, man. He's punching through a wall. That man is not even in the game.
Game-playing action with nearly limitless levels of challenge and excitement.
Oh, it's limitless.
Like in
already.
Fighting Street, a kung fu-style arcade game with more than just a few kicks. And since Turbografx CD is a real audio
it's a world
CD
of surprises.
player, you can slip in any one of the sizzling games.
It's
or
a great console. I'm not cracking on the Turbografx 16
and get
is an
rocked
amazing
by mind-blowing CD stereo sound.
Oh my god!
And to keep your Turbografx system steaming,
hold on, we gotta watch that again.
Games or any standard audio CD disc, and get rocked by mind-blowing CD stereo sound.
I want to get
and
rocked.
To keep your Turbografx system steaming, by Christmas there will be tons of Turbo Chip game cards to choose from. Each one of them packs more action and punch onto every inch of the screen. Join Keith Courage as he battles alien invaders and restores peace to the Earth. Rescue your girlfriend from the thugs who stalk the streets of Manhattan in the arcade hit Vigilante.
We do need us a gift. Yeah, we need.
Step up to the plate in the incredibly real baseball simulation, World Class Baseball.
It's incredibly real.
Take off on an 8-stage sprint from Paris to Dakar in Victory Run, the road racing challenge of a lifetime.
Check that out tonight. We're going to that one. Man, look at
Alien Crush brings you all the sights, sounds, and action of an arcade pinball
the Demolition
game.
Man.
Crush the aliens and rack up a record-setting score.
I'll have to check that out at some point. Thank you for shouting out.
In the legendary axe, you must penetrate the evil place to free the beautiful
legendary
maiden
axe,
Flare. Take hold of the sacred axe sting and let your courage shine. Navigate your Terran cruiser against the
Get a real version of R-Type.
Empire. Only the most skilled marksman will survive the arcade hit R-Type.
Only the most skilled marksman. And again, a great game. Blazing lasers.
You're at the helm of radical
firepower. We're still going through commercials. We're just having fun making.
And in the fight of your life with the ultimate outer space shoot 'em up, blazing lasers.
Gunhead is a very good game, and that's why they eventually replaced it as the pack-in title.
Delve deep in the caverns of Odessia and dungeon explore your quest the Aura Stone of Everlasting Life. Your risk? A sudden underworld death. And there's more turbocharged action with Power Golf.
That's
Dragon
quite
Spirit.
They went from that to Power Golf.
World Court Tennis. Galaga 90. Fantasy Zone. Moto Rotor. And it's all made by NEC, a worldwide leader in electronics. Get turbocharged.
Here we go again. Just in case you didn't know what NEC was good at, it's electrocuting you when you open the box for your new Turbografx 16. That's how much power it contains. NEC has packed all of that power into that box, and that's what's going to happen. Even the NEC logo is boring. They're really bad at advertising. Yeah, that's their problem. It's like, and I don't want that to be lost here, because we've been talking about this a lot already tonight, but like, this was a great console. It might have had the 4 games at launch, no more games until late November. That was a bit of a problem. But outside of that, by 1990, the TG16, not even thinking of what it could have been in terms of the PC engine, it was pretty damn good. There were some good titles for this console. It was a great system, but holy shit, the way NEC was marketing this, they just had no idea what they were doing with it. No clue. The Turbo Express Portable, it discharges the batteries completely all at the same time. Oh my God. Hey, Turbografx was around longer than Dreamcast, yeah, right? Turbo Expresses are rare. Yeah, they're hard to find. It was insanely ahead of its time. Oh no, it totally was. It was just how it was marketed. They were just not good at trying to get people to get people to not buy a Genesis. That's really what it was. The Genesis was, you're into the Sears catalog to buy one. The marketing materials were made by guys who edited skateboard videos. Yes. In fact, there are commercials for individual like PC engine Turbografx 16 games that are straight up like skateboard commercials. They're hilarious.
Charged with Turbografx 16.
Coffee's here.
Sophisticated graphics,
35 years,
sizzling speed, and sensational sound.
They're rocking
the
out.
Entertainment super system for higher energy video games.
The Lords of Thunder one. That's the one. Yes. The Lords of Thunder.
Now here's a sneak preview of even more great arcade quality hits, available in early 1990 for your Turbografx 16 system. Bonk's Adventure. Bonk your way through quicksand,
so they knew
swamps,
Bonk was going to try
and
to
wild
save them.
prehistoric creatures in the soon-to-be action hit Bonk's Adventure.
And it almost did. Bonk did very well.
Crater Maze. Watch for monsters,
Crater Maze,
but
not
don't
so much.
lose your way in the fun-filled action game Crater Maze. Deep Blue. The menacing underwater world of Deep Blue will put your best shooting skills to the test.
Not Darius. Totally not Darius, guys.
Final Lap Twin. Step on the gas in this arcade racing hit. Final Lap Twin. JJ and Jeff. You're in for lots of laughs in this wacky, action-packed world of JJ and Jeff.
I cannot believe they localized this game.
Military Madness. Only you can stop the evil Axis army in this unique game of military strategy. Military Madness. Newtopia.
Good game.
The fantastic world of Newtopia is a must for all role-playing fans.
A $50 rebate to anyone who bought Deep Blue. Right?
Ordyne. The fate of the universe is in your hands in this exciting space shooter. Ordyne. Pac-Land. Pac-Man strikes again in this action-packed arcade favorite. Pac-Land.
Was it really?
Space Harrier. Restore peace to Dragonland in the worldwide arcade sensation, Space Harrier. Taking it to the hoop. Basketball comes alive on your video screen as you go for 2 in taking it to the hoop.
Taking it to that hoop. He took it right to the hoop.
We now invite you to sit back and enjoy gameplay from the vast
Zootopia
selection of
was
titles
actually
that are
pretty good.
currently available for PC Engine, the Japanese version of the TurboGrafx
What identity would I
16
give it?
system.
To say it was the arcade,
PC Engine is
Super
the
Nintendo
#1
I'm gonna talk
16-bit
about that,
graphics
Dark.
video
Finish this
game
commercial,
system
I'll
in
talk a little bit
Japan,
about that.
where there are
I kinda know
dozens
what I
and
would've
dozens
done
of
with it.
titles currently available.
At least what was sold it to
we
me.
have made a
right?
commitment to offering only the best of these titles in the United States for the ultimate in video gaming. Let us know
sort
what
of
you
getting
think.
it there.
Write us at NEC Technologies, Inc., Home Entertainment Division, 1255 Michael Drive, Wooddale, Illinois, 60191.
All right, so I love this part of the commercial too, because there's something actually kind of wholesome about that part, because it really is NEC going, oh God, we're fucked. Please write to us and tell us what to do. We're in really big trouble. We hope Bonk saves it, but it's probably not. So write to NEC Technologies, Home Entertainment Division, because none of our executives in America have any idea what we're doing. So please just send us a letter, and maybe you could tell us what to do, because we don't know what to do. So if you have any ideas, right? Maybe you have some kind of crazy idea. Let us know, because we don't know what's going on here. Everyone's quitting. It's really bad. So and NEC Japan seems really mad at us. So just send us a letter and tell us how we should run our business. Hey Noah, how's it going? The CD-ROM was out. It didn't come out with the system. The CD-ROM, the TG16 CD-ROM came out in November. It came out in November. The system came out August 29th. And then the add-on came out in November, which was, it was kind of surprisingly fast, but it was already out in Japan. So had been out for a little bit, in fact. So yeah, it did come out in November. And there was only 2 games the entire year for the CD-ROM system. Fighting Street Fighter 1, and I think Jack Nicklaus Golf, I want to say, are the 2 games that came out for it. That was it. No, there might have been something else. We'll look. I have them in the ODE. We'll look at what they are. I think those might have been the 2 games, which is you're basically playing Street Fighter. Ysbook 1 and 2 on display. Those now, that was a good game. I think that came out the next in February of '90. So the Ys games did come out, but later on, which were awesome. See, they also had they had Valis, Valis 2, I think, came out, which was a pretty decent game too. It looked good. All right, so let's see what else we got here.
Now,
a little bit more.
For some PC Engine action from Japan, check it out.
Okay, all right, this is important. Now, this was a good move. Now, we've been discussing all the bad moves that NEC of America made here, right? This was a good move. Because they were actually going yo, there's a lot of games out in Japan. There's a shit ton of games out in Japan. I know you guys have been telling us this console has no games. Well, guess what? We got games. They're just a long way away. And eventually, you're going to get these games too, but not really. Eventually, you'll have those games. Altered Beast? Why did they do that? All Turbografx. No, yeah. Oh, yeah. Altered Beast. Why? It was a launch title for the Genesis. More golf. There's no names for any of these. It's whoa! Japan! Monster Lairs in there, yep. It didn't even come out, KBX, exactly, yep. A lot of the stuff didn't. Oh no, it's okay, no, it's it was a little bit obscure. It's a Fire Pro. Fucking Darius, man. That would have got me interested. Yeah, if they're gonna give me Darius on a console, I would have been into that. They've heard of Neo Turf. Exactly. Thank you for shouting on me. Appreciate it. I don't even know it. More golf. Even more golf. trains. Some train game. That looks pretty cool. What the hell was that? Monster Lair 2 was good. That was a CD game too. Oh wait, that was the other CD game that came out near launch, was Monster Lair 2. How did we make it available? Exactly. Atomic Robo Kid's a great game. Like I said, the PC Engine, the library's incredible. It's amazing. Chase HQ. This is just, look at this! All right, now we're scraping the bottom of the barrel. How few of these came to the U.S.? All right, so we'll have no Rico on while I kind of... So someone asked me earlier up there, like, well, what would have you... Dark asked me, what would have you done differently? What would you have done differently? Okay. And this is kind of along the lines of what I would have done differently. I would have made sure that that all of these amazing games that they had for the PC Engine in Japan were lined up, ready to rock and roll for at least that launch window of between August and December, where there was nothing that came out. We should have had tons of Japanese games that would have been easy to localize. Weird shmups, action games, action platformers. I don't know, golf. Do whatever you need to do. Just get that stuff out and then market it as like the cool, exotic, cool kid, which they seem like they were trying to go with, system with like weird RPGs and all kinds of stuff on it. And that would have even gotten my attention back then, because that would have made it different from Sega's strategy of, we're kind of the crazy arcade guy console, which quite frankly worked on me. But I think if they had made it more like, we have all these weird Japanese games, some of which are really good, because some of these games were great, and they played that up and made sure they were localized in time, even if they half-assed it. Like, let's just, come on, just get them out. Get them out the door for that launch window. That's what I think could have saved this. I think it could have done well. Let me catch up with chat real quick before you go on. Forest of Eden was the first CD RPG either. Yep. Golf games can be cool. I love Neo Turf Masters. So you guys know that. They should have sold it as the future. Yeah, and they could have done that. But even more than that, this was rare games straight from Japan. Exactly, Dark. I feel like this was just, they had a great little like window here, because at the same time that this kid was coming out, anime was kind of just becoming like an underground interest right here. It was just becoming a bit of a thing. I think they could have sold it as, but like a Weeb console. They could have totally done that. And been like, these are exotic games from Japan. If you want to play the cool games that Japan gets, that you're not going to get in any other console, this is where they are. Now, would that have worked? I don't know. Maybe that's too like hipster-ish for 89 to have worked in a packed video game market. I'm not sure, but it seems like it would have been a better strategy than whatever the hell they were doing here. And you can see they were trying to kind of figure that out with this long form promo piece here, but my God, like that would have been where to go. Just like, here's a bunch of crazy Japanese games. If you want to play the crazy Japanese games, this is a console that you can play them on. Sonic came out, they could have trounced Sega. Yeah, totally. They edited the ending of Bonk's Revenge to make Bonk look more extreme and angry looking, right? They feared releasing quirky Japanese games in the market that would not sell. Yeah, which was a mistake. See, I actually think they should have doubled down on that, because that's what they had tons of on the PC Engine, which was highly successful in Japan. Give us the quirky, weird games. Someone asked me something up here, I think about Haunted Castle. Yes, can I make a Haunted Castle remake? What do you think about that? I think I'm going to have to play it just to see how angry I can get at Haunted Castle remake now. It's giving me a reason to play it again in October, just so I can get super mad and pissed off. and eventually beat it, just like we beat Haunted Castle. We will take down the remake to Konami. Mama Steak Mug, we're just talking more about the bad marketing that NEC had going on here. But yeah, that's what it was. They could have positioned it as like all these cool games that are hidden from you in Japan as like a Western video gamer. All these crazy games you don't get there. We're gonna make them available to you. You're gonna get weird games like No Rico, whatever the hell's going on there. You're gonna get dating sims that the girl's clothes might explode. We don't know. Do you? They could have totally done that. And it probably would have sold really well. It probably would have been like you would have had enthusiasts jumping on it, just how they embraced it in Japan. The like enthusiast gamer market absolutely embraced the PC Engine because it had the weird stuff even in Japan. They could have done that. Go exotic. Exactly, Moosey. That's what they should have done. Was importing games. A lot of magazines were importing stuff. In fact, like I said, I was mentioning this at the beginning of the stream, how a lot of folks in that window where there were 4 games at launch and then nothing came out until like late November, people were importing games from magazines and modding, using like early mods on their Turbografx 16 to play the games, to defeat the region lock. In fact, you could even, there are ads from some of those, specifically European, if I remember correctly, stuff like that where they would like mod your system out to be able to play Japanese games. Because they knew that there's a huge library sitting in Japan. Shadow of the Ninja remake out. That's awesome. I love that game. Sell it as the boutique system. Exactly. Because that has, I mean, look at how it worked out. Look at how it worked out for SNK. I know a lot of people think that the Neo Geo was like a failure. The Neo Geo was not a failure. The AES wasn't a failure. It made money. SNK kept it around for an extremely long time. It was still going in the 2000s because it was making money for them. It seemed like it was a failure with that price tag, and I think it has that reputation, but it's not deserved. Like the Neo Geo actually did well for SNK as the super expensive boutique, weird, high-powered race car, exotic sports car console. And I think that they could have taken a little bit of that page out of SNK's book and gone in that direction. And I think it would have kept it around. I really do. Especially with the CD-ROM. You know what they should have done? We were talking about this. This is what they should have done. This right here. This is what they should have done. This should have been the Turbografx 16. And it could have been. It came out in 89. This should have been the Turbografx 16. They should have just marketed the Super Graphics here as a high-end console that had awesome arcade quality graphics and sound. Yes, it should have been the Turbo, and that would have changed the whole scene. The Super Graphics would have changed it completely, and it would have given all the development that they wasted on this thing, being a failure in Japan. It would have completely worked, and make it backwards compatible with all their software that was already out for the PC Engine, which it was. Perfect strategy. There's an alternate reality, alternate universe where this became, the Super Graphics became the Turbografx. That could have happened, and it didn't, and it should have. Comparing the Neo Geo, the Turbografx 16 favorably, right? Would have gotten half the games we didn't, right? The menu goes back in time to simultaneously work at 7 different console companies, so they all succeed. The man, right? Who, without ever meeting himself, right? No, that would have worked. I feel like that would have worked. It would have solved every single problem, including the failure of the Super Graphics in Japan. Easy to port PC Engine games, and people would have been able to buy games, little to no dialogue, language barriers, sold them in US and Japan. Exactly. Perfect. And you would have had new development for the Super Graphics too. Imagine the arcade ports you would have gotten. Imagine the stuff that was planned but never actually happened, that would have utilized both the power of the Super Graphics with the CD-ROM expansion. That would have blown people's mind back in 1990. That would have blown people's freaking mind. the Turbografx power, which was pushing close to the SNES in terms of horsepower, if not more in some ways, plus the CD-ROM for storage. Huge. Anyway, let's go see what else they're selling us. I like this. I'm gonna play this. This game looks fantastic. Yeah. Yeah, Noriko. That man has no arm. That's a great game too. I think there's a translation of that. Cobra. Yep. There was a Cobra game. Yeah. Yep. It's a visual novel, and I believe there's a translation. Maybe. It's a visual novel. Uh-oh. This did look cool though. Like, I'll be honest. The Sega Saturn, yeah, Cobra Play. Okay, cool. Holy shit. This looks badass. That's insane. But again, like, that's what I would have said. Like, this looks cool. I would have that would have gotten me invested in this.
Turbografx 16, the next generation video game system, is available at authorized Turbografx 16 toy stores and at
Here we go again. I gotta pull out. We got a 60 stream streak from Wintermute. Thank you so much. Safika's got a 15 stream streak too. Authorized Turbografx 16 toy stores? What the hell is that? Authorized Turbografx 16 toy stores? What are you doing? Like, just pay someone to put the stupid consoles in their store, guys, or electronic stores. And by that, they mean Radio Shack. That's what they mean. They mean it's in Radio Shack. Oh, God.
electronic stores where quality NEC products are sold.
Radio Shack. We're sorry, Sears, you're not good enough. And that's it. That's it. That's the, do I have another one? It might be something. Hold on, let's see if we get something else here. Oh, I'm not going to go all the way through this one. This one's long, but we'll skip it.
Power up with the powerful Turbografx 16-bit system that puts you in control of intense gaming excitement for just $99.99.
Look at those squiggly lines back there. Look at the squiggles. That shows me that this is the console that has the real power. Sega doesn't have brightly colored Memphis-style squiggles in their backgrounds. Okay, this is it. It's also $100 now. Let's go. I'll go to Radio Shack and buy a Turbografx. Yes. It wasn't Toys R Us, so it wasn't Toys R Us. Toys R Us was one of the few places you could get one outside of Radio Shack. Now with Trapper Keeper graphics, exactly. This is aesthetic. This is pretty cool, actually. I'm kind of cracking on it, but I'm kind of digging the vaporwave Turbografx 16. They could sell me on
to play games like Keith Courage and this $50 value.
Keith Courage. Look, Keith Courage is not the worst game ever made. All right, it's not that bad. But they gotta stop with the Keith Courage. Like, just blazing lasers, shove it in the box, put it in the smoking box, and shut it, and there you go. Just put blazing lasers in the box. There's still, this is like a year and a half later. The console now has a price cut. They're paying people $50 to buy it if you look at the other commercial, and we're still putting Keith Courage in there. It's just not going to work, guys. It's not even that bad of a game, but it's not going to work.
That's right. Bonk is back in the all-new Bonk's Revenge.
Bonk's Revenge is out. And we're still packing Keith Courage in.
More powerful power-ups.
Bonk.
And pre-hysterical action.
Didn't they do that eventually?
Cracking up when you're not cracking heads.
O'Reilly's Auto Parts. Yeah, right.
You're in for more adventure.
I've never played
in
this.
Ghost Manor. Find
Ghost
the secret
Manor?
passage into this mansion and find way scary surprises. Uh-oh, Orb Gamut. Waste this ghost or you'll be toast.
Yeah, you heard that right.
Turbografx 16-bit technology has pumped up Master Higgins and this Nintendo classic. New Adventure Island with faster action, superior graphics, and more intense gameplay.
Simulation. Okay, I'm on the free ball. Okay, you
Don't
did get
just watch the action.
Oh
Be
God,
the
Gunboat.
action as you
That game
command
is
gunboat
awful.
against Colombian drug lords, rebel armies, and the Viet Cong. 3D
I probably would have bought
graphic
that too and been
simulation puts you
disappointed. Falcon
in the
was
cockpit
good.
of an F-16 Falcon
I played that on PC.
as you take out strategic ground targets,
Falcon was good.
dogfight with enemy MiGs, and dodge enemy missiles.
Yeah. No, Falcon was good. I don't know how this version was, but Adventure Island's great.
You say you've been bitten by Hecate, Queen of Darkness. You've got a problem. You haven't your...
Yeah, I think you do have a problem at this point. Holy shit. What was this? I don't know this game. I feel like we have to play this for Halloween, though. This is on the Halloween list.
Dawn to fight
This
your
game
way
is
as
shit
werewolves,
nice. We're playing this
witches, and
October.
vampires to
This looks
find
aw-
a
what is
cure
this?
Before
I don't know this
you
game.
become
You've
one
got
of the
a
night
problem.
creatures.
I got it wrong, too. It's like, what?
In TG-16 Action Kung Fu, you
Oh, that's
are
great. Jackie Chan's Action Kung Fu
as
is
you
good.
punch, kick, dive,
That's a
and
good
flip
game.
your way past molten lava pits. The Skull and Crossbones 2. Even man-eating tigers before you square off against the Prince of Sorcerers.
Exactly. Strategery.
You're a gladiator
You're
in
a
the
gladiator.
wildest game in space, intergalactic space hockey. Sound and graphics are out of this world, and the action is so intense, you'll go ballistics.
Wow. Role playing. They should have focused on that.
The saga continues in the all-new Newtopia 2.
Yep.
Collect medallions and weapons with secret
Like Blues
powers to
Brothers and
find your
Wayne's World,
father,
but night
defeat
creatures.
the evil dirt,
So
and
not
save
nightmare
Newtopia.
creatures, night
More
creatures.
levels of play, higher intensity graphics,
I've never played the
more
sequel.
powerful
Is the sequel
role-playing
good?
action than ever before. Live
I've never
the
played
fantasy
Newtopia
of
2.
this ultimate
played
Dungeons
one.
and Dragons quest. Order of the Griffin.
Order
So
of
many
the
adventures
Griffin.
and mysteries. It's a whole new game every time you play.
Every time. Sports.
Step out of the bush leagues and step up to big league sports action with TV Sports Baseball.
Sequel wasn't as good. Yeah, I like the first one. Power up.
Power up with the ultimate in handheld portability.
I think they're about to sell us
the
Turbo
Turbo
Express.
Turbo
Big
chip
League
technology
Hey, General
you can
Andrews.
take
How's it
anywhere.
going? Welcome in.
The same Turbo
We get a
chip
shout
that
out
plays
for,
your
General.
favorite Turbografx 16 games.
Oh, this
drives
kid's
your
ready to
handheld
rock.
Turbo
Look at him.
Express.
Look
For
at
a
him.
limited time only,
Yeah.
you get your choice of 4 free games.
Look at
from
that
these
background, man. I'm look, okay. I've been cracking on the marketing on NEC's marketing for the Turbografx 16 for almost 2 hours now. And I have to admit, they would have had me with just brightly colored Trapper Keeper Lisa Frank backgrounds that if that happened every time I played a game and they kind of got 9-year-old me into that thinking, I probably would have bought one. I would have begged my parents for one. That would have worked. They should have started with that. General Andrews, good to see you here.
6 titles. Pac-Land,
Pac-Land.
Vigilante, Victory Run, Alien Crush, Fantasy Zone, Power Golf.
It's like a Time Life,
Think you've
a
seen it
Time
all
Life
when it
music
comes to
commercial
arcade quality graphics?
with greatest hits
Think
such
again
as.
and get ready to power up
This kid's ready to rock.
with CD sound.
Holy
graphics,
crap, he's got it
and
all
action
connected.
so real you'll never look at video games the same way again. This CD player can play standard audio discs and adapt to the new CD Plus G. But brace
He's
yourself
rocking
for a
out.
shock. All this
He's
CD
rocking
power
out.
is only
$149.
but not forever. So power
That's
up
a good
fast.
deal, actually. That's not bad. It's like, please buy this.
Match wits with this CD strategy game, Pumping World. Shoot down King Ball's crazy attack balls
Hell
and
yeah,
defeat his
Pumping
henchmen.
World.
Or find yourself behind the 8 ball.
They really want you to know you can play CDs on
dramatic CD action.
Oh, Valis 3 that gets
come
a
alive
trip.
as you unleash the
We
power
finished the
of
X68K version of
Valis
this.
sword against the Fiend Ramses and his
This
bloodthirsty
game is
forces
weird. 3
in
is weird.
Valis 3.
Like, even for a Valis game, it's weird.
Lose yourself in the action and drama of over 20 animated cinema displays in Cosmic Fantasy 2.
See, they're starting to
as
get
you
it.
and your companions crusade against the evil Gollum and his armies.
They're starting to get it.
With CD action this realistic, you'll swear
I had this
you're
for my
really
CDI.
commanding samurai troops against
Lords
the
of the Rising Sun. I
warlord
had this
who
for the
killed your
CDI.
father
It was
in
kind of cool.
Lords of the Rising Sun.
Talk about the cutscenes, exactly. They came from the desert.
Don't look now, but monstrous mutant atomic ants are coming in. It came
Noah,
from
hey,
the desert.
I am
Sunlight
glad.
life
Thank
is
you for
no
being here.
picnic.
That's
Only
what it's all about,
Turbografx
right?
and CD Thrillovision.
We're probably
will plug you
playing
smack dab
this
in the middle of this
in
hilariously
October, folks.
scarifying
So
50s
get
sci-fi
ready.
thriller.
Get ready.
Anybody bring a can of Raid?
It's happening.
Power up with Turbografx 16-bit gaming excitement. Power up with Turbo Express for home and away games. Power up
Yeah,
with
kid.
Turbografx
He's
CD
like,
games
I got my
so
backpack.
real, they
My
are
parents
unreal.
are loaded.
You've waited long enough.
I got the
Harness power
handheld,
of
the
Turbografx
CD,
16 system for
everything.
yourself
I got it
and
all.
Power up.
So good. And narrator's advertisement
Look for
footage.
more and
It's
more new
NEC
titles
after all,
for the
right?
Turbografx Entertainment System.
That's what they knew. A ShamWow. A can of Raid, yeah. But we're not done yet. We got more. This isn't even started. Hold on. We're going to learn more, everyone.
You've had a taste of
Just a
Turbografx
taste. Just a
16-bit
taste of
gaming
Turbografx.
intensity, and now you're hungry for more.
I am.
Get ready
I'm
to
hungry.
power up. Turbografx 16-bit power brings you more fantastic new turbo chip games.
Like Darkwing Duck.
Help Darkwing Duck.
Is this
Disney's
one
most
the one that's
daring
not
drake,
good?
Take on the underworld.
Is this like the bad
notorious
Darkwing Duck?
Steelbeak is developing
Or is it the
a
good
secret
Darkwing
weapon
Duck? I
and
can never
plotting
remember.
to take over the city. Quick, piece together the clues and
Remember one's
thwart
like a
this
bad one,
foul
one's a good one?
fiend.
Maybe. We'll see.
Man
There
the
we go.
battle
Soldier
station.
Blade. Okay.
Soldier
All right.
Blade.
That's a
rocks the
really
screen in
good
the
game.
sequel to the hit
That's a
Superstar
really, really
Soldier.
good game.
Prepare for high-tech shooting adventure with more exciting stages.
Soldier
Deadlier
Blade
enemies. More sophisticated weapons.
That's the bad one. Yeah, I
and
thought so.
more
I thought that was the
powerful power-ups. It's Bonk to the future with an all-new Bonk.
As Bonk Cyborg, you will battle King Gruul's
Oh, here we
Earth
go.
invaders, but this time you have more than
Good
just
game,
a
though.
hard head.
Good game.
Discover hidden powers
Airs
beneath
on.
those sunglasses and the lightning bolt on your forehead.
That's the one that's pure shit.
Happy
I
bonking.
thought it was. I thought it was, yeah. Oh, look at him. Look at this
Power
kid.
up.
Look at him.
With TurboTap.
He's into this
the
shit.
exclusive Turbografx feature that lets 5 players
He
play
doesn't have any
simultaneously.
friends. Give me a break.
Still hungry for more?
He doesn't
Get
need a
ready
tur-
for
he doesn't need the
Power
Turbo
Plus.
Tap.
It's called the Super CD-ROM
If it
upgrade
wasn't
card,
complicated
and it's your
enough.
ticket to a new world of gaming excitement. Add the upgrade card to your Turbografx CD system, and suddenly you've got Power Plus. CD Power Plus new Turbografx 2 megabit technology. With your new Super CD-ROM upgrade card, you can play all the standard
Oh,
Turbo
get
Chip
your
1 megabit
arcade
CD
card
games,
ready, kids.
plus an all-new
Gotta get
lineup
the
of
arcade
2
card
megabit
ready.
hits. Thrill to longer, more challenging games with sharper graphics, faster action, bigger characters,
It was too confusing.
better sound,
It was
and
too
more
confusing.
realistic animation than ever before. And now, let the games begin.
All right, so now we're advertising. Oh, Prince of Persia. This was a cool port.
In Prince of Persia, you must hurry, Effendi. You have but 1 hour to survive the lethal traps of a diabolical labyrinth and rescue your princess from the clutches of an evil minister.
Oh my God.
2 megabit action is so real, you may wish never to leave, Sahib.
In Age of Thunder, lasers flash, planets clash, and there's only one person crazy enough to take on a
Wow,
gang of
they're like close
galactic
enough.
killers marauding
Close
your
enough.
planet.
It sounds that's
2
Persian,
megabit power
sure,
makes
whatever.
each time you play
Close
feel like
enough.
the first with easy, hard, and devil levels of play.
Camp California.
Whoa, so
Whoa.
solution, dude. Wacky animals dodge hostile crabs and seagulls in their fight
This
for
looks
the
great.
California
I'll play this
environment.
one.
And Camp California. Way cool Beach Boy tunes accompany this CD hit.
What? Oh, here's Shadow of the Beast, my favorite game, everyone.
Transformed
until you play it.
Shadow of the Beast. Barehanded, you must confront medieval monsters.
Oh, I'm like angry just watching
battle.
It's making me angry.
Your way back to human
just
form.
watching.
The 2 megabit graphics and sound are
look at how good the cutscenes look.
Not even the cops.
Oh no, we finished this, Riot City a few months ago. Remember this?
In this 2-player action adventure, Riot City. It's just you and your pal.
It's just you and your buds.
City of bad dogs with attitudes.
Bad dogs with attitudes. Man, this atrocity from my screen.
In Shapeshifter, the power to change your shape is your only
it's a
hope
great demo
against
for the Amiga,
forces of the Dark Ones. Fantastic backgrounds, sound, and live actor voices all shape
live
up to
as
an
opposed to
incredible
not
epic
live
adventure.
I haven't played that. Is that good?
In Dragon Slayer, Auto Battle Mode and Dragonflight grant you the power to vanquish foes and destroy your father's dastardly enemy. Experience incredible CD graphics and sound as you grow from young
now
warrior
that does
to
look very
legendary
impressive.
hero.
And that's the kind of stuff they should have gone with. Just show more of that. Oh,
Once, long ago, there lived a guild
people
of
know that came out
weavers
for
whose
the PC
skill at the loom transcended mere cloth and fabric. Lucasfilm magic
Who's still
recalls
at the
the days of dragons and sorcery as you, Bobbin, weave a tapestry of spells to rescue
Not the
your
FM
guild
Towns
and the
version,
universe from
but still very good.
unspeakable catastrophe.
Just show more Dragon Slayer, exactly.
Watch for these and other action-adventure classics: Dynastic Hero, Dungeon Explorer 2, Phantasy Star Soldier, Sim Earth, Dangerous Dimension, Raise Amber 3, and Spriggan. Power Plus.
We didn't get a few of those. There were some of those did not come out here. Okay, some of those shmups did not hit. Did not hit the States. Some of them should. They should have. But yeah. Did any of them? I think one. None of the shmups there ever hit here. Not a single one. They were being very very
with TurboTap, gaming intensity to the
ambitious
power. Only Turbografx gives you the key to unlock the next dimension of CD
Explorer
reality.
2 came out. Okay,
so
yeah,
go
I
ahead,
thought one, yeah.
enter the world of Turbografx and experience Power Plus.
Power Plus. This was the. I guess this was going to be their version of the arcade card. That's what they were planning with this. So that was their.
Look for more and more new titles for the Turbografx Entertainment System.
The most exciting news in the world of video games has been 1 megabit CD technology.
They really want us to buy one.
2 words describe a phenomenon that has arrived upon the scene like a force of nature.
Force.
Turbo Duo Power.
Holy crap. That's a cool font.
With 4 times the memory of 1 megabit CDs, the Turbo Duo takes gaming power to the next level of excitement.
Spoon, thank you for hanging out today.
More compelling games with
that you will never get.
Sharp graphics, larger characters, more realistic animation, faster action, superior scrolling, deadlier bosses, scarier scaling, and more challenging levels of play.
Made a direct before.
With the Turbo Duo, you can play standard Turbo.
You know what? The Duo is a great console.
CDs, as well as 2
the Duo is an
games.
awesome console. It's a little expensive.
Turbo Duo is the ultimate machine with the ultimate game offer. 2
that's the problem.
CDs
It's a little
and
expensive.
Turbo chip game, 5 separate games,
okay,
at a
all
value
right.
of $250, and you won't believe
There's
what's
Gate of
included.
Thunder in there too, which is pretty
Keys
cool.
1 and 2, the sensational role-playing epic, the tremendously popular Bonk's Adventure, starring Bonk, the hilarious head-banging caveman who started
You
it
love
all.
Bonk.
Bonk's Revenge,
Everyone loves
smash
Bonk.
hit sequel with more power and badder bosses. The Turbo Chip game Dungeon Explorer that lets up to 5 players try to survive death traps and monster guardians.
Yeah.
And last but not least, Gate of Thunder, the outrageous intergalactic shoot-'em-up with multiple levels of play.
It's a good game. Gate of Thunder is a great shmup.
You'll also receive Turbo Force, the official CD magazine.
What? A
Packed
magazine?
With facts, hints, news, and reviews
I can read
of the
about
hottest
my
2
video
megabit
games?
and breakthrough CD technology. But it doesn't stop there.
It doesn't?
Turbo Duo includes a valuable coupon book.
A coupon
with
book?
on Turbo Duo products totaling as much as $50.
Turtling?
Now, for the all-star lineup of Turbo
Exactly,
Duo's
Dark. They should have been pushing these.
Let the
They didn't know what
games
games.
begin.
They had no idea where they were going with the they could have marketed those games, and people would have been down with
Prince
that.
of Persia, you must hurry up the lethal traps of a diabolical labyrinth and rescue
It ended
your
quicker than
princess
Sega
from the
Visions.
clutches
Yeah,
of
I've
an
never heard of
evil
it. I've never seen
minister.
an issue of
2
it.
megabit
There probably was like
action,
one.
so real,
The
you
first
may
issue,
wish
that
to
was it.
leave, Sahib.
Here we go again. This is a good. Gate of Thunder's good.
Lasers flash, planets clash,
Gate of Thunder's a
and
great-
there's
great
only one person crazy enough to take on a gang of galactic killers marauding your planet. You!
You!
2 megabit power makes each time you play feel like the first with easy, hard, and devil levels of play.
Okay.
Surf's up and whoa.
Well, we already saw. We already saw it.
Dude.
Wacky
this is
animals
a-
stop under his thumb.
We saw that. Adventure, which going in this now. Shapeshifter. This is all.
Once lost from Dungeon Explorer 2, Fantasy Star Soldier, Sim
It's
Earth,
insanely good. It's a
Dangerous
fantastic
Dimension,
game.
Ray's Amber 3, and Spriggan. You've had this coming to you for a long time. Step up to the power.
That sounds like a threat, NEC. Jeez. I'm like, what did I do to you guys? I know I bought a Genesis and everything, but you had this coming to you for a long time. Like, there might have been a better way to phrase that. They're threatening us with the system. You've had this coming to you for a long time. You son of a bitch. You fucking deserve this. You should have bought this shit back in 1989. And now, you get what you fucking deserve. Like, what are they doing? What are they doing here? Oh my God.
Or you deserve.
You deserve.
When it comes to intense gaming excitement, there are only 2 words you need to know. Turbo Duo Power.
That's 3 words. That's not 2 words. That's 3. Okay, I guess Turbo Duo is 1 word. Sure. Okay. Anyway, hold on. There we go. All right. Back to this. That's 3 words. I do like when they threatened us, though. I do think that is the best part. I like how they waited until the very end. Waited until the very end to threaten us. Just like, if you don't fucking buy this console, you're gonna get what's coming to you. Every time you play with that stupid hedgehog and that goddamn plumber, we're watching. This shit has a CD-ROM bolted onto the back of it. Okay, does your other consoles have that? No. Threatening 9-year-olds in 1990. Yes, they threatened us with 3 words. Exactly. So anyway, I hope that was a bit of a fun walk down memory lane of how the Turbografx 16 was advertised. And this is the problem. Like, this is a great console. I really do want to get that across to everyone. Like, I love the TG16 and I love the PC Engine. It completely kicks ass. If you looked at what the PC Engine was doing in Japan, starting in 1987, it is incredible. Okay, they did, Hudson and NEC did such a good job with this console. Amazing software, great, some of the best shmups of all time, console shmups of all time, have hit on this system. And it was just really good. How they dropped the ball so badly here. It's almost like this was made to be a success. And they decided to sabotage it because the way they marketed it was just so bad. And it could have been the cool guy Japanese game console, which I think would have also worked for Sega with the Saturn. I always felt the Saturn should have gone that way too, because the Saturn got so many great games. And it's well remembered now, but at the time it's like, I feel like all the stuff that we got for the Saturn wasn't even the top stuff of the console. And that's a little bit what was going on here. And I think it's just like you can see with that late commercial where they're threatening us now, that they were starting to get that. They were starting to figure it out. Like, check out these awesome looking games with these like animated cutscenes and CD-ROM sound and all this cool stuff. but it was just too late. It was too late. Sega had a firm hold on the early 16-bit market, and then once the SNES hit, I mean, it's over. So it just didn't have to be this way, and that's like 35 years now in the future where we dwell now, this dystopian hellhole in which we dwell. We can now see, like, this didn't have to be a failure. This just didn't have to be a failure. Jess had it on the side, right? Mr. Johnny, we'll do Johnny Turbo at some point. We absolutely will. The Saturn has a 3D console. Yeah, Brinoplasty, exactly. They didn't want any of the 2D stuff here. It was kind of the way Sony was operating a little bit with like the PS2, where they, or even honestly a little bit even the PS1 to be fair, but they just didn't want to show the 2D games because they felt that would mean it was inferior to the PlayStation, and that was a mistake. That was a huge mistake. Big mistake. But that's the thing about the Turbografx 16. It wasn't just one issue here. There were multiple problems, multiple issues that all kind of led to increasingly worse problems, and that's what brought it down. This should not have failed. If they had anybody who was like savvy enough in import gaming, that would have been brought in to be part of the marketing team with this, I feel like this would have been a no-brainer. I feel like even as far out as mid-1990, late 1990, they could have even saved it. If they pushed it with that library. The library was so much better than Sega's. It was so good. It was huge. Sega didn't have the library the PC Engine had in Japan. And I really feel like if they had pushed that Japanese gaming angle, man, with the CD-ROM and everything, maybe that was too new. Maybe it was too like high tech for people at the time, and they didn't. CD-ROM was just too complicated or crazy for people to latch onto. But it would have been. It was a while before we got the Sega CD. Think about how long it took. It was a long time. The Genesis never had a library. Right? No, it's the PC Engine had a much better library in Japan. JRPG craze, the PS1, surely, exactly. That like if you could go back in time and kind of like reorganize this whole thing, we could have had an amazing JRPG console in 1990 playing CD-ROM JRPGs. That's amazing to think about. That wouldn't happen until 96 here. That wouldn't really catalyze in the West in general until 1996, which is unbelievable to think about. That's an eternity back in those days when it came to technology. That's an eternity. 1990, we would have had that. Would have beat Sony to the punch. Exactly. And you know what else it might have meant? It might have made, I don't know if mine's accessible here. Hold on. Pull it out. I think it's accessible. Yeah, it's accessible. Would have made this bad boy, who no one liked, poor guy. It would have made this probably more of a success too. Because this could have been a hell of an JRPG machine rather than a porn machine, which it does really well. I actually love the PCFX. I think this is a great machine. I really do. I love this thing. It gets a bad rap. I love it. I think it's got some cool games. But this could have been a success too. This thing could have been big too. So it's like lots of problems, just lots of mistakes. Yeah. Anyway, let's check out the launch lineup, shall we? Was new and hot, and Square took advantage of it. It's true, yeah. And there was like the whole like start and stop thing with Nintendo, that they were, Sony and Nintendo. That's a story that everyone knows at this point, and like a lot of crazy stuff happened. Let's talk more about the porn machine. I'm going to save the porn machine for another stream, okay? Because the PC FX has been a notoriously hard system to capture. But if you're all very patient, if everyone's very good, you might be getting a PC FX stream soon of what I can stream from the PC FX. Never seen a Turbografx before, and now that you showed it, I think it's one of the coolest looking consoles. I agree on Legion. I think the Turbografx, I am one of the biggest Turbografx fanboys on earth. I love this freaking system. I have the console. I have a few. I don't have all the games. I wish I did. I'm missing a couple of the expensive ones, but all 6 of them, right? But I am a huge fanboy because it's the hardware in the Turbografx is incredible. Like they really, it's better technically if you want to look at it just raw horsepower. It could have blown the SNES away. Like it had that. They were really packing a lot of punch into that, and there were some opportunities based on how those ASICs worked to do some incredibly cool shit. There were like 5. There's a processor. There's an ASIC that's on the board of the Turbografx that just controls scrolling planes, so it wouldn't have to use the main CPU for that, and it could handle like 7 or something crazy. It's ridiculous. It's amazing system. They just canned it after 2 months. They didn't like how it sold around the holidays. They were like, let's dump it. I just showed you the PCFX. The Turbografx is this guy. This is the Turbografx right here. But the PCFX was also pretty powerful. But honestly, there were things that it wasn't as powerful at 2D as the Turbografx was. But yeah, NEC started to make mistakes even in Japan, and that's why the PCFX was a massive failure, and ended up kind of being the end for their hardware business in terms of that video games. Wayne's World she'll be mine, Garth. One day she'll be mine. And every time you see a TG60 in the wild local stores, then balk at the price. Yeah, no, I know they've been going up in price too. They've been going up in price. A lot of them is just because of the supply is kind of low. Like there weren't many sold because you would have had to buy it at Radio Shack or Toys R Us back in the day. Anyway, I think we should play some games. I think that's probably the next thing here. So I'm glad we've all sat through the educational part of the stream. We learned about how not to market your 16-bit console in America. NEC used to build computers. Oh yeah. They still did, to be fair. And even after all this debacle went down, they still continued to build fairly decent PCs in Japan. They did pretty well with that still, but as far as the video gaming business goes, they were out of that as far as hardware went. PC Engine's not region free. No, they were region locked, and that was unfortunate. Thankfully, early on though, people did figure out very quick and efficient ways to mod them. The region mod was one of the earliest mods that the PC Engine got. The only one, or the PC Engine and the Turbografx 16. The only one the Turbografx 16 people figured out how to do was to hack in AV output, because it only had antenna out. Horrible, freaking terrible move. So people were able to put AV out on their PC Engines without buying the turbo booster. So that was the first mod. But then people quickly realized, hey, there's tons of games out in Japan. I want to import some of those. So they got a region mod. And there actually wasn't a good RGB mod for the TG16 or PC Engine until like the mid-2000s. It took a long time for people to do that. That one took some time. PC gaming has taken off in Japan the last decade or so. Do people tend to build PCs over there, or do they buy pre-builts? It's a good question. I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure. I have a feeling they're probably more into a lot of pre-built stuff, but I'm not sure. I don't know. I know they've gotten more into PC gaming though. Which initially, I mean, for the longest time, that was always kind of something that didn't exist that much. All right. Anyway, we're gonna start out with Alien Crush. I love the pinball games for the PC Engine. I always have. I love these freaking games. Devil's Crush is great. Alien Crush is cool. These were just amazing games, and I'm not gonna spend tons of time with this because we're gonna play fast. And we got different music. We're gonna play Demons Undulate. We're gonna start with that one. I'm gonna turn off my turbo, so that wouldn't be good. We're gonna chill and play some pinball. Gotta take apart his... These are just cool, like, virtual pin games, though. They're so much fun. Come on, pop out again. There we go. Knock that off. Yeah! One more. Oh, we can get him. We can get him. Ha! That worked. Nice. Boom. We need time to pop in a CD and rock. Exactly. Exactly. We have to pop in a CD and rock out at some point tonight. It's part of it. I got to jam with my controller. Egg Consoles TG16 ROMs on the Switch eShop. No, Dark, I don't. Oh shit! Yeah, I lost. I knew that was happening. No, that wasn't too bad. We knocked down 2 of them. Could have been better. So this was a launch title, like an actual launch title. This came out with the console. And sold very well in Japan. Oh, crap. In fact, I have a copy. Where's my big stack of stuff here? Hold on, let's get that on the big stack of stuff. Here we go. So I think, do I have it in this stack? Or is it a different stack? No, it's a different stack. I got too many. I have too many PC Engine games. Is it in this stack, maybe? Yeah, it's here. So here's what it looks like. I don't have much TG16 stuff, but I have a lot of PC Engine games. But this is Alien Crush for the PC Engine, and this sold very well in Japan. This did very, very well. Both these games, Devil's Crush did too. Virtual pinball games back in the 90s. Yeah, it was like a whole genre. It's a genre I'm kind of into too. They're just chill games to play. Like, they're a lot of fun. I gotta lock all 4 of those. Come on. That's bad. We're back here again. I feel like Devil's Crush has like a slightly deeper rule set. Oh, nice. But some of the artwork in this one is just really memorable. What Guitar Hero is to guitar, right? Pretty much. Pretty much, yeah. But hey, there's like cool things you can do in virtual pinball you can't do on real tables, like all these weird like bonus stages and everything, which makes virtual pinball kind of neat. Or video pinball. Oh crap! Come on, that wasn't that good. Space Cadet pinball. Everybody played that. Everybody played Space Cadet pinball. And Shaggy bringing the raid. Hello, Shaggy. How was your stream? What were you up to tonight? Welcome, man. Awesome, awesome streamer, folks. If you haven't checked out Shaggy, you really should. Plays some of the stuff we've been talking about tonight, in fact. Oh, look at here we go, the face huggers, the totally not copyright infringing face huggers coming out. There we go. Oh, we almost locked all 4. Thank you for shouting out, Shaggy. Appreciate that. Oh crap! There we go. Ooh, we got the big bonus shot. Shaggy, how was your stream? We have been talking on PC Engine all night, or Turbografx 16 all night, with showing lots of commercials and seeing where the mistakes were made by NEC of America. And now we're actually playing some damn video games. How about that? It's incredible what's happening. Yeah, you don't see it. Yeah, this doesn't look like Alien at all. I don't see where Fox would have been upset about this. This one's harder if I remember correctly, yeah. great music too. Oh shit! I totally drained that ball. I didn't see it. Am I into pinball? I do like pinball. I'm more of like an 80s pinball guy. A lot of like the newer tables are a little bit too crazy for me. I do enjoy them every once in a while. I like old school kind of like my favorite table is Gorgar. And it's not just because I have one. Like I really wanted one, but that's like the era that I like. I just like the speed of and simplicity of the scoring in the older tables. And I feel like a lot of new tables like just have like a lot of gimmicks going on, and I see why people are into them. Don't get me wrong, they're super cool. But was the TG16 still around the Jaguar marketing blitz? I don't think it was. I think it was, and if it was like at the very end. That's a whole debacle to talk about too. The Jaguar, man. Oof. I remember that. I remember when they were really like blowing Jaguars out at KB Toys for like $25 back in the day. I remember when they were super cheap. Nice. Nice. Hit all those guys on the side there. Here they come. It's just a, oh boy. Epic pinball, yep. Whoa, shit. Use the nudge button a little bit there, get ourselves out of trouble. I play both this and Devil's Crush a lot, actually. If I'm just looking to like chill and play a PC engine game, these will often end up in the cue card slot. Oh yeah, the challenge. Yeah, we're doing. Zot has put forth a incredible challenge for Super Pac-Man in our Discord in the subscribers club or lounge that ends on Friday. So if you want to get in on that, folks, and you're in there, get those Super Pac-Man scores in, because he's even got, Zot has been cool enough to even write like some serious guides on how to score at Super Pac-Man, and I'm hopefully gonna put my score down. I've been busy, so I haven't really been able to like sit down with it, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to jump into it. So, oh, there we go. Always wanted the links and had that mindset when they announced the Jaguar. None of the games looked good. Yeah, Tempest 2000 was really, or 3000, right? 2000. Tempest 2000 was awesome. Aliens vs. Predator did not look good. It didn't, regardless of what the magazine said. Yeah, it looked like, despite all of the hype and like crazy like Tom and Jerry CPUs, dual CPUs and everything else, the architecture of the Jaguar is actually really freaking cool. Like, they did a cool job from like a pure like tech nerd standpoint. Cracking one of those things open is really cool. It's almost over engineered in a lot of ways, that they put too much focus on certain things, not other focus where it should have been. But like it's neat the way it works. The Neo Geo is even cooler, but the Jaguar actually has a bit of similarity to the Neo Geo architecturally. It's the closest console. The Jaguar is the closest console in terms of pure like architecture of how the bus works to the Neo Geo. In fact, I think they were looking at the Neo Geo and going like, huh, that's a cool way to make this happen. So yeah, Tempest 2000 was the game. Yeah, it was amazing. Don't have any more in you, right? Yeah, it happens on games like that for sure, man. I know what that's like. I've been practicing for a couple games I want to play in on stream in September, and I'm trying to like get a 1cc in something. I'm not going to spoil it yet, but hopefully I'm going to be good enough to at least make an attempt on stream for it. It's a hard game. I'm still on my first credit. Not too bad. It's a decent little bonus. Yeah, there we go. Naxat Soft was a great publisher and developer too. Naxat had some great games. Often overlooked, unless you're a shmup fan, then you kind of know them. But Naxat did some amazing. Oh no! Come on! No! Knock it off! Ah, finally got me. Finally ended my reign of terror. Somebody had a false report in your house, dude. Dude, that's horrible, Shaggy. I'm sorry to deal with that. Oh man, that sucks. People are awful, huh? Aren't people great? Well, I hope things are resolved. Oh, come on. There we go. Nudge that a little bit. Another bonus stage. This is a pretty decent ball. Or credit, rather. Pretty decent credit. Like how you can, when you nudge the table, you nudge the like the characters too, which is kind of cool. So you can knock them into the right spot to hit them. Nudge is very important in this. Use sparingly, but. And while not a launch title, while it would be out in Japan by this point, but the TG16 is responsible for one of my favorite games of all time, which is Silent Debuggers. Silent Debuggers, one of, if not the first-person shooter. But I'm doing a full stream of that probably in September. Finally, I've done like some small streams of it. I want to do a full playthrough of it because it's one of my favorite games. And honestly, when I saw it in a magazine when I was a kid, that was the game that ended up making me really want a Turbografx 16. Not that I got one. My parents were like, no, that's not going to happen. But we just weren't ready for that much power in our household. Damn it. But when I saw Silent Debuggers in a magazine, I'm like, that looks amazing. I love that game so much. Well, that was a pretty... Oh, I gotta stop it. Oh, damn it. It's a pretty decent credit. That was a decent credit. But we'll move on. I think everyone's got a good idea of what Alien Crush is like. Very good pinball game. This was, I believe, the first in the Crush series, too. I might be wrong about that. Correct me if there's one that I didn't know about, but I think this might have been the first in the long-running Crush series, which were Naxat's multi-console pinball games. And all of them are cool. You know, Jackie's Crush, Jackie's Curse, whatever you want to call it. That's on the SNES. A lot of people don't like that one. I kind of like the art. The art's really cool. It's very like Shinto, Japanese themed, and kind of messed up. It's actually really neat. So that's the SNES one. Genesis got ports of these two. But there were a bunch of them. We saw the dance moves be prone to exactly Rixie. My parents saw those commercials and they're like, we're not getting into that. We're not getting into that. That is just too extreme. He'll be playing CDs all hours of the night. All right. We're going to reset and check out more. Devil's Crush might be my favorite too, James. I like Devil's Crush the most. That's the one that I play the most. Look, you can tell how much I love the Turbografx. I'm automatically just drawn to it. I'm just like, we're just gonna play Turbografx games. No, we're gonna go to game series collections and then launch titles. Okay, now again, check this out. Are you seeing a problem here? This 35 years in the future. This indeed was where the problem was. We have August 1989, and that goes right to November 1989. There's nothing in between. There was just, that's it. So in August we got Keith Courage. Maybe we should run some Keith Courage. We'll play a little bit of Keith Courage. I feel like most people have seen it, but I mean, like, what the hell, right? Whoops, I'm just going up again. I'm running away from Keith Courage. Now, we got to show Keith Courage off, because this was such an important title. The board designs as much in Jackie's Crush. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people don't like Jackie's Crush as much as Devil's Darkwing Duck. I think we're gonna save Darkwing for another stream. We'll do Darkwing at some point. Maybe a bad game night. So this was the game, everyone. They're trying to sell everybody for 4 years. It's like get your, don't forget about Keith Courage. What could happen in 2 months, right? Right, exactly. Judgment, is today Judgment Day? Seriously? Holy shit, it is August 29th, yeah. Also Judgment Day, folks. It could have very well just been a few years too late, in fact. We're right there. We're getting close. Looking right on, just 10 years too late. Or 20 years too late. 30 years too late. Yeah, you know. All right, let's do this. Little Keith Courage. I streamed most of this once a long time ago. This game's not that bad. It's really not that bad. I am the prophet. I can warn of danger. This is Rock Zone. This is where we're going to rock. Gladly publish all their titles, even in limited capacity. Feel like at least one option for collectors. Yeah. Oh no, it's 1997. I wish. Thinking on it, I think the Genesis sold you harder just because it felt edgier. It did feel pretty edgy. That's why they marketed a game with bright colors back then. Yeah, no, I know. You know what? The Genesis marketing worked on me. I will admit. But again, the Genesis was kind of targeted towards me. I was an arcade rat. I was hanging out at the arcade more than I was playing video games in my house. That's why it took me so long to get an SNES and everything. I was more of an arcade kid. That's where I was playing Street Fighter 2 and Mortal Kombat down at the arcade after school. That was my video gaming. So to me, the Genesis, having all those arcade ports like Golden Axe and everything else right off the bat, that was targeted towards me. That was like, hey, arcade kid, buy our shit. Bowling alley, yeah, oh yeah, definitely Vrexia, totally. I am Weapons Master. Look for weapons as I sell them to you. Okay, Weapons Master. What the hell is that thing? Jeez. Take that. Cats dropping from the sky. Little red guys running around. Give me the money. That door's locked. This game looks nice. It does look nice. I know it's completely different from what... oh, crap. Well, that didn't go well. The jumping is not nice. Game over. You failed, Keith Courage. You failed. Continue. Secret anime tie-ins, right. Yep. Right, that's why, yes. Why would you look for weapons if he sells them to me? Exactly. It kind of feels like he's telling me to do all the work for him. That doesn't make any sense. I have to go in here again. 2:14 a.m. Eastern Time after its activation on August 4th, 97. Yep. Oh, it's August 4th? It's not 29th? Checks clock, right? Oh, did anyone see the new the trailer for the Terminator anime that's coming out? That looked pretty good. Usually I hate everything new, but that looked pretty freaking cool. The Terminator anime, like, there's still plenty of time for it to suck, but the trailer looked badass. I mean, I'll watch that. That comes out today? Oh, nice. Idiocracy's here. Do you remember when Mortal Kombat 2 first came out and the move list was often intuitive? Moves changed often with the multiple board divisions. I do. I was playing in the arcade when that was going on. How I learned what the special move inputs were. The way you learned them was from other players at the arcade. And you'd write them and you'd write them down. You'd write them down, sometimes in the back of your hand. I remember doing that once. I love P. Crow. Welcome in. Hello to you as well. And I'm going to try to make this jump. But yeah, you'd have to like kind of hang out with people who knew that character, and they would be like, oh, here's what you do. I remember not doing any of the babalities or friendships for like a year. No one knew those when the game came out. There was a guy who used to come with the FAQ printed out. Yes. Yeah, I remember Vrexia. I remember there was a guy who I would often see at There was like one of the big Mortal Kombat places was Ryan Family Amusements in Newport, Rhode Island. They had 3 Mortal Kombat cabinets at one point. And Mortal Kombat 2. And the, all right. Woo! Okay, P-Crow. There was always a guy with like one of those like dot matrix printouts that would come with moves. I remember that. You unlocked a bunch of the codes. Oh, nice. Remember the combat codes. I am Wise Wizard. Do you want to purchase any bolt bombs now? The bombs will cost 100 gold. No. No bombs. I am strong enough. I don't need your bolt bombs. Don't need them. Thank you, Big D. That's probably wise. Who is your daddy and what does he do? Move list for KOF 94. I remember printing that out and playing over my friend's house. KOF 94. Releasing the Terminator animated today is just brilliant marketing. It's good. 15 minutes ago. Okay, yeah. Okay. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Now the game gets good. Now we're getting good. Come on, little skulls. What are you doing? This does look really nice though. Like it does look like a very cool game. Graphically. It's the gunhead guy. Get him. Watch out. Do we just jump down here now? Yeah, that's where we go. That's right. Wait, hold on. No, we don't go there yet. Okay. Music's great too. It's a good game. It's a very good game. Soundtrack's awesome. All right, powering up. Remember the song? This is Keith Courage in the Alpha Zone. Keith Courage in the Alpha Zone. Interested in watching Terminator anime, but you're honestly a bit wary of how an anime adaptation of Terminator. I think everyone's kind of wary of Terminator at this point, right? And rightfully so. But the trailer looked cool. It seemed kind of dry. Yeah, it's there. You know, it's not a bad game, but it's also just doesn't stand out enough. That's the problem. And the issue is like when you're going up against some of what Sega had to offer. Then again, like Sega really didn't have like much of a killer app for a while. There wasn't like a killer title for the Genesis for quite some time. Golden Axe might have been that when that hit in the launch window, but it definitely was no like Super Mario World, right? So but it plays well. Like it actually is the game plays very well. So I'll definitely give it that. I like how these gun guys are wearing pit vipers. And they're giant gun heads. Not to be confused with the other game, Gunhead. Oh, here we go. Who are you? Oh my goodness, these guys are tough. Crap, hold on. They're the boss, right? Yeah, the boss. Did we figure something out here? I think we did. AI, not so great. Not so great. I think we figured out a good strat there. Their body's a giant gun, pretty much. There are more good Predator movies than there are both Alien and Terminator, yeah. Genesis was made, don't mind, oh yeah, Terminator Genesis. I don't even think I saw that. There's a lot of Terminator movies I just kind of didn't watch. I was just like, I'm good. I actually don't hate 3. Like 3's got some moments. You've never seen 3 Metal Man? Terminator 3's not bad. It just doesn't, like, to be fair, like 3, it's hard to follow 2, right? Like, it's not totally 3's fault. It's got some good scenes. But it's just not, it doesn't have like the oomph that you get from 2. It's got a good end. Yeah, the ending's cool. I actually loved where they went with the end of that. Genesis sucked. Yeah, I never saw it. It looked bad. It looked tough. Get him. Yeah, money. Cool. You enjoyed Dark Fate? I haven't seen Dark Fate either. I know people hated it, but a bad Japanese pun with those gun characters. The Japanese word for head is gan, which gone, not gan, gone, which sounds a lot like gun. So they're gone men. Oh, I gotcha. Being heads with guns. I gotcha. I am Nurse Nancy. As you travel, I can heal your wounds. Well, thanks, Nurse Nancy. I appreciate that. I can. What? You charging me, Nurse? I thought you were nice. Can you pay? If not, leave. If not, get out of my hut. No. No. Too bad. You may need more lives as you go on. Too bad. You might die. Dark Fate's the one you thought was meh? Credit for actually taking a story. I like story chances. Resistance was a damn good game. I heard that was a good game. I never played it. Warning, you are on your way to the reverse zone. Careful. Too bad you're not healed. Thanks, Nurse Nancy. Prick. Oh my goodness, this is the reverse zone. Everything's upside down. Oh shit. I hit my head. Terminator Salvation. I did see Salvation. I don't remember it being like too bad, if I remember correctly. It's right beside the house. Exactly. Nurse Nancy's like, when you leave when you exit the door, be prepared for something crazy. It's gotta be upside down. Thanks, Nurse Nancy. Appreciate that. Oh, they take all your money. It's literally right outside her door. Oh, man. Thoughts on T3? Felt like took the air out of the story. Yeah. Arnold kind of seemed like he phoned. I almost got the impression that Arnold was kind of done with the character. Tuxedo Mask 23. Welcome in, Raiders. I just feel like Arnold by T3, like it just, I don't know. He didn't feel like he was super invested in it. The coffin scene was cool though. Like that was kind of that was right out of Django. You know, like it was kind of neat. I liked that. That was a Django reference too. So it was pretty badass. I liked that part. Thank you for shouting out Tuxedo Mask. Tuxedo Mask, how was your stream? What were you playing? Welcome in. Happy 35th birthday to Turbografx 16. Exactly. We're playing a little bit of Keith Courage. You know, we're just chilling tonight. We're having a good time. T1's my favorite too, Vrexia. You know, some people are there's two different types of people in the world, and both are totally cool. You got Terminator 1 people and Terminator 2 people. Okay, and neither one is like the right or wrong answer. It's just right or wrong for you, right? I'm a T1 person. Some people are T2 people. We can live in harmony together. You know what? T1, T2 people, great. But you know, nothing wrong with people who like T2. I like T2 as well. I think it's a good movie, but I'm more of like a T1 is more like me. It's more my thing. The Degens who haven't watched either, right? And then there's like T3 people. No, there's not. There's not. Yeah, like T2 is a great movie. Very different type of film. But Terminator 1, the horror, like the cyber horror, just everything about it. It drips with that kind of like cyber horror vibe that you do not get in T2. And yeah, that's why I love it. It's like comparing Alien to Aliens. It's very similar, actually. Yeah, it totally is. Yep, totally is. Who lives up here? This is the weapon shop. May I help you? The brave sword. 300. I don't have it. Yes. I would like to sell it to you, but you are broke. A hut with the Nova suit is near. Use it to combat the enemy. All right, kick me. John West Texas here. Good to see you, John. You're a T1 and Alien guy, Predator. All about Predator 2 or Predator 2 fan. See, I like Predator 2. I can't say I like it as much as Predator 1, but I do like Predator 2 a lot. Like, I hate that. That jump sucks. Game over. Yeah, I like Predator 2 a lot. Predator 2 is a great movie. It gets a little off the rails, though. My only problem with like Predator 2, I only have one issue with Predator 2, is that it almost feels like after the first like 40 minutes, it kind of feels like you're watching like a totally different movie, and that's my only problem with it. Other than that, I love the setting, the concept of going from like the jungle to the urban jungle, like that kind of thing. Like that's cool. That was a great move. I love the fact the setting like is like, oh, it's like a near future dystopian LA too. Like that's very cool. I like that a lot. You're watching totally different movies. Yeah, right. Yeah. But I love Predator 2. I really like Predator 2 a lot. Let's see who's in here. I am Wise Wizard. Purchase any bolt bombs now? You really want to give me the bolt bombs, huh? I don't have the money, dude. I'm broke. A Predator versus RoboCop. Yeah, I mean, I wish there was a lot of Dark Horse stuff that happened that we didn't get, right? There's a lot of Dark Horse stories in freaking graphic novels that we could have gotten, but we didn't. Watch Predator 2 again. Yeah, Predator 2 is awesome. It's got the Gary Busey factor, right? Like that alone can make everything good. And it's also that can be dangerous because Gary's usually brought in any time that they don't think a movie's gonna work. Back in the day, they were like, oh shit, this might not live up to expectations. Someone call Busey. We're gonna get him in this, and he's gonna push it the rest of the way there with his insanity. And I think that definitely was going on there. But it's actually a pretty damn good movie. It's not bad. A straight AVP adaptation Chainsaw. I totally agree. It would have been awesome. It would have been incredible. The fact that it was wasted on those awful movies. Oh God, they were so bad. I've talked about this a lot. I like Predators though. Predators was fantastic. That was a great film. Predators kicked ass. Oh my God, here we go. Blasting off. Predators is one of those films that I have been trying. I have recommended it since it came out. I saw it in the theater. I was blown away at how good it was. And it's sad because like even to this day, you'll still hear people like amongst like action movie fans who will always say like, oh man, it's a shame the only good Predator movie we got was the first Predator. It's a shame like that because they don't even like Predator 2, right? A lot of people don't like Predator 2. So they'll go like, it sucks the only good Predator was the first one. I'm like, okay, you know what? I understand if you don't dig Predator 2 because it's an acquired taste. But Predators is a fantastic movie. It's really good. Really good. Like, I don't know how you do better than that in terms of like fan service. It was just freaking awesome. It's awesome. It's like virtually no flaws. Prey is good too. Prey is really, that was usually pre-Prey. I loved Prey. I thought Prey was excellent. Villain Sunglasses with a 3-stream streak. Thank you so much, Villain. Weirdness of Predator 1, but also drugs, nudity, and explosions. Yeah. Yep. Recommendation for Dark Horse Predator comic, Batman versus Predator. Yeah, I never read that, but I know people thought it was cool. Snobs about action movies. Exactly. No, there's a lot of action movie snobs. I actually know a lot of them. I'm a snob about a lot of genres. Action is not one of them. There's a lot of crap that I'll watch. Oh, you want to get into like action movie snobbery? You want to see like some really crazy shit? This is pretty crazy. Get a whole bunch of action movie fans discussing Death Wish. That one will drive you insane. That discussion, holy shit. See, for me, I can see the pros and the cons of pretty much the entire series of Death Wish. I'm a fan of those movies, the whole series. I like them all. They go from being kind of artistic dark vengeance films to shitty 80s action movies pretty quickly. But there's value in that too that you can find. Like they're still fun, just in a different way. But if you get people that are like Death Wish fans arguing about which like is the best Death Wish and why, or more specifically, which ones are really bad and you shouldn't watch, it's crazy because everyone's got like different. It's worse than Bond fans. Like it's completely nuts. Yeah. Canon films are the best, Brianoplasty. Exactly. Yeah. Death Wish going up the rails is the best thing that could happen. 100%. And it kind of had to, right? It kind of freaking had to, because Death Wish 1 is, you couldn't do more of that. It just, they sort of tried to in Death Wish 2, and they realized it didn't quite hit right. Right? It didn't hit right. It was a little like tongue in cheek after the first one. The first one was fucking serious. It was like serious as a heart attack. Like it's dark. It's messed up. It's also, what's his name's first role, by the way? What's his name? Oh God. I can't believe I can't. You guys know what I'm talking about. But he plays one of the thugs. But fuck, why I can't remember his name right now. You guys know who it is. I'm sure someone will say in chat. People here have memory. But you just can't, you couldn't keep doing that. It wouldn't come off as sincere, right? So I just love how completely crazy it gets as the 80s become, we get deeper into the 80s. And I love where Death Wish went, but a lot of people don't. They're like, oh, it's cheapened the entire series. Jeff Goldblum, thank you, Shaggy. Yeah, Jeff Goldblum's first role as one of the thugs. But yeah. You know, like the first two Death Wish movies, you know, my vigilante movie fan, and the director's kind of a piece of shit. Yeah, exactly. But no, it just goes it goes nuts, and that's kind of where it needed to go. Was just completely insane. We're gonna try to avoid this space, but I'm not gonna. How the hell do I get up there? Okay. Oh, I guess we can't. Do we just go down more? Yeah, I guess we go down more. We just go down more. That's one thing about this game too. You can kind of figure out where you're going all the time. You're taking too many hits, man. Oh, come on. Nope. God damn it. Oh, jeez. Got me. God damn. There was a Death Wish remake. I forgot about that. And Alex Winter. Yeah, I forgot about Alex Winter in that too. Yes. This game seems very fair and balanced. I've never been a fan of Keith Courage. I've just never been a fan of it. It's just not my style of game. It's not a bad game. It's really not a bad game. But part of the problem was that this was the launch title that they really wanted everybody to focus on, and it's just not that good. It's not that good. Dirty Harry both ran a lot longer than they should have. Yeah. It's, you know, Dirty Harry kind of stayed serious, you know, that, and it sort of worked for Dirty Harry. What was it? Sudden Impact. What was the second one? Sudden something. I liked that. That was good. But yeah. You know what's a good movie? It's a Death Wish movie, but not actually Death Wish. It's often overlooked in this catalog. The Evil That Men Do. Great, fantastic movie, and actually outdoes Death Wish for like Death Wish vibes. If Death Wish got too corny for you, Evil That Men Do. Very, very good film. Keith Courage and Sigma Zones. Yeah. Flash Gordon, holy shit. Flash Gordon's incredible. The shit lives in the film, nuts. Yeah, Pre-Bond Dalton. Yep, Dalton's in that. Robbie Coltrane's first on-screen role. Yep. Just closing a door, right. I didn't even notice that. Donnell's here. Good to see you. Yeah, The Evil That Men Do. If you're into like revenge flicks from like late 70s, early 80s, that one will get your Death Wish fix without Death Wish. Oh no, I'm not even playing right now. We're gonna check out more games though. We're gonna check out more games. The Apple, yeah, that's a movie. Oh yeah, that's one way to put it. Death Sentence with Kevin Bacon. Yep. Kevin Bacon can kind of go a little loopy, more than you would expect. All right, let's see what else we got. So we're looking at launch titles here within the launch window, right? So I have streamed this. I did finish this on stream about 1.5 years ago, 2 years ago now. Legendary Axe. Let's play a little bit of this one, because this might have been the best of the original 4 launch titles. This might have been the one. If you were going to buy a TG16 back in late summer of '89, Legendary Axe was probably where you wanted to put your money down. This was the one. This game is good. It's a cool game. The sequel, yeah, that's right. I did play the sequel. We played that on it's a Turbografx game. Any opinions on it? Oh, what is that, Danelle? You know what? It seems what you're talking about seems familiar, but I don't. Remind me what it is, and because it seems like I've read that somewhere. That seems familiar. Bacon was great in Maxine. Totally channeled MM at Walsh and Blood Simple's a classic. Blood Simple's amazing. The mic stream for this was pretty funny. I think I saw that. Yes. My mistake, Bill. I did see that. That was a good stream. I did watch that. Chinese handhelds. Oh, that's what it is. Single board computer. Right. I saw someone post about it. That's where I remember the name from. I wish I could tell you. I know someone that was thinking about picking one up, which is where I know the name from, but outside of that, I don't know. Not yet, Marcus, but we are going to check it out soon. We're going to check out Dungeon Explorer once we get to the November titles. We're still in the 4 August titles, and then there were no games until November, which was kind of weird. But this game rocks. I am a big fan of this. We did finish this. The second one, unfortunately, not so good. Not so good. I love his crouching chop. That's great. That animation's awesome. Ooh, stupid bats. It's kind of more like a legendary hatchet. A legendary hatchet. It's what it's kind of closer to. I'm going to turn the music up a little bit if you guys don't mind. Let me know if it's too loud. Down we go. Into... Look at that. I always love the spider's look on his face. That spider is so pissed off. What are you doing down here with your legendary hatchet? Ow, that's my leg. This was a fun stream. I had fun streaming this. I remember that. This game seems fair too. Like it's hard in places enough to challenge you, but like it's like anyone can beat this. Real sequel. This one's the arcade game Astyanax. That's right. Same team, Pretty Hater. Yeah. You know what? I remember reading that. I totally forgot about that. Astyanax is a great game too. Yeah. She's got a great axe. Legendary throwing axe, right? At least it's better than the second game. Yeah, at least your main weapon is an axe. The second game's unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Woo! All right, here we go. Now the axe is legendary. Now we can charge up our axe. Got to get that axe charged up and ready to roll. There we go. Okay. Nice. He throws like that's like he's trying to get rid of it. He's like, I hate this thing. Astyanax is your favorite game, Dark? It's a great game. I actually haven't played too much of it, which is kind of funny. That would be one to visit on stream at some point. I remember playing the NES port. I think I rented the NES port back in the day. Now, like, this is another reason why this game is good. You see how you can control? Look at the control you have over your jumps. Look at as I fall into a pit. The control you have over your jumping is great in this. It's really good, and that's important for an action platformer, especially of this era, because not every game was like that. Legendary Axeman or Conan? Oh man, that'd be crazy. You know what? Neither of them win. I'll tell you who wins. The winner of that fight is gonna be oh shit, I'm not gonna tell you who wins because I forgot his name. Who would win? Who would win that? Jeez. I don't know. It probably would be Conan. Let's be fair. It probably would end up being Conan. I was thinking of somebody else. And I'm like, nah, he wouldn't beat either of those guys. Oh, you know what? Who would win? Rastan would win. Rastan would kick both their asses. I would vote for Rastan to win that battle. Oh, the NES port's your favorite game. Oh, nice. Oh, you did for a grab bag. Oh, nice. Oh, we got the Angry Bears. Let's charge up and hit those bears. Oh, crap. These bears really don't want me to be here. Here we go. Rondo? Oh, we're not going to do Rondo tonight. I'm just doing launch titles tonight. We're just sticking to like the OG, like from August to December 89, that launch window. Seeing the early days. But we might do some Rondo soon. I've played a lot of Rondo, to be fair, on this channel. I love Rondo. It's my favorite Castlevania. Not Nastar enough, right? Yeah. Rastan is so great. Yeah, I love Rastan's a great game. I have to fix my arcade board. I've streamed off of my Rastan board a couple times. But if you've been there for the streams, there we go. Even more legendary axe power. Hell yeah. The sound is kind of crunchy, and I have to recap the sound because it is pretty crunchy. Nice. So this game definitely had kind of like a great Castlevania style vibe going on. Which, oh shit, that really hurt too. My God, that did a lot of damage. Don't hit the fire. Whatever you do, don't hit the fire. Gotcha. There's something up here, right? I remember some of the secrets here. There's something behind one of these. There's something behind one of these. Maybe it's not here. Ow. Ow. Shit. There's health up here somewhere, right? Oh, man. Oh, crap. I'm dying. Boom. Those big strikes in. Fire hurts. Who knew? I know, right? Konami might have your money for this collection. The new Konami collection, I mean, we haven't even discussed this tonight. I don't even know where to start, folks, with like the stuff that was announced in the past 24 hours, 48 hours, the stuff that was announced in the past 48 hours. What the hell is going on? It's almost like companies are starting to listen. It's almost they're like, huh, we need money, and people have money to give us for certain games they've been asking for 25 years. What if we, I don't know, like came out with those games again? And that seems to be what's going on. So I'm doing a lot of stuff for Halloween. I am planning on a lot of Castlevania this year because I feel like I don't play a lot of Castlevania for October. Usually I'm picking other stuff, but there's going to be a lot of Castlevania going on. Some FMV games. Gonna be doing some of that too. Oh geez, getting off that thing. There's like a one up here or something. There's something over here. Oh, we gotta jump on these fucking rocks. Oh my goodness, get that. I'm dying. Get to the, no! The rock boss. Crap. Now my power's down, right? Oh, there it goes. Oh, it's back up. Superman having Typhoon strength force. What is this timeline? I know it's incredible, guys. One of the rare Switch games, remember, is the Switch has a touchscreen. Yeah. Yep. Right. The future you didn't want, the bad timeline, the one we were supposed to avoid. Project Justice. I feel like we what? That was trolly. Not cool. Let's try that again. I feel like we summoned Project Justice. We were just talking about Project Justice the night before in my stream, the Shenmue stream. We were discussing it. Like, wouldn't it be really cool, everyone, if Project Justice finally came back? We were just talking about that shit here. And someone from Capcom was chilling in my stream, just hanging out here, watching me play Shenmue for some insane reason, and going like, you know what? That's a great idea. Let's make that happen tomorrow. That's totally how it went down. And they were like, we'll do that. Project Justice. That, you know what? That Grant guy, he really wants Project Justice back. We're going to make that work. We've been talking about it for a while. We were just talking about Power Stone too. No, it is kind of funny how I was just talking about that. And it's, I think we're eating well, everyone. If you're into like retro stuff, it's going to be a good few years. There's going to be some good stuff, not just remakes too, and not just like reissues. There's going to be new stuff too. I think we're going to get. Make games Neon Arcade hates. Yeah, that's the one thing they did. You know, wouldn't it be funny if we brought back Haunted Castle? Wouldn't that be hilarious? I feel like I have to play that in December now. They're going to make me play that now. There we go. Okay. We have to play it. Like, come on. How can I not play that? Can I smash the rock? Oh, I can. I didn't know that. Holy shit. Oh, I got rid of the other rock now. Okay, that's actually pretty good. Oh my god, come on. It's like tanking damage on this guy, man. One more. Boom, we got him. Yeah, we did it. A ground-up remake of Haunted Castle. I hope it's still a little janky. I really do. I hope it's not too good. If they made Haunted Castle good, that's not good. That's not right. It's going to be awful to some extent. Like, they could definitely fix things and making it a little bit better and actually playable to some extent. But if they make it too good, then that defeats the fun of Haunted Castle. They made it likable. What has people played it? Has anyone like seen it get streamed? Did M2 do this? Oh my god. Maybe it's good. Now I really want to play it. It's still janky. Good. I hope it's super janky. If it's M2, it's got to be awesome. Yeah, I know. And you know what this is going to lead to? You know what this is going to lead to? Mark my words. I said this in another stream. I said this in G to the Next Level stream yesterday. And G's a great streamer, by the way. Everyone follow G. Abby Jams and I were talking about this in G's stream. I'm calling it now. I am putting it down on the table right now. We are going to get, by 2026, Gradius 6 from M2. M2 Gradius 6. Mark my words. It's happening. They're probably developing it right now or thinking about it or something. But trust me, we're going to get it. And M2 is going to do it. Gradius 6. It's going to happen, and M2 is going to be behind it. I think this like partnership that Konami's kind of working there with M2, you're going to see it. And Gradius, there's no way they would turn that down, the opportunity to make one. And it's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. And you know what? I'd like to see Treasure. I hate this guy. Fuck this dude. I would like to see Treasure take another crack at that too, but I love Treasure. Don't get me wrong. I hate pits. I don't like pits. Pits suck. But I want to see where M2 goes with this. I really do. And I think they're going to do it. Gradius Rebirth was okay. I didn't play Rebirth. An honest to God shmup revival. We're about to get there, guys. We're in the midst of one right now. With Devil Blade coming out this year. Devil Blade's incredible. Best shmup I've played in a decade. It's really that good. By one of the industry luminaries too. So it's like, we're going to get Eartheon is coming out next year. supposedly, there's going to be a good time to be a schmupper. Yar Kung Fu, right? I'm telling you, Gradius 6. It's happening. It's happening. Totally going to happen. Okay. No, you fucking Rock Lord. Oh, nobody likes Rock Lords. Transformer ripoff. Powerful living rocks. It looks great. Yeah, it looks incredible. It looks incredible. No, it's going to be a good time to be into this stuff. It really is. But that's just what when I saw that M2 did that Castlevania collection, I'm like, oh man, this is it. We're going to see Gradius 6 and M2 is going to be behind it. I don't have any of my power-ups anymore. This is terrible. How do I kill anything without my axe is not so legendary right now. We'll go this way. This is a good game, though. This is a really good game. There it is. Now it's legendary. Karnov remake? No, we don't. Karnov can stay dead forever. I hate Karnov. Karnov pissed me off more than Haunted Castle did. At least I finished Haunted Castle. I got to the rolling cookie level in Karnov, and I'm like, I'm out. I'm done. Hey, if you can make Haunted Castle good, you know what? You could probably make Karnov good. A Kid Nicky collection, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. It's like good now, Paul. Is it really good? Oh my God. How did they do that? If anyone could do it, it's M2, but how is this happening? Is this real life? They somehow resurrected Haunted Castle and made it good. That's insane. That's when you know that's like gotta be like a seal of the apocalypse or something, right? And lo, the plagues were poured out, and the blood rained from the sky, and Haunted Castle was actually playable without missing jumps onto blocks that don't exist. And the world ended in fire. They fixed the bridge. I was just thinking about the bridge. They fixed the bridge. They did watch my stream. I'm one of the only assholes who has ever streamed that game all the way through. The hard one too. I streamed the hard one because that's the board that I have. Okay. They must have fucking watched that because that's the worst. that bridge, or maybe they just tried to play it and we're like, yeah, this ain't gonna work. Signs of the apocalypse up to this point and just get the fuck on already. Exactly. That's amazing. They fixed the bridge. I can't wait to play it now. I'm gonna wait till October to play it, but I am looking forward. Maybe I won't. Maybe we're just gonna play it tomorrow. I don't know. Friday. No, we're doing Fight Friday. Yeah, I can't wait to see it. You know what's kind of cool though? I've never played any of those other, any of the DS Castlevania games. I've never played those because I never had a DS. So those are all new to me. And I have heard they're awesome. So I am looking forward to playing those. Oh my God, that was terrible. Why did I do that? Go to my game. Janky 80s and 90s arcade games that could get restored. There's a ton of them. Let's get the one I played through a few months ago. Toki? Let's get Toki back. They don't do anything with Toki. Speaking of dinosaurs, I think we're about to get one here. If I remember correctly, don't we have a dinosaur boss coming up here? I think we do. Oh, I hate these guys. God damn it. I can't swing fast enough. It's the only problem with this game. The legendary axe is too heavy. It's just too slow. Use my iframes, man. Just cutting my way through. Oh my God, this is ridiculous. I think it's a dinosaur, right? Boss somewhere here. something like that. No, maybe I'm thinking of another thing. The Tarzan swing. Here we go. Let's go wait for it. Let's go wait for it. Got it. Okay. More bear times. Oh, he angry. Take that, Mr. Bear. Toki got a great remake. Did Toki get a remake? It did. Russian Attack returns, right? Gaiopolis. Holy crap. That's a deep cut. Gaiopolis is a deep cut. Speaking of deep cuts, did anyone check out? I might be the only fan of this. I'm a big like Taito fan. I love Taito. The 71st anniversary, the 71st anniversary of Taito a couple days ago. For that, they announced what is going to be in the Egret 2 Mini Volume Arcade Memories Volume 3, and holy crap, they are deep cuts. Deep cuts. That like the crazy like pilot game, the plane landing game is in there. Top Flight, whatever it was. That's on. It's gonna be incredible. Yep. Dead Connection is on there. And Dead Connection was one that we told Taito about when they came to Free Play Florida in 2023. Or 2022. We actually hung out with the Taito guys because they were there promoting it. And they came over and they wrote down, they're like, well, what do you guys look like giant arcade nerd losers, and we're Taito. So we want to ask you giant arcade nerd weebs what games we should play. We should put on the next Egret release. This has really happened. They really did this. And we sat down with them. And we told them like all the crazy games that we'd like to see that usually don't see emulated, or it's not emulated well or whatnot. And the boards are very expensive for. And they took, I mean, looking at this new arcade one, it's this new set they're coming out with. They took some of our input, which is cool, because Dead Connection was the one we focused on. And Donnell, thank you so much for that Prime sub. You are amazing. Thank you. Much appreciated. But yeah, we actually got to hang out with the Taito guys, and they were at. He comes over with like a notepad, and he's like, "So, what would you folks here in America want to see? Because you're all incredibly nerdy. What should we put on this thing?" And we're like, "Ooh, we'll tell you what. Here you go." They were cool to hang out with though. They were fun folks. And one of the guys that was there, I've told the story a couple times. He was like on he was with Taito back during like Space Invaders. The dude was in like his early 70s, and probably pre-Space Invaders. Like he's been there with the company for a long time, and it was really cool to talk to him. Really cool to talk to him. He was kind of blown away by our cabinets, just because he's like, it's amazing that it feels like you guys in America have more of these cabinets than we do right now. Like he's like, I don't see these cabinets here in Japan. I see them here. And he was telling us how one thing that he found kind of sad. The guy, he was probably kind of like somber guy. Kind of like a bit of a somber. He was being a little emotional with us. It was kind of cool. Like he sat down at my Egret 29 and was just kind of like looking at it, and they took photos of it and everything. And he was really interested in Darius. Like he loved that I had Darius there, and he was blown away by it. But yeah, Donnell, thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. But one of the things he said, I was kind of talking to him, and we were talking through a translator because he had a younger guy with the company there who spoke English pretty well, but he didn't speak English at all. And we were speaking through a translator, and he said through the translator, I was asking like, do you think it's important to like, does like Taito think it's important to preserve stuff like this? Is this, because this is what we do as an arcade club here in Tampa, right? And he kind of got this weird look on his face. And I didn't expect that. And he kind of thought about it for a second. And he said, paraphrasing, I don't remember exactly the words because it was again through a translator, but He said it's very sad that he feels that the Japanese don't care about the history of these companies. I think he said, or of these game makers or something like that. He says they don't really care about that. They're more interested in kind of like what's coming up, and he feels that like they don't really care about this stuff. And he says that's very sad to me because like he has good memories of making these games and being there for these games being made. And yeah, that's kind of how he left it. It was like, oh, you know, it's kind of he's like and he's the way he ended it was kind of like, it's good to see someone doing this even though it's not in Japan. And I'm like, oh, that's kind of harsh. It's kind of rough to think about. And that's why I've been happy to see kind of what Nintendo's doing with the new museum. The Nintendo Museum is opening soon in the location of their former factory, and that's cool because I did get the impression that like you know, even like when the game centers close and everything else, like they kind of just like, well, that's the past. And in Japan, you don't have a lot of room to store stuff, so I understand it from that standpoint too. And these require a lot of storage. I know, you know, pretty well what that's like. But yeah, it was sad to kind of hear him say that. Kayla, thank you so much for hanging out tonight. Get some rest. But that museum shows their whole history. Yeah, it's true. It's true. And that's why I'm happy to see that. I'm definitely happy to see that. Love seeing those commercials earlier. Pretty unappreciated console. Yeah, no, it's an awesome console. It really is. But that's what this older guy from Tony said. And I was like, man, that's not quite. That dude just jumped into the water. Didn't quite expect that. I kind of expected something different. And oh my God, I screwed that up. Wasn't thinking. Seguro lurking away. Thank you, Seguro, for the lurk. Maybe we move on to the next game. Yeah, one more continue. You know what? We'll use the last one. I love this game. It's so fun. Yeah, Noah, thank you for all your support. I appreciate that, Noah. Thank you for shouting out Noah, another awesome streamer in person in general. A great asset to retro. Noah, thank you for the resub as well. 4 months, thank you for cheering you up. Well, hey, you know what? I'm glad me cracking on PC on Turbografx 16 commercials. If that can put a smile on somebody's face, I'm doing my job. Xavius or Dig Dog, I know. Xavius, Dig Dog, you're an arcade nut maniac or something. I don't know. The Prince of Persia one is really good. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right, we'll play this last credit and then we'll move on. I've lost all my. This isn't a super long game, by the way. We're like halfway through it already. Oh no, I did it again. I keep doing it. Oh no. It does have Xavius. It does, yes. Long distance. There it is. Oh geez, he was sliding in. Oh, what's going on? Oh my. Power up. All right, this time.
Listen to me.
This time.
Trader, I believe that you've received a death message from our ninja empire.
We'll jump when it's...
Ninja is supreme and you have double-crossed.
I can't jump back on it.
The ninja empire is evil. I have to reform the ninja empire. That is why I took away the golden ninja warrior.
I beat this game. There's video proof of me beating the stupid game. We beat it.
You died.
We did that. We did it.
Go to hell.
Go to hell. All right. Moving on. What else we got? We're at the last game. We're at the last game of the original August lineup, everyone. The last game of original August lineup. So let's go, and we're going to see. It's going to be Victory Run. I have never played this. I have never played Victory Run. We're going to see what Victory Run's like. Play some Xavius tonight? I got to fix my Xavius. Yeah, this is what it's like being an arcade collector, by the way. It sucks. Never do it. Never get into arcade collecting. Okay, never. Do not do it. Do not. Because your games like always need work. Your games are always in garbage day mode, right? Not always, but I've had times when my entire collection is working. That now is not one of those days. There's a lot of work to be done on my collection. And like anytime like a game gets brought up that I have to fix my games. It's got a freaking annoying sprite glitch going on. I know exactly what it is too. And just everything just takes time. Rinks, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Rinks. How are you tonight? It's like it's Outrun but worse music and no babes. But is it better? Is it better than the Outrun on the Amiga? That's the question. Rinks, thank you so much for that raid. I hope you had an amazing stream. How are you doing tonight? Everybody give Rinks a follow. Arty Farty, it's art and chill time. That sounds incredible. It's going great. Good to see you. How are you? Hope your stream was awesome. Welcome in, everybody. We're if you're just coming in on the raid, I am Neon Arcade. I play old games on real hardware. And I do a lot of arcade stuff too, hence the arcade. And tonight is all about the 35th anniversary of the Turbografx 16 in North America. This was the release. 35 years of NEC of America kind of mismanaging the launch. So we've been watching commercials, we've been playing some launch games, we're having a good time. And we're just came in time for a victory run. Down to shift up to shift down. Well, that's intuitive. I've never played this. Music's not catchy. It's not bad. System you know nothing about. Not a lot of folks do. It's one of those that kind of slipped by a lot of people. And I love the system. I as badly as it was marketed in the United States, the PC Engine in Japan, which is what it was in Japan, did amazingly well. Actually, was kind of beaten Nintendo for a while, and it just did not work here. They marketed it very poorly in the United States. Niga's got fighting spirit, exactly. All right, let's do this, everyone. This is their enter my name. Oh, this is getting complicated. Okay, all right. I'm gonna be Neo, and that's not a name. Select my support parts. I get 20. Sus. This is pretty sus. Lord Ars is here. What's up, Lord Ars? How's it going? The PAL version, it feels slow today. Yeah, yep. All right, we're gonna do tires. We'll do some tires. Wait, I get 20? Holy crap! Okay, we can really mess with it. Engine, yeah, engine. I want some engine. I want some sus. Let's add some brake. Gear. Who needs gear? Do some little bit of gear. I'm gonna put the rest into sus. I want some sus power. I think we're good. There we go. Here we go. You're the chosen one. Yes. All right, here we go, everyone. Ready? This doesn't... Okay, there we go. Shift. No. Oh, opposite. Yeah, shift down. Okay. Well, the shifting is very complicated in this. Like, there's like it's a full H shift. That's pretty cool. Oh, out of my way. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there was trying to be outrun for sure. It's the music isn't doing it for them. That's the thing. It's like Outrun's like 50% music, right? Out of my way, yellow car. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay. Shifting. There we go. Okay, we're back. Good thing I got that sus power. Oh, fuck that. Who put that in the road? Okay. I don't know if we're doing good or bad here. That was a rough spot. Downshift. Or upshift. I like the sky transition. It's kind of cool. This isn't that bad. I mean, it's not good. Can't even pause. There's no pause. There's no pause. Oh, there is. Okay, there is pausing in Victory Run. I'm like, there is no pausing in Victory Run. Do you hear the voice? Not yet. No voice yet. But we'll see. It's not night. Night hasn't fallen yet. Haven't pretended it's Outrun. You need the right song. Exactly. Yeah, you do. A Yokohama street racing team again. You guys want to see me stream? Is this like an offhand way of being like, Neon, it's time. It's time for Racing Lagoon Part 2. You know what? With all the games coming out again, I think maybe there might be hope. There might be hope that one day Square is going to make me my sequel, and we're going to get to see all of our friends once again. Can you imagine that? A Racing Lagoon sequel? If there was a Racing Lagoon sequel that came out, I don't know what I would do. I don't think I could handle that. I'm not sure I can handle that. Abomination called Moto. We're gonna look at Moto Rotor. That came out, I think, in December of '89. No, I've been toying with the concept of doing a Racing Lagoon stream again. I definitely would love to replay it, because honestly, those are some of the best. Those are some of my favorite streams I've ever done. Those were so much fun. There's really nothing that compares to that. It's one of my favorite games, if not my favorite. Oh, there we go. There we go. Now the voice. Now we get the voice. The racing demons come out. It's a night. We're on a time. Oh, checkpoint! Right there! No! It's right there! Oh. Come on, lady. I'm like, right, push the car. Just push it over the line. Motor Rotor is definitely a video game. Look, Vin Diesel had to take a break from Fast and Furious. He realized he needed to come back and claim his rightful place. That's what we need. We need the Racing Lagoon film, right? There we go. I didn't fly right over it, right? You lose. Want to get laid instead? Hello. What a horrible night for a curse. Visually attractive as the night fell. She was just standing there the whole time. You suck at racing. You're a terrible racer. 1 minute extra in the bank. I've spent half of it. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Well, we can upgrade, right? We can upgrade our shit. Can I get more engine? Oh, more engine. No, I don't want less engine. What is this? Oh, support. What's going on? I guess we're fine. Okay, whatever. I guess you redistribute it, maybe. All right, let's try it again. Let's try that again. Yeah. Oh, we're shifting. Here we go. We're on our victory run. Nobody stops our victory run. Except for that rock. That did stop our victory run. All right, yeah. Oh, I'll use them to repair. Oh, I got you. Oh, I see. Well, I think we just damaged some more parts then. That's kind of a cool mechanic, though. It's kind of neat. That's a hell of a turn, man. It's hard to shift right now. Shift up. Yeah, the music's like the weak point here. Like, I feel like if this game had a good soundtrack, like any good rally game like this kind of needs a good soundtrack. Did I just like spin out completely? That's kind of lame. Come on. Come on, little car. You can do it. Come on, little car. It's not a Ferrari like in Outrun. You can go. Yeah. I like the sky effects. The sky effects are nice. Oh my god, this isn't good. The other cars seem to be off scale. I'm noticing that too. lose fourth gear? Oh my god, that's bad. We're not gonna make it, are we? Every time night falls, I never make it. This is a hard track. Maybe it's because all my parts are broken. Lovely paint job on that car. Exactly. All right, we'll try this again. Neo, yes, we'll go with that. It's a very hard game. It seems it. It seems like, you know what? I'm not using brakes that much. Screw brakes. There's no brakes. There's no brakes on this victory run. This victory run has no brakes. All right. That looks good. All right. Shift. What are brakes? Exactly. We don't need brakes. Brakes are for losers. Brakes aren't for winners like me on my victory run. Look at that jump. It's a good thing I had my suspension, also known as sus, equipped. Oh, that's a tree. Don't run into that. Okay. It doesn't control, it doesn't have like the snappy control you see that like Sega had with their games too, but it's not unplayable. Like, it's actually kind of cool. Out of my way, yellow cars. Need your crap. Okay, go. Go! I needed a better soundtrack, man. What is this giant truck just taking out the road for? Oh, God. Remove the brake pedal on my actual car. Who needs that? Who needs brakes? No brakes. Yeah, exactly. Neon Stream, no brakes. No brakes. I probably should take more brakes. I feel the need for speed. I know, right? Oh, God. You know what my biggest complaint is with this game right now? I feel like all the cars are gigantic. Like, everything else on the road is giant. It's impossible to avoid. And you're kind of like, look at the size of the motorcycle guy. It's just huge. Never mind that truck. Oh, I should shift. No brakes. Here we go. We're gonna make it? We're gonna make it? We're getting some good speed. Oh, yo! Get out of my way! Oh my God. We're doing so well. We're doing so damn well. And then that happened. It's nighttime. I'm running out of time. I'm running out of time. We can make it. We can make it. We can do this. We can do this. She's waiting for me at the finish line, guys. We're at the checkpoint. This is it. This is it. Maybe it's not it. Come on. Come on, where is it? Straight away. Hey, Big Fatty Plus. How's it going? I'm seeing a pattern here. Thank you for shouting out, Big Fatty. We did it again. She's just waiting there for you. He's like, he's never gonna cross. He's never gonna cross the checkpoint. Never gonna cross that checkpoint. Oh my goodness. I'm okay. Well, I gotta repair this stuff. Hold on, wait. Oh, I have to use. Oh, you use up the parts to repair it. I got it. Okay, let's try this again. One more time. One more time. I just gotta cross the. Oh, it's new. This is a new track, isn't it? It's a new track. Let's see how we do. Let's see how we do. This game isn't too bad. It's not too bad. Kind of learning how to get the feel of the driving too, you know, until we hit sand or something. Who are you? Well, I like the multiple gears too. It's kind of cool, rather than just like high and low. That's quite the corner. This is pretty clean so far. Okay. Here we go. Turn coming up. I think. Maybe. Maybe. All right, there's a little bit of brakes going on. I said no brakes, but you know what? There's a little bit of brakes. There's minimal braking. Minimal braking. What the hell is that? What's going on? What happened to my car? How did I break my car? Did my transmission fucking blow up? What the hell just happened? That's not a good sound. That's a terrible sound. That's horrible. A sequel to Racing... You know what, Big Fatty? You read my mind. I was just talking... We were just talking about that. A sequel to Racing Lagoon. We were just talking about that. How that would be the greatest thing that could ever happen. I didn't even hit anything, though. You just blow up your... Vote for Rad Racer. Rad Racer was cool. You know what the best way to play a Rad Racer, though? Remember Rad Racer had the 3D mode? And it came with the crappy 3D glasses you could put on? I did play it like that. It hurt your eyes too after a while. You're like, oh, it doesn't matter if the cars are coming out of the screen. It's too real for me. Had 3D mode you could put on. Yep, a fully 3D game long before the Virtual Boy. All right, we're gonna check out what else we got. We're gonna check out what else we got. We got more. We got more to look at. Thank you all for hanging out tonight, by the way. I appreciate everyone being here for this this celebration of 35 years of the Turbografx 16. A very, very cool console, if I do say myself. All right, let's see what we got. Launch titles. So, like I said, one good reason as to why this system failed. Outside of Japan, we go from August, where there's games, 4 games, to November, where we now have a couple of actually very good games. And there's some very good stuff that came out here. So we're going to start. I just want to get this out of the way because I got to play this. This is one of the best shmups on the system. Blazing Lasers, also known as its much cooler name, somewhere here. Where is my copy? Where's my copy? Oh, yeah, over here. As the much cooler name. There it is. Okay. Looking too many freaking names. Gunhead. That's the Japanese version. And yes, it's very loosely based on the movie, I guess. The Famicom 3D system, yes, I have. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Nuts. But yeah, Blazing Lasers. So this was a game that for a while replaced the pack-in, and it should have permanently replaced the pack-in for the Turbografx 16. And game is excellent, excellent shmup. I've 1cC'd this before. I'm not gonna go all the way through it, but great music, great sound, just a cool game in general. Yeah, China Warrior. Right. This might have been like the killer app for the Turbografx 16, if you were getting it at launch, like near launch, if you waited a few months, a couple months, you were in a good place with this game, because it's a very good shmup. Let me know how the sound is for everyone too, because the music's actually really good. I don't want that one. No, I don't want that. Hold on. There we go. Laser's good. Then we'll get there. Our little option. No, we're gonna stay with laser for now. Oh, now shield. Shield's pretty solid too. Shield's good if you're prone to mistakes. You have HuCard games and CD. Oh wow, you got 3 versions of Gunhead. That's awesome. No, this game is great. This is a fantastic shmup. And it does play a lot like Star Soldier. If you like the Star Soldier series, this has you covered. Not officially a Star Soldier game, but kind of one in spirit. It has nothing to do with Gunhead. Yeah, it's a Lest series game. Yeah, it's a Lest series for sure. Not quite like a real game from Compile's amazing series too. But you know what? We can kind of pretend that it's one in the series. It might as well be, and probably started out as that. Shit, how did I die there? More than there is a difficulty settings hiding amount of code. Yeah, and the default's the easiest. Yep. I can't believe I died there that fast. There we go. Okay, let's get it together. Let's get it together here. A God of Game is ridiculous. I've never tried that difficulty. But yeah, it's a very well-remembered shmup, at least for the PC Engine too. Yeah, Compile rarely fails, exactly. You're always going to do pretty well with Compile. Compile's always going to get you there to some extent. Got some fun bosses too, which you're about to see the first one of. Pretty easy with the laser. Truxton vibes. I'm sure it was taking Truxton 1 as a influence. I am positive that is the case, because Truxton, if you were a shmup developer in Japan at the time, like Truxton's always kind of gonna be one of your influences. A lot of people were into Truxton. And for good reason. Truxton's incredible. M2, yeah. Oh, M2's made 2 new Alestas. They made GG, and they made the arcade one that came out, I think, in 2022, which I played. It's actually very, very good. Still waiting for a port for that, though, which is kind of crazy. We haven't gotten a port of that one yet. I think everyone expected it, and it just hasn't happened. Yeah, that arcade one, which I forgot the name of it. I forgot the name of it. But yeah, it's a fantastic game. All right, now we're kicking some ass. Yeah, do I have to turn is the sound good for you guys? It's pretty solid, pretty ear. Yeah, no, it's good. It's definitely good stuff. Let me see, make sure the sound is good. It can go up a little bit. Yep, it looks great. It looks great. Oh no, it plays great. I've actually played it a few times. Pretty solid. I know folks that have hardware for it. hacked hardware for it because it connects to it's part of the AllsNet setup, which we don't have here in the States, but people have found interesting ways around that here. Rush is here. Good to see you, Rush. How you doing, Tom? Right, now we're getting the good laser pattern. Ooh, took a shot. Sound solid? Good. Excellent. Get my speed up a little bit too. And we'll proceed to try to tear this boss apart. Oh, I don't want that. Oh, God. They tricked me. I lost my laser. Area 1 clear. So that's the actual boss right there. But Blazing Laser is a great game. It really is. This is one of those that, like, I think a lot of people, even if you have like a passing familiarity with the Turbografx 16. Blazing Lasers Gunhead is going to be one of those games. It's going to be one of those games that you probably know. We'll just take that back there. Here we go. I love the music in the stage. It's very compiled. Very compiled tune. Didn't quite want that, but it's okay. We'll swap it back. We'll swap back to the shield for that. I don't like the Seeker can be good for bosses, but it doesn't pair with the laser so well. Unlike a lot of shmups, the homing missiles actually hit pretty hard in this. A little slow, though. Wrong weapon pickups, the true ender of shmup runs. That's true. Dev, this is Blazing Lasers, also known as Gunhead. This one right here, which was an early title, and is considered to be like, if you were buying the Turbografx 16 in its launch window in '89, this would be the game to have. This is definitely one of the games. Like this legendary axe, you know, there weren't a ton, but there were some gems that stood out. This was one of them for sure. Because this is a really good shmup. It's a very good game. Now we're going to get those missiles to speed up a bit. And you can upgrade a lot of the weapons independently of this. So even your secondaries will upgrade. See, now look how fast they are. Now the homing missile doesn't look so bad. Now it's actually pretty viable. Well, this is one of the changing ones. Yeah, we can swap it. There we go. And look at how far you can upgrade stuff too. Like, this is a pretty high upgrade for Weapon 3. But yeah, it is an Alesta game in spirit, for sure. It's easier than a lot of the Alesta games, but there is difficulty levels too. The wind instrument. Yeah, doesn't it sound good? It only barely sounds like TG16 music. I know. It sounds so great. Incredible music in this game. We'll trash this boss, and then we'll move on. Oh, shit, maybe not. Maybe we'll take a hit. It's not a good place to take a hit. One of your favorite shoots. Yeah, fantastic game. And the bosses just have great art. You know, it's like classic compile. classic compile style bosses here. Like, look at that. That's like very compile art. Oh my goodness, that was terrible. I was getting a little cocky there. It's only the mid boss. Oh, maybe that is that the full? Is that level 2? Full? Might be. No, it's not. I didn't think so. It's been a while since I had a full run of this, but. Didn't really want one, but I want my laser back. We'll take what we can. Wave's a little better. This one doesn't do too much damage, though. It does go through these guys. Goes through his front shields. Nice. Get homing back. Start building that back up. Four is just the rotating shield, which has its uses, just not right now. There we go. Back to the laser, which, while slow, does so much damage that it's worth it. There we go. It's the TG16 game you played the most. That doesn't surprise me. I think for me it might be Soldier Blade. I'm a big fan of that game. I love the art in Soldier Blade is incredible. It honestly it looks better than SNES games. I know it's a later title too. If we're not counting CD stuff, it's probably my favorite like non-CD game. If we're talking CD stuff though, like Rondo I've played so much Rondo, it's ridiculous. Mattel Electronic Football Game. Oh, nice. I think I had that as a kid, Shaggy. I'm pretty sure I had one of those. Those are cool. I'm pretty sure I had one of those damn things. Got a running in your man cabinet. Nice. All right, next boss. Here we go. Ooh, he just winged me there. Let's get out of the way of that. The little pod blocking your shots is like super compile in terms of design. Not done yet. Not done level 3 yet. Level 2 yet. I like how the levels kind of have like these individual. Oh, area 2 is clear. Okay, we are clear. That is the end of it. Cool. All right. I could play this all night and probably will at some point on stream again. We're gonna move on. We got more games to play, and I could just try a 1cc run. We're up to 4 lives. Usually you're gonna get, once you start to get 10, that's where you're really cruising. That's when you know you got a good stock. But highly recommended. Gunhead, also known as Blazing Lasers. Incredible freaking game. And if you like the Alesta series, if you're a fan of Compile stuff, which if you like shmups, you love Compile. We all love Compile. You'll love this. Soldier Blades, it's my favorite Hue card game too, Pretty Hater. You know what? And it's funny, if you talk to like shmup fans, if you really talk to shmup fans, like a lot of them are going to be divided. Because I like Soldier Blade better, but some people like Final Soldier. And they like Final Soldier because they feel that it's a more challenging game than Soldier Blade. And I kind of get that. Like Soldier Blade is a little bit on the easier side. Once you start to like get OP in it, like as far as like your power-ups go, Soldier Blade can be kind of a cruise, you know, despite having incredible graphics. Like it looks better than stuff that came out years later. It's very, very good. Final Soldier is a very hard game. So if you like a hard run through where it's going to make you work for that 1cc, I do like this, but I still am a Final Soldier guy. I just think the game is cool. Yeah, Superstar Soldier is great too. I have that in this pile somewhere, don't I? Yeah. No, it's a cool cover too. I love the cover on that. But it's just a great series. Like the Star Soldier series, it's always been underrated in terms of shmups go. I love the Star Soldier games. Even the N64 one, which I want to stream at some point. Yes, the N64 got a Star Soldier game. It's one of the few shmups on the system. All right. So, moving on. Let's see what else we got. We got more stuff to check out. We're not done yet. We got plenty more to look at. Thank you all for hanging out tonight. Hope everyone's having fun checking out 35 years of TG16 goodness and possibly some badness, because we might run into that sooner than later here. Let's get it. Let's China Warrior this shit up. Let's China Warrior this up. The answer to Kung Fu, folks. The answer to Kung Fu. You had your Kung Fu, but now you get China Warrior. I have played it, Shaggy. I haven't played much of it. But I do want to do more of a stream of it at some point. I've never streamed it. So here we go. This was the one in all the commercials. Whoa! Holy crap. Look at these sprites. They're so big. Look at these rocks. They're so fast. Let's kick the crap out of this monk. Take that, cultist. Nobody wears creepy robes near my lake. Take that, mosquitoes. Fuck you, I'm a Kung Fu master. This is a game. Out of my lake. Fireballs, jeez. Yeah. China Warrior. That's what I am. I like how he blinks. Oh, that wasn't good. You can't do a sweep. There's blood coming out of it. That's actually a nice touch. The blood coming out of his mouth. He gets damage. That's actually pretty cool. I will give it that. I don't like that rock. What is this? Oh, give me! I want the Super Kung Fu book. It's like Shenmue. Ow, that hurt. It's so bad. Loose B. Yes. This game is shit. You know what? It's not that bad. That's what's kind of scary, though. All the thrills of Karateka on the Apple II, right? Is that a giant sprite on your screen? Are you happy to see me? I know, right? Is the Kung Fu. That's the Japanese title of it. Maybe I'm just desensitized to like shitty games at this point due to this channel. But I'm having fun with this. This is okay. It's charming. I got my turtle. Whoa! Who are you? Yeah, that's right. Kick him. Yeah, don't let him hit you. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Bruce. Not Bruce. Bruce Lee, estate, authorized character. That's right. Keep those kicks up. That's right. Yeah, you got him. Kick him. Kick him. Kick him right in his... Yeah. He goes right down on his ass. Got a vigilante your way through it. It's a highly detailed, one-sided Kung Fu. They did compare this to Kung Fu, saying, like, it's way better than Kung Fu. And now, dusk falls on the land, and rocks fly through the sky and hit me in the face. And on the earth, I jump over them. The animations aren't great, but you know what? Who needs animations? Who the fuck needs animations when you have sprites this big, taking up half the screen? There we go. Okay, jumping. Oh, green! Green! Who's green? These guys are tough. They're crouching now. They're learning. Kick them. Sticks. Ow. I love the random shit just flying through the sky. I think they're mosquito. They're mosquitoes. They're mosquitoes. Those are big mosquitoes. Bruce Leroy. Big sprites, arcade action. Exactly. The sprites are so big. Look at him punch those fireballs. Look at him defeated by a stick. That's embarrassing, Bruce. That's just embarrassing. Watch out for the rocks. Oh no! Oh, rock. Jump. There we go. We did it. Kick. Yeah, China Warrior. Mosquitoes die. Free China Warrior. I think that's what that sound was. Jump. Here come the sticks. Wait, sticks are coming. Back off. Oh no, we got these guys. Watch out for them. Okay, we got them. Okay, we got fireballs. And now I think we got sticks. Yep, that's right. Punch the sticks. Stick punch. Rock jump. Is that sushi? What? No, is that just the land? Okay, I thought it was like some kind of power up. Some delicious thing. Stick punch. All my kung fu skills being brought to bear on punching sticks and mosquitoes. This is what Shenmue has trained me for. Shenmue 2 is power up. Has trained me for in the past couple weeks. Right here. It's all punch him right in the dick. Exactly. I am the ultimate China Warrior. He's got kind of the Kenshiro walk vibe going on. Do we have a boss? We got a boss coming up. Thank you for the clip, Jagos. NEC. It was made by Noxious Air. NEC made it. But it was a joint project. It wasn't just NEC. It was NEC jointly creating it with Hudson. And and technically, if you really want to get down into it, American Sammy was also involved, but in a much smaller capacity. But yeah, it was kind of almost designed to be a machine that they were looking to dethrone Nintendo with. That was the whole plan. They were like, let's collude and build like a super machine. Hudson of Hudson Soft, yes. And we're gonna take down Nintendo because they're getting too much market share with the Famicom. And they did, actually. They did. They were beating Nintendo in the market with the PC Engine in Japan. Didn't work here though. Green dudes look, they dropped a penny, are looking for it, right? Next generation gaming, yes. We are next gen gaming, but who's our next opponent? It's the same guy. I am really disappointed right now. Camouflage Angry Man is back. I was expecting someone different, okay? I'm just saying. Expecting someone different. Camouflage Angry Guy has come back to fight. He's kicking my ass, too. Yeah, that's right. Kick him right in the dick. Oh, that was not a good place for his foot. Yeah, there we go. We're winning. We're good. Jump kick. Oh, no. Jump kick didn't work. Jump kick. Jump kicks are terrible. China Warrior does not need jump kicks. Playing footsies. Look at this footsie game we got going on here. China Warrior, no. Kick him. There we go. Done. Golden Night Cobra, thank you for hanging out, Cobra. Appreciate that. For the Cobra Moning. And nighttime falls upon the land. It's a horrible night for a curse. And okay, the rocks are pretty stupid. They're pretty bad. All right, let's rocks up top, rocks down below. There's too many rocks down below. What do I do with this? Power up. Okay, that's just power. Sticks. Punch the stick. No. Snake. Oh my God. What do you do with the stick? Oh, he bites me. Okay. Snake bit me. Rock hit me. Rock hit me. This is horrible. This game sucks. All right. Okay. Cultist, punch, mosquitoes, whack. It's getting crazy out here at night. What's next? Oh, more rocks. Jump, you freaking loser. Jump over the snake. Yeah, snake. Yes. Oh, crap. Oh, my God. This guy, what? He's on fire? This is getting out of control. Kick that stick. Punch that stick. Jump that rock. Jump that rock. Jump that rock. Yeah, there we go. Get out of my kung fu town. Ow. Oh no, not the 3DO. No, it was long before that. This came out in 1989, and the timing was that was the same year as the Genesis. So it came out the same year as the Genesis here in North America. In Japan, it came out in 87, which its only competitor then was the NES for the most part, or the Famicom. Yep, 89. No, it was around for a long time. This was ahead of its time. Like the graphics on the Turbografx 16 truly were next gen. Like, it was a very good looking system. Favorite bad games? Yeah. I could see you being in this one, Shaggy. This is, you know what? It really isn't that bad. Like, I've played so much worse than this. Although those rocks really piss me off. Snake. Okay. That guy sucks. Get that guy out of here. No, rocks, come on. Sticks. Sticks and or stones. Got him. Controller, they did have a 6-button controller. The official controller was 2-button. But they did have built-in turbo, which was cool. But they did make a 6-button one. They made a 3-button one too. That is considered to be one of the best ones to use. The 3-button one's nice. I don't like those guys. There we go. Boss time. If it's the same guy, okay, look. We're getting a little lazy now. Now he just appears to be red and angry. There isn't another boss. There's just this guy. This guy just keeps coming back. Once again, I have one. Take out Jesse Ventura, but red. Jumbotron edition of Kung Fu Master, right? Wirebrain, yes. Oh, Jygos, you had one growing up. I was asking that at the beginning of the stream too. Yeah, like that's so you actually had one. All right, hold on, wait. We got our nunchucking. We're chucking. I think that was good chucking. I guess I chucked pretty well. That was some chucking. I'm okay with that. All right, 2-1, brand new spot. Maybe we'll get a new guy now to fight. Knives, sweet. Ow. Jump. Your low punch sucks, and there is no low kick. You can't low kick in this. What the hell is that? Oh, it's one of those balls from Kung Fu. Alright. Oh! No! There's a lot of good games. The Turbografx 16, while it didn't have many good games its first year, the PC Engine in Japan honestly has, its lineup is unbelievably good. Rondo of Blood came out. Castlevania, Rondo of Blood was PC Engine. I mean, it has an amazing lineup in Japan. We got some good games here for it in its short lifespan by the end of its run that were very good, but it took a while. And some of the best JRPGs ever made, yes. It was a JRPG console before JRPGs were kind of like a thing. So it's got that going for it too. No, it did very well in Japan. Like this console actually made Nintendo have to compete. Because it was very powerful for when it came out. It came out in 1987, so. But here they waited a couple years before it hit here, and that was a mistake. If this had come out in '88, if it had beat the Genesis to the market, well, history might have been a little bit different. There we go. Yeez was first. Yes, it was. Yep. And we did get those. They came out very late here, but we did get them here. I'll get a start on PC 88. That's true. I feel like, oh, shit. Okay, all right. All right. I feel like she's just like exercising and I just happen to walk in and now we're like kung fu fighting. This is like her workout and I'm just here like kicking ass. Now she's pretty hard. She bowed to me and everything. Good lord. Chun-Li's coming for me. I know, right? The end. We are done forever. China Warrior, folks. This isn't that bad. Okay? This isn't that bad. I broke into her deep breathing stretches, exactly. No, it's really not. Like, I've played much worse. It's a silly game. It's silly. But you know what? There's worse. Her show, yeah, right. All right, let's see what else we got. We got more to look at, including some things that are actually very good. November, it did take a few months before this got any more games in the United States, but November was a good month. So let's do Dungeon Explorer. So I have never played this. I've heard people who are into dungeon hacks say this was actually very, very good. This was a good game. And this did well in Japan. This was rivaling Wizardry, which was a huge series in Japan. And Dungeon Explorer sold a lot of PC engines when it came out. Bomberman. There was a lot of Bomberman titles in this, yeah. I love the music. Music is excellent. The symbol of Odysseus' prosperity was the ancient and mysterious Aura Stone. The Aura is special because it controlled the power of the people's will. Whoever held the stone ruled the country and its citizens. One day, unfortunately... Oh, this isn't a dungeon hack. This is like a gauntlet type game, right? They were wicked men with evil powers on their own. They wanted the stone so they could dominate the people. However, one man saw this danger and hid the Aura Stone so no one could ever find it. Terror reigned as the aliens became masters of the dungeon and their aggression on the people. Cammy's here. Amiga Cammy, good to see you. How are you? How are you? Good to see you. Can we get a shout out for Amiga Cammy? Another awesome, awesome streamer. It's good. Yeah, it's more like I was thinking of a different game. There is a dungeon hack that came out fairly early on in the PC Engine's run that was challenging Wizardry. That's the one that got popular. Don't shoot the food. Yeah, this one's more of a gauntlet type game. Oh, is my bot not working? Where did my bot stop working? That's weird. Hold on, we'll do a big shout out for Cammy. Everybody give Cammy a follow. Here, we'll do a big shout out for Cammy. Yeah, the bot. I guess the bot is. My bot went sleepy times. Went to bed with Cobra, right? All right, we got all our characters. Witch Gleam Force. Teleporter. Music. The Bard has music. How about that? No worries, Cammy. Thanks for stopping by. The Bishop. The Bishop of Battle, you say. Then we have Elf with Power Bolt, Magic Healing, and Silencer. And the Gnome. Gnome with a K. The Gnome. Watch out for the Gnome. He's got a battle axe. He's ready to rock. Let's do this. I love that map. That just looks great. Look at that. Look at the scrolling in that. Paradise. Gnome. Gnome is the man. He's amazing. You can level up and get new gear. Oh, nice. I'm all in with the Gnome. I really am. How many weapons, how many persons would you like to play? So yeah, you could now, if you were that one of those folks that was unlucky enough to buy the TurboTap at launch and not have any games to play with your friends. Now your TurboTap came in handy because you could then call up all of your friends on your Garfield phone, which everyone had in their house, call them all up and be like, hey, you want to come over? I have a Turbografx 16. And they'd be like, what the fuck is a Turbografx 16? Come over to my house and play some Mario. I'm like, no. Come over and play Dungeon Explorer on my Turbografx 16. We're gonna get 5 players together and do this. And then after you called 4 of your friends, and all of them told you they didn't know what the hell what Turbografx 16 was, you'd proceed to play it by yourself.
Listen to me. Straight up,
there's
I believe that you've received the death message from our ninja empire.
Break out the turbo tap. Yeah, break out the turbo tap.
You have double-crossed it.
It's a turbo tap kind of thing.
The ninja empire is evil. I
Yours
have to
nightmares
reform the
your day.
ninja
Oh, cool,
empire.
Brexit.
That is why I took away the golden
We would
ninja
like to
warrior.
play.
You've got
Don't
3
lose-
days
yeah,
in which
one.
to return the golden ninja warrior, or else you die.
I guess I'm playing the fight.
Go to hell.
Hi. Can I talk to these fine maidens fair? Maidens fair. Can I speak to you? No. Okay. Bartender, can I speak to you? We just leave. Screw it. Some Dungeon Explorer part of fun, right? I think the music is really good though. And yeah, it's got more like RPG elements than Gauntlet, but it is definitely similar. The devil himself is not us. He looks for the aura. Death will follow if he finds it. Well, that's good to know. Saw a meme that said they found an underwater cave with a sunken ship full of those Garfield phones. They did. Cammy, it's true. They I believe it's off the coast of France. And back in the 80s, there was a container that fell off of a ship. It actually, I don't think it was a full ship. I think it was a container. And the container fell off the container ship and floated into a cave, a series of caves. And then over time it rotted and the Garfield phone's boxes broke down and they started to float to the surface. And there's a beach in France that there have been Garfield phones to this day washing up. They still wash up to this day because there were a shit ton of Garfield phones in that container. And you can buy them too. People sell them on eBay. So if you want a slightly used Garfield phone, unlike the one that I have. Oh, really, Shaggy? Oh, that's awesome. No, the music's great. The music's really cool. It's my status. Okay, cool. Let's see what we got. Do they work? Probably not. Some of them might. The king seems different since the devil appeared. He always worries about Odysseus. I'm loving the soundtrack, man. The soundtrack's awesome. Let's start our adventure. What can we kill? They're cool. Can't use phones, right? Yeah, no, they're very cool. You know what? Even if you don't use it, I don't use mine as a phone. I'd like to again. I want to get a landline specifically just to use Garfield. But it's fun just to have Garfield, just hanging out and watch his eyes open up every ball we pick it up. There's no Mama Steak Milk. There's no good answer to that question. No one knows. They just decided to use the Garfield phone in it for some reason, and to this day, no one knows. It is a mystery. This dungeon doesn't seem to be too complicated. I like how he goes upstairs. The Ultima series superseded this, yeah. Oh yeah, this is before, sorry, the Ultima was before this, yeah. The Hermit House is close to here, but I don't think he is living there now. That's good to know. I didn't need to pay a visit to the Hermit House anyway. That guy's a jerk. This music is awesome now. Is this the Hermit House? Well, is there a secret in the Hermit House? There's no secrets in the Hermit House. These more random encounters, I know, right? This reminds me of something you would play on like the X68K. Like this, there were a lot of games like this on Japanese PCs. MSX2, you know, this has that kind of feel to it. I wouldn't even have been surprised if this was like an MSX2 or X68K title. Even PC 98 maybe, you know. It definitely has that feel to it. Oh, enemies! We're fighting! Kill that. This is actually pretty hard. Okay, just like Gauntlet. This is like Gauntlet here. Yeah, there we go. Ow. That sucks. Nice. Ooh, I'm gonna shoot through those boulders. I'm gonna turn on turbo, actually. Yeah, there we go. It's a good game for turbo. Alright. Oh, a ring! Maybe a ring of invisibility, I don't know. Could be. It's very, yeah, it gets Gauntlet. It certainly does. That one's some dungeons. Okay. Those look like, oh, those are just evil generators. Okay. Picking up all kinds of weird stuff. Let's get over here. I think I'm dying. Oh, maybe no. Maybe that's good. I'm flashing. I don't know. Maybe it's armor. Maybe that's just armor. It's possible. Would have been fun. Yeah. Could you imagine now? I think like playing this by yourself, kind of boring, right? But if you had a full party playing on the Turbo tab, that's going to be experience you're not going to really be able to get anywhere else on a home console. You know, it's like 5 players playing this. That could be really undead. That could be really cool. That could be really cool. I think that was kind of what this game was designed for. Like, I'm back. I'm not dead yet. I have been resurrected. I hate those guys. Oh, you can also like plant yourself in place and fire too, which is kind of cool. Water Castle is such a nice place before the tiger moved. The tiger moved into Water Castle. How can we rid of him? How can we indeed? But yeah, this would be a lot of fun. Playing this multiplayer, that'd be awesome. What the hell? Damn it. And using different characters' abilities and whatnot, like that'd be kind of, oh shit, I'm not dying. They got me. This is hard. Gauntlet game 2, any other Gauntlet clones? There were a bunch. I mean, here's one for you. I have a Gauntlet clone. Here's an interesting piece of trivia. Does anyone remember Dark Chambers on the Atari 7800? I bet you don't. Now, if you look at the back of the box, you're going to notice that it looks a lot like Gauntlet, also made by Atari. In fact, it actually is Gauntlet. So Dark Chambers is Gauntlet. Why didn't they just call it Gauntlet? It's their game after all. Why would Atari have to change the name to Dark Chambers? There's a few reasons for that. One is that there might have been like there was like a programmer dispute going on at Atari. They lost a lot of, there was a lot of people that were fired. And I believe the way I've heard it is that Ed Logg, who was one of the key people who made Gauntlet, he saved Atari coin-op division with Gauntlet. Atari coin-op division was about to be cut. And Gauntlet came out, and it was a huge hit. Massive hit. Huge. And by the time the 7800 came out, he had been thrown out of the company like a lot of folks did at that time. And I guess he had he had like a very interesting contract going on. that they couldn't reuse Gauntlet or something until they negotiated it with them, which they later did, or maybe sued them. Something went down. But for the 7800, it came out as Dark Chambers, which is kind of crazy. And by the way, this is actually a really good port of Gauntlet for the 7800 too. It's surprisingly good. It looks really good. But yeah, crazy shit. There's other stories I've heard about that too. But yeah, he did get he was with the rest of the team that made Gauntlet. They saved Atari's coin-op division pretty much single-handedly. If that game didn't come out, there would not have been any future Atari arcade games. You would have never had more System 1 stuff, never had System 2 stuff. All that would have been gone because they were done. At that time, coin-op, they were considering coin-op to be like a dead end for the industry, which is kind of interesting. Okay, we're going to move on to more interesting games. See what we got here. We got some more launch titles to look at. And I'm going to play. You guys got to see a little bit. No Tapper, no 720. Exactly. No, that would have been Tapper. No, Tapper. Tapper was Midway. Tapper predated Gauntlet too. 720 though. No 720 for sure. Gauntlet came from just watching his son playing RPGs, yet and wondered how to do this arcade title. You got it. That's why I did it. It came from D&D. Yeah. Yep. And Paperboy. Yep. No Paperboy. No Indiana Jones. No Peter Packrat. No Peter Packrat. What a dark world it would have been without any Peter Packrat. 4-player was a great draw. Yeah. No, Gauntlet, it is understated how much of a gigantic game for the industry at large that Gauntlet was. You know? It's like Gauntlet it could be argued that Gauntlet didn't just save Atari's coin-op division, but that Gauntlet saved coin-op in general. That's how big of a game it was. Gauntlet was like the ultimate quarter sucker, too. Every arcade operator had to have one because just the amount of money that game would make was ridiculous. It encouraged you just to keep feeding coins. And it was addictive. People wanted to see how long it went. It was a huge game. It was huge game. And to this day, I mean, when I bring my games to shows, whenever I bring my collection out, I have to say out of like almost everything, Gauntlet might get the most play. Gauntlet gets more play than like 4-player beat 'em ups. Like Gauntlet, you get some group of people who come into like a convention, they're going to play Gauntlet for hours. Like they're going to hog the machine and see how far they can make it because it's just that much fun. It really is. Needed to get together and form teams led by dungeon masters who had to manage everyone. No, it's an incredible game. Gauntlet was a huge milestone for the industry, and it unlocked a lot of different ways of thinking of how arcade games could be monetized. Because up until that point, up until Gauntlet, remember this is pre like head-to-head fighting games, pre all that stuff. Arcade games were kind of approached as a single-player activity that people would rotate as they played. So they would try their skill and probably stay on the machine for a while if they were good, and then someone else would come along, and that would be how it worked. But Gauntlet was the first game that was like, you got 4 players going at it at the same time. You got a group and feeding quarters the whole time, right? So it changed a lot of how multiplayer in the arcade was approached. Gonna turn your arcade cap with Gauntlet. That's awesome, Kami. Very cool. Go all your buddies, man, and just feed that beast and play. It's so much fun. It's so much fun to this day. Gauntlet was, but it was a huge game. And Gauntlet 2 was amazing. Hey, and even after those 2 games hit in the 80s, Gauntlet Dark Legacy and the new Gauntlet that came out, Gauntlet Legends, Dark Legacy and Legends, those were gigantic hits. Those games were gigantic hits in the late 90s. They were massive. And you could save your game with like in the game with a password. So you could go back to it and play it at the same location, which meant more revenue for the operator. Just Gauntlet's always been a huge milestone in video game history. And I feel it doesn't get enough recognition of how important it actually was. because Gauntlet was a hugely important series. Many a day was played spending Gauntlet Legends. Yeah, it was that good. You lost health just standing still, right? Right. It made you move. It was health. Exactly what I'm here. Yep. So let's check out R-Type. Now R-Type, I've been waiting to get to this. I'm a huge fan of R-Type. I'm a big fan of the series. Now, this version that we got was actually a little bit different than the version they got in Japan, and there's a reason why. Let me show you that right now. Now, in Japan, if you were playing R-Type, there it is. All right. So if you're playing, you're a PC Engine fan in Japan. PC Engine fan in Japan. And you're getting excited for one of the biggest arcade hits for you to play this on your brand new PC Engine, which came out around the same time, right? That the PC Engine hit, gigantic arcade hit. You would look in the stores and you would see this R-Type 1. And you would play this and you'd be like, wow, this looks incredible. The sights, the sounds, the graphics, the sounds, damn good port, right? Well, that's what you would think up until halfway through the game when it says, thank you for playing. You're now done with half the game. Because the Hue card only fit half the game. And that's why you needed to go out a few months later and buy R-Type 2, which isn't R-Type 2. There is an R-Type 2. That was not out yet. R-Type 2 is just the other half of R-Type 1. So the game was split into 2 games. And they needed to kind of do this because I guess like they didn't have the capacity for such a graphically intensive game to put it all in one. But this was kind of a kick in the nuts for Japanese gamers who wanted R-Type. DLC before DLC. Exactly, yes. R side B, pretty much. Now, thankfully, by the time it came here, they had larger capacity cards. I have to look this up. I'm not 100% sure about that. I think that this one, there is some reduced fidelity of graphics in certain places for them to fit it all. But they made it work. So I think like there are differences between these versions. Like this one's going to give you, if you play both these, you're going to get like kind of the real deal. But but they knew that American, I mean, there's no way they would. They were like, they're not going to put up with that. They're not going to put up with that shit. You learn about the split R-Type and high score goal. Really, poor kid realistic half of the game. And they weren't really transparent about it, apparently. That's the other thing too, is like I think everyone was kind of surprised when they make it to a certain part and it just ends. So yeah, it's split in 2 games. So anyway, we're going to play the North American version, the one that we had here near launch, which was a very good port. Very freaking good port. Not as good as the X68K port. That one is, do I have it over here? Yeah. This guy, this bad boy. This might be like, this is close to an arcade perfect. If you were lucky enough to have an X68K machine, this is where you were playing this game. And it is really good. Like you can tell in a couple places it's not quite as good as the arcade board, but it's close. But you know what? This is a very good port. And the Sega Master System version is really good too. The Sega Master System is like black magic. I don't know how. I think it was done by Compile. Compile did the Sega Master System port, and like it's, I don't know how the hell it runs on the Master System. It looks incredible. Right. Mama Steak Milk, exactly. Yes. Yep. We gotta turn it on. Turbo off. Turbo is off for this guy. But this looks good, man. This is I'm a perfectionist when it comes to how my R-Type ports look, and this is very solid. Oops. That sucks. I don't know why I did that. That was awful. Okay. A bonus stage in the Master System. Yep, they absolutely did. All right, let's not lock my my force onto the wrong side of my ship this time. The best port, I would say, like outside of modern ports, right? Like, you know, there are modern ports that are perfect, just about close. Not 100% perfect, but very close. I would say that for its time, it's got to be the X68K version. Like it makes sense. Like it had the power to do it, right? The Amiga port is very good. Yeah, Cammy's right. The Amiga port is excellent. There is a really good Amiga port, which makes sense too, because the X68K and the Amiga did have a similar architecture. They're both, you know, 68K based systems, but yeah, the X68K version is incredible. Actually, you know what though? Oh, I'm thinking about it. I think the FM Towns got a port too that's insanely good. I believe it did, and it's got CD audio too. So that might be the one. I have to see if the FM Towns one's the best. It might be. But yeah, the X68K one is almost like it's almost indistinguishable from arcade. I wasn't paying attention. Hold on. We will pay attention. Well, you know, I'm going to start from the top. Let's reset. That was the warm up, folks. That's the warm up. The music sounds off in this version. Like it definitely doesn't hit the music quite right, but you know what? It is still a very, very good 16-bit port of this game. And R-Type, let me tell you, that was a game that seriously had some graphics that were not something people were used to. It was an incredibly graphically intensive game when it came out. That the battleship fight alone is like no one had ever done anything like that before. Go. Let's go in the ring. You can judge how good a port is a lot of the time by how that ring looks, by the way. And this one looks really good. The ring is tough. I've read some articles on how like this game was made by IREM employee. It's incredible. There was a lot of things that they were told they simply couldn't do because the hardware wasn't going to be there to do it, and they made it work. They found ways to make it work in spite of the hardware not being able to do like rotational sprites. And the battleship stage, they were straight up told, the developers of R-Type, by other folks at IREM, like they proposed that. I forgot, there was one guy who proposed it. I forgot who it was. And he was like, there's no way we can make that work. That simply is just not possible. Right. There's not enough memory. There's no way we can make that work. And the way he like broke it up into pieces that load and unload themselves dynamically from the RAM on the IREM M72 board, it's like it's incredible how that worked. It's really cool, and it blew everyone away. They were like, I can't believe you made that happen, because no one had done anything like that. That battleship fight, there was nothing like that in gaming. Absolutely nothing. And yeah, the PC Engine CD ports are awesome. All right, here we go. The famous battle, right here. See, that's a little off, actually. A little different. got him. Oh, the guys have been Turkin to the C64. I didn't know that pretty. That's awesome. That's pretty cool. But I can imagine. I mean, if you were, I mean, I loved this game in the arcade. I was a huge fan of this. I'd always play it whenever I saw it. When I was a kid, played it first time in Pizza Hut. Actually, Pizza Hut was the first time I ever played this, and I was so addicted to it. I actually couldn't. My mom and dad couldn't get me to come to eat the pizza. I was having too much fun with this. And they were like, what are you gotta come eat, the pizza's here. I'm like, no, I am playing the greatest game I've ever played. But, you know, this would be awesome if I had a console with this in '89, I would have been going crazy. I mean, this would have been all I played. Oh, that's a little bit different. I didn't expect that. That snake does some different shit. Okay. Yeah, he's doing some different motions. It's okay. We're still good. We're going to chill with him for a bit as we get to the boss. And then he's going to go find his little house. His creepy, disturbing little house. Triple screen. No, I played Darius on triple. I have a Darius cabinet. Darius was the triple screen one. I'm a big Darius fan. That's my Grail cabinet in my collection. That was the cabinet I never thought I would own. Is my Darius, and I did get one. And it took a long time. So shoot 'em ups. There's a lot of history of shoot 'em ups. Like, they were big in the late 80s to early 90s. Shoot 'em ups were still a very big genre. They were popular back in the old days too, like the golden age. Shoot 'em ups were also very popular. They kind of fell out of style for a while, and then they came back. And they came back with games like this when R-Type hit, and of course the one that has to be mentioned, Gradius hit. The Gradius series, Salamander, though that was like the second wave. If you think of like kind of how like Street Fighter 2, when Street Fighter 2 came up, R-Type on a triple screen, really? I've never seen R-Type on a triple screen. I mean, Darius belongs on a triple screen, but that's incredible. R-Type on a triple screen. That's nuts. But those games right there are like R-Type, Darius, and Gradius, right? That like holy trinity of shoot 'em ups. That was not just a renaissance in the genre. That was like a renaissance for game centers. That was like a renaissance for arcades that had previously they saw a dip in popularity. That brought people back into arcades, and Japanese gamers especially really got into these games. You know, Darius had its own following. Gradius had a gigantic following, which it still has to this day, which is crazy. There are still like competitive Darius players that play for Score in Japan. Gradius is a huge franchise still. It's a shame we haven't gotten one since 5, which was brilliant. But and R-Type had its place too, being more of a memorization shmup. That's what R-Type is. It's less of like a Twitch game, and more of a memorization based shooter. So every one of them kind of had their own place, and they revitalized not just the genre, but like arcades in general in a lot of ways. And that would carry things through until the early 90s hit with Street Fighter 2. And then when Street Fighter 2 hit and fighting games became a big thing, scrolling shooters kind of took a back seat to that and became less popular. But even then, you still had companies like Cave, you had companies like Toplin, you had companies like Rising. All of those companies would still be making, to be fair, what many consider to be the pinnacle of the craft came out in the mid to late 90s. So although it wasn't as popular of a genre, I kind of feel like the players that were fans of shooting games were so diehard and loved them so much, and I do too, my favorite genre, that it pushed the companies that were still making them to make the greatest games they had ever made. So yeah, it became kind of a niche scene, and it definitely never here in North America or in like, you know, the Western countries in general, it never quite reached that level that it did there. But they've always had their audience. Yeah. R-Type on a double screen. Interesting. I mean, someone could have set that up, you know, in a certain way. Darius definitely is a triple screen game. Darius is a triple screen game, and Darius 2 was a double screen game. There were rumors of Darius 2 having a triple screen version. I am not convinced that a Darius 2 ever had one. Some people say that there was. I feel like I should offer a bounty for someone to show me a triple screen Darius board, because a Darius 2 board, because I've never heard of one. I have a Darius 2 board. It's double screen. But there he is. There's Iron Fossil. I'm a big fan of Darius. That's like my favorite. I like art. I like them all. They're all cool. But Ninja Warriors was triple. Ran on the same hardware. Yep. All right, here we go. Ready for this? Darius triple screen in the Kawasaki warehouse. I bet they did. It was kind of a thing, Mama Steak Milk, that like your arcade in Japan, your game center, wasn't like a real game center unless you had a Darius cabinet. It was kind of a friend of mine. My friend in Japan told me that. He's like, yeah, you kind of like, you weren't taken seriously back then unless you had a Darius cab. You know, the Wolf was the weak spot of all hearts, right? Rush, slightly suggestive boss, just a little. The bio-horror like theme in general behind the R-Type games is just so great. It's so great. Wonder what happened to all those games. I know, right? I know. Who knows? That was a mistake. There's a way to like drop your force down here too, but it's easier to do. Sweet Jesus, what is that thing? You never seen that, Shaggy? Come on, you played R-Type. All right, so this is the battleship. I want everyone to like pay attention to this, because this is gaming history right here. No one had ever done anything like this before. They were so proud of this that they were showing it to other companies before the game was even out. They had Konami come by. They had folks who worked on Gradius come by just to see what they had done, because they wanted to show off. They had them play this level, and they were impressed. They were like, "Oh man, this is awesome. We don't even know what to counter with that." Like this level is legendary. They were so proud of this because no one could do this. This was like something that was just so out there in terms of technology that it required a lot of hacking to make it work. Yeah, I'm sure. I was gonna say, yeah, I'm sure. We'll see if we can get a clean clear here from the battleship. We'll go with the ripple. We'll go with the ripple. We'll ripple it up. Helps to have an option here. It's always good to have that option hanging out, because if not, oh shit, I needed that. Oh no! Oh no, this is gonna be tougher. Okay, we're gonna do it the hard way. We're gonna have to do this the hard way. It's okay. It's okay. We'll be all right. We'll be all right. They're taking mercy on me. Yeah, they are. I'm not sure if the arcade version actually even does that. Pop. goes the battleship. Darius 2 is triple monitor. Yep. So I do know that, Zod. I know there's a triple monitor version of it on the arcade archives. From what, and that's why a lot of people think that there was actually a triple monitor version of Darius 2. I do not know anyone that has, as far as I know, there could be out there, that has ever seen, held, dumped, or anything a triple version of the board, a triple monitor version of the board. It is said that one exists. I believe it even exists in advertising. It's said that it exists. I don't think it did. Every cabinet I've ever seen was 2 monitors, and supposedly there's a triple monitor version out there. As far as I know, nobody's got a board for it. So maybe there was, you know what I think might have happened? Maybe there's a ROM that was supposed to go on the triple monitor version that Taito had, but it never actually got converted to hardware. Or maybe there was a prototype that it was done on, and they kept the ROM. I don't know. It's a mystery. I'd love to know what the truth of that was, but it's crazy. It's a great theme. Like a Twin Dragon, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. The Blaze on cover, yeah. R-Type, it's up there, yeah. Darius Guide, I have Darius Guide in my cabinet right now, Shaggy. I've been rocking it off stream. I've been playing it. I have my Taito F3 board set up in my egret. Welcome in, Like a Twin Dragon. How are you doing? How was your stream? Good to see you, my friend. We're celebrating 35 years of the PC Engine tonight, so I'm having a great time doing it. Playing a little R-Type now, one of the more impressive. Oh God, I lost it. Oh man, I wasn't paying attention. Gotta pay attention to this level. This level is tricky. That's gonna make things harder. That guy's gonna come jump off here in a second. Oh, maybe not. Okay. Option, locked and loaded. Dealt with those jerks. Grab some missiles. Man, they're getting kind of angry, huh? Look at that rank going on. Jeez. Fuck. Oh man. Not looking good for our hero. I know. Oh. This is always where the game gets tough. Yeah. It's weird too. I'm so used to playing on the arcade board. Like this is an arcade. I have an R-Type cabinet. It actually was a cabinet when I first started collecting arcade games. It was on my list. Like these are the games I want. And once I get these like 5 games, that's all I ever want. And one of those was R-Type. And strangely enough, it took me like 11 years, maybe more. Yeah, more. Because I only got it like in 2019 of collecting to get an R-Type. And just for some reason, they always eluded me. In fact, there was one time like back in like, I think 2009 or 10 or something, I was going to go pick one up from someone the next day for like $100. And I don't even think it was working. And we were all ready to go. He's like, yeah, come out and get it. And I was halfway to his house. It was a 2-hour drive. And he called me and he's like, yeah, I just sold it to someone else. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, they offered me like $300 for it. I'm like, I'm going to continue my drive. I have your address and I'm going to kill you. I'm not turning around. So like, no, it was kind of nuts. Like I felt like always something would like elude me when it came to getting an R-Type. And I finally got one from a friend. We did a trade. Which worked out well. So, yeah, Shaggy. No, it's. I've actually never restored it. Like I said, I got it in 2019, and my goal was like to like do like a full-on. Oh, shit. Okay, well, I wasn't paying attention. To do like a restoration on it too, and like things got so crazy after 2020 and the move and everything. Like I just never got around to it. It works great though. Let's track him down. Exactly. He could have told me the night before. Now, there was a lot of stuff like that. You know, I always tell people that we're getting into the hobby. They're like, what do you think's the most important thing about arcade collecting? Like when you're starting. I wasn't. R-Type takes so much focus. What do you think's like the most important tip if you're getting into the hobby? Like what do you suggest I do, right? And I'm like, look, if you're just getting into the arcade collecting and you're picking up cabinets for the first time, the way you contact people on Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace, if you want something, you say, I will be at your house with a handful of cash in an hour with a truck. Is that okay with you? And they will either say yes or no. Usually they're going to say yes. You don't say, I'll come next week. You don't say, I'll come this weekend. You don't say, how is your schedule for tomorrow? You don't say any of those things. You say, I will be at your house within a half hour with cash in hand to buy that cabinet. And you don't go, how does the monitor look? How is it in good shape? You don't use any of those words. You simply show up with cash in hand. And that's how I actually got most of my collection. Just by being like, I'm ready to roll. Let's do it. And it took me years to learn that too. It took me a little bit of time to kind of learn that. I thought like early on, like, I'm just gonna we'll go this weekend or whatever. Nope, you'll lose out on it every time. You got to be ready to roll. That's the most important thing. The most important thing. Oh my goodness, this part sucks. There we go. Oh, we made it. Swap that around. Oh man. All right, boss time. It's the 3-part boss. Here we go. And you can see they couldn't quite render. This wasn't rendering super great in this version. Oh my god. See, it's a little annoying. You can't see the lasers because they're not rendering. It kind of sucks. There's all good stuff. We're going to move on to a new game anyway soon, though. But oh, come on, man. Yeah, that boss shows like the limitations of this port because, again, you can't see the lasers half the time when it's firing because the way the screen renders. And I think the Japanese version does that too, which makes it kind of tricky. It makes it a little bit tricky. But let's see. We at least one more game in me. Let's see. We're getting to the end of November. We got one more, I think. We got one more. We'll tackle December another night, I think, because December has. I'll show you what December has. I mean, it's got a ton of games. But let's see what else we got. We got Vigilante. We're going to do Vigilante. But let's look at December a little bit. Now look. Now, December had, they seemed like they were saving up a lot of their titles specifically to like dump on December, right? Lurk away, Winter Mute. Thank you for lurking. Maybe we'll play Motor Rotor just to see how bad it is. Dragon Spirit finally came out in December too. But let's do some Vigilante. This is a classic. And this also, Vigilante always kind of strikes me as like, this is like a very iconically Turbografx 16 game, right? I played this in the arcade a lot, but I also associated this a lot with the Turbografx 16. Arcade game malls are at their busiest November, January in the U.S. Oh yeah, no, we're talking about the PC Engine launch. Sorry, the Turbografx 16 launch, where it came out in August of 1989, but there weren't any new games for it until November. So they were like 2 months, late November. So it was over 2 months with no new games during the launch, which is kind of crazy. This looks very close to the arcade version. Irem started China War and said, okay, kids, sit down. The grown-ups are talking, right? There's like the N64 and say, yeah, very similar, yes. Yep. The skinheads have taken Madonna hostage. This was a good port, though. Look at how good this looks. Like, this looks very, very similar to the arcade version. Like, holy crap. Now, you want a real Kung Fu clone? Here's your real Kung Fu. Well, it's really, I mean, it isn't a Kung Fu clone. It's basically a sequel. It is a sequel. But there were so many people at the time making Kung Fu clones, right? And Irem was like, nah. We got the pee-pee room. Here comes the pee-pee room. It's not Vigilante without the pee-pee room. They're just pouring out of the pee-pee room. So many of them. Whoa, this shit just got serious. Take out gun guy. There's knife guy. Knife guy's out of here. Okay, here we go. You enjoy the crappy Master System port? Yeah. Your pee-pee would have gone up. Yeah, right. Maria! It's the Maria. Whatever the Maria is, that's it, right there. This guy. Ah, come on. Think about the voices kind of in there. We gotta do more. We gotta do more damage, man. It's not. There's a time limit. You always time out on this guy. There it is. Gotta get chucking the right way. He's harder in the arcade version. He's trying to get a punch in. I'm not letting him because my chucking is too powerful. I'm still gonna run out of time. Don't kill him. Come on, there we go. Oh, we're gonna turbo. Yeah, we're gonna turbo. This is the Turbografx 16. I forgot. Excuse me, I forgot what console I'm playing. I'm playing the Turbografx 16, and on that we use turbo. Okay, it's built in. So we are turbo. Let's see what the kicks look like. There we go. Okay, we got our kicks. And our super chucking. We're gonna super chuck. Yeah, there it is. What happened? Did I oh shit, did I like drop off? Oh, I didn't even know it dropped. Oh my god. What, the internet's just like... Yeah, I beat the boss for like 10 seconds. Jeez, I wonder what happened. ISP doing a late night reboot or something? I have no idea. That's weird. Well, I'm glad I'm back. I didn't even notice. I just thought it got quiet in here for a little bit. Well, I'm glad we're all... It seems fine now. The internet's been doing that occasionally. It's not great. Thank you all for hanging out while that happens. Appreciate that, everybody. Is everybody back now? Am I live? It looks like I'm fine. Looks like it's all good. We've had a pretty big storm moving through today too, so it could have been that too. You see me? Cool. Which one of yours is my favorite? Out of my entire collection, Rexia, it has to be my Darius cabinet. I never thought I'd own one, and as far as like not like outside of my candy cabs, which I use the most because they're modular. My Darius cabinet's my favorite of my collection, but I also am partial to my Spy Hunter cab. I love my Spy Hunter cabinet. It was one of my first like 5 games I ever got. I love that game. I always have. My Tron has a crazy story behind it. So like Tron is one of the, it's hard to say. It's so hard to say. Tron, I just love because of the story behind my Tron. It's a cool game too. But, I got rid of you got my chucks. Jeez. Oh no. I was de-chucked. This isn't good. Oh my god. We need some new chucks. There we go. Remember the Tron story. There's no way to forget the Tron story, I'll tell you that. Oh, these guys. Oof. Just like the arcade version, their hitboxes are awful. I can't believe how good this looks really good though. Ouch. Ooh. Ooh. Just gotta duck. I just gotta duck. That's all you gotta do. Oh yeah, that too. Oh, come on. Oh man, it's not going well. That's not working for me. What? What? What was that? Oh, man. For the jump. Oh, that was cheap. It's okay, we don't know that. One's down. We're pretty even on damage on these guys, right? Got him. Jump kicked him. Good stuff. Good stuff. Where do these jerks come out of nowhere for? Like, just coming from, just making sure you walk all the way in the right direction. Spy Hunter's a great game, though. I love my Spy Hunter cab. It's been through a lot. It was dropped once at an event we were doing a pop-up at a bar, and I've told the story before, but at the end of the night, we didn't know they had to clear the floor because it was like 2 a.m. and they had to open the club at 2 a.m. for like the 2 a.m. club was coming in, right? They got to make their money. So they had to clear all of our games. We had like almost 100 games. Oh no, it wasn't that many. It was like 50 or 60 games on the floor for the pop-up. And they're like, nope, we got to clear it out 30 minutes. We got 30 minutes. Got to get everything off the floor, put in the back room. And I'm like, you never told us about this, but okay. Retro Anime Sensei, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. So, it was just chaos. 30 minutes. Yep, 30 minutes. It was complete and total bedlam. And I see, we're like starting to pack stuff up. We got our team moving games the best we can, trying to get stuff packed up. And I see they have bouncers. They have the club's bouncers, right? The bar bouncers. These guys come out and they're starting to like help. They're like, oh, we'll help you move games. We're like, we kind of got this, but okay. If you just want to like kind of spot us, that's fine. And one of them out of nowhere decides they're going to put Spy Hunter, which by the way is one of the heaviest cabinets that I own. It weighs north of 300 pounds. It's really, really heavy. because it's got a big metal plate in the bottom to keep it upright. And I watched this guy try to put it onto a keg dolly, one of those tiny little dollies you move kegs with. And I see him pick it up and try to roll it on the keg dolly, and he pulls it back, and I'm like, I think like there was Amanda or somebody was like, Grant, what? Look what's going on over there. And I turn around just at the moment to yell. I'm like, don't touch it, don't move it. And I watch as the guy pulls it back, and the weight shifted the wrong way. He didn't know how heavy it was, and it went right down, and the cabinet just exploded. Like, back fell off. The monitor, I'm sure the monitor was necked. The whole thing was a giant. I lost my shit. I am like a super chill, cool guy. 99% of the time. I was, even the owner of the bar, who is a probably connected fellow. It was a very Italian part of town. He was afraid. Like, I was losing my mind. I was so pissed. Because I'm like, we told them not to touch this shit. This stuff's worth a ton of money. And they did it anyway. But thankfully, the monitor somehow wasn't necked. The neck board was snapped. The tube didn't break. The neck didn't break. So I was able to fix that. I was able to, I soldered the neck board back together. It was the cabinet. I totally rebuilt the cabinet, re-screwed it back together. So Spy Hunter has seen some shit. Cobra, I knew Cobra. Yeah, Cobra streams out of the same room. Cobra is my girl. She streams out the off nights from me. We alternate nights. So yeah, that's the Spy Hunter. That's the short version of the Spy. It was a crazy night. It was a crazy night. But yeah, Spy Hunter's been through some crap. Oh, these guys, the motorcycle guys. I'm gonna jump kick the motorcycle guys. And watch out for the explosions. Oh no, I got hit. Oh my god, those do so much damage. Who knew exploding motorcycles would do so much damage? Yep, Cobra and I are we're kind of like a stream couple. I don't know. We're gonna choke that guy, dude. I don't even remember the shit. Like, I was people, because everyone, like all that whole crew, like it was all my arcade buddies from Rhode Island, and everyone's kind of part of a crew, and you have friends, and everyone was like, I don't think they were telling Amanda, like, I didn't know Grant. I didn't know he could be that angry. Like, I was so pissed. I was ready to fight the guy, and he probably had like 200 pounds on me, and I didn't care. I was ready. And I think he was afraid. He's like, I was flipping out. I was so mad. I probably would have been a very bad decision, but man, I was so mad, and we were tired. I am very retro. Oh yes, I'm all about the 80s and 90s. Absolutely. 100%. I am the retro say, right? No, we were just tired. Like, we had been moving. It was an all weekend thing. We started on Friday. So it was multiple days. I do collect VHS. I am a big VHS collector. I have probably close to 300, 400 VHS tapes, maybe more. I don't even know. I have a lot of VHS tapes. I collect rare and crazy bad movie VHS stuff and VHS in general. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm all about the old VHS. Well, there goes my nunchucks. Gonna mix this guy up. Gonna mix him up. There we go. Actually working really well. Jeez. Oh no! Oh no! Oh dear. Oh, your mom gave all your VHS tapes to an uncle? Oh no. But at least ask. Exactly. Yeah, at least ask. You started your VHS collection, retro. Nice. For a VHS collection, they can take up some space. There are solutions though. There are like ways you can kind of make sure they're organized. We initially, up until like a few weeks ago, our living room had a lot of VHS tapes that were kind of just like in very large piles in certain places. And we redid the living room, so we have like these these like drawers that now contain very organized. All the VHS are organized. Everything's nice. DVD and Blu-ray. I don't mind. You know what? At this point, I'm all for like digital media. I'm all for physical media in general. You know, physical media is important no matter what it is. So while I really don't collect like DVDs and Blu-rays, because I just kind of like, I'm like kind of an analog guy. I like analog stuff over digital, but for the most part, anything that's like physical media, hey, I'm not gonna complain about it. That's yeah, there we go. You know, that's just the way I feel. So if like, you know, you got, let's go. Oh, these jerks. All right, we gotta get all the way over here. Yeah, no matter what it is, if it's physical, I am a fan. No, questions are fine, man. Don't mind the questions at all. We'll probably be calling it a night soon. It's getting kind of late. It's almost 4 a.m. But we're just wrapping things up. They were great, exactly. They were great. You know, but you know what's cool though? I always tell folks this. You know, we talk about this a lot here on my channel. How as awesome as those decades were, what's really cool is that we can still enjoy all that stuff right now. So, you know, we're like playing, you know, tonight we're playing the Turbografx 16, a real Turbografx 16, and enjoying it, you know, with other folks. So those times don't need to be over. Just because it's 2024, you can still enjoy all this stuff and even make new stuff that's really cool in that style. 4K CRTs, what? Yeah, I know, right? There's a new CRT project that's might be starting up. There's a guy who's oh my god, making a 14-inch universal CRT chassis that could be used for almost any tube, based on a modular yoke. They're very cool. Gotta head to bed, big fatty. Thank you so much for hanging out tonight. Keep kicking ass. I will, absolutely. We will be eternally kicking ass. Oh my god. That's it. The modular project? Yeah, there's yep. And it's gonna be a modular CRT chassis, which is gonna be useful for all kinds of different tubes. So it's gonna make kind of matching the chassis with a tube that works a lot easier for people that are doing arcade restoration, if you're restoring, you know, certain classic CRTs, stuff like that. So it's going to be invaluable. It's going to be really cool. And I think he's already got like working prototypes. They're just looking at the best way to manufacture them now. But it's definitely going to happen. And I think that Arcade Shop is going to be selling. They're like going to be the first in line to sell them, which is awesome. Yeah, that's sad, Shaggy. That's like crazy that it's necked too. That's like rare. Usually you don't see Trinitrons necked like that. It's very uncommon. But man, that's a shame. It's always a shame to have a Trinitron that's not salvageable like that. All right, we're gonna play one more game, folks. We're gonna check out one more game. We're gonna touch on December here, as we have played a lot of stuff tonight. Let's see what we got. This has been a really fun night, and we played some awesome games. But let's see what we got here. So December had some good stuff. I gotta do this to everybody. We gotta check out Moto Rotor just because it, yeah, we got to end it with this. This game is not great, but it's funny. 2 ViewSonic CRTs. Oh man, ViewSonics are great because they those PC CRTs would sync to everything. Normal, sure. We'll do the normal course select. Ah, yeah, that works. Here we go. Another 5-player game, though. I mean, there weren't many. Whoa, mama, right? It's the best part of the game. Don't worry. You just saw the best part of the game. This garbage guy. This reminds me a little bit of Trash Rally. So that's like just scouting things out. Okay, we're doing this again. Right, let's buy... just buy a big engine. Just stick a huge engine on that thing. There we go. What about tires? We can't afford anything. We can't afford anything. Brakes, special, nothing. Wait, no. Gas tank? Sure. There we go. Perfect. Bigger gas tank. Put it on there. Modern gaming isn't even good in your opinion. It's not. I mean, there's always games that aren't bad. They're still coming out. But see, when I think we're on like the precipice right now of there's a lot of new games being made in a retro style. And because of that, like Sea of Stars is an incredible game, you know? In modern era, but gaming, keep it 100% old school, right? Nothing's newer than GameCube for you. Nice. No, I think that for the most part, yeah, you're right. I mean, a lot of modern gaming is absolute garbage, but there are a lot of modern games that are out there that are coming out from indie companies that are just really, really good. And now you have some of the folks that made the stuff we grew up with. Thinking of Eartheon from Yuzo Koshiro from Sega. You know, these are new games that are coming out, and even some new games on old hardware, which we talk a lot about that around here. And like, that's amazing. That's amazing that we have all these new titles coming out on existing hardware from the past. And I think I think it's just going to get better and better. I really do. I think that people are valuing this stuff more and more. Why am I so damn slow? Good Lord. This is the slowest race I have ever. What is going on? This is so bad. I forgot how bad this game is. Why is it so bad? I can't even steer. This is so horrible. I have the turbo off. It's not the turbo. Oh, it's like tank controls. It's based on what direction you're going in. That's horrible. Oh my goodness. See, this is pointing down. It's like down. This is unplayable. This game is outright unplayable. Oh yeah, the microtransactions, loot boxes, all that kind of stuff. No, I know. That's definitely a huge problem. Yeah. Just put the game in and play it. Yeah. No. I couldn't agree more. I've always heard this was like a really bad game. This is far worse. They can't all be winners. They can't all be winners. It's upgrade. Handle B makes left and right actually turn. No way it's not. You have to buy the upgrade to make the car actually drive correctly. Holy shit. It does. This makes China Warrior look amazing. They put this in the PC Engine Mini? Really? This was on there? Holy shit. Okay, let's try this again. Maybe we'll do... Hold on. Maybe we'll just buy it. Is it handle? Okay, handle. It's handle B. Oh, you can choose it. Oh, okay. Well, that's okay. That's okay. It'd be nice if they told you that. Of course they didn't. Here, let's get some tires. Yeah, tires. Let's get another engine. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wait. No. They already have it? I don't know. Why can't I buy that? What about some turbo? I can't afford turbo. I can't afford that. What about body? That's cool. We'll go with that. We'll rock that. Let's see if we can actually play the game now. Hold on. And off we go. Okay, this is a little bit better. So now this is how I would expect a racing game to actually work. It still feels incredibly slow and ponderous. We're racing. Look at us race. Wow. Why does it put them in front of me? When they get behind, they get thrown in front of the car. Why? Why? Why even race at that point? He just teleported in front of me because he was left behind. This is one of the worst racing games I've ever played. Oops. Oh, hold on. No, I'll just use the teleport. There we go. Why not? Why not? Just use teleport. Just teleport. Yeah, see, look. I'm in third place now. Yeah, imagine getting this on your new Turbografx 16. The most advanced console of all time. Here's Moto Rotor. Enjoy. Have fun with that. It's a racing game. I know you love racing games. What part of Florida? Tampa. We're near the Tampa area. Yeah. Do visit Miami a couple times a year, though. Incredible game. Yeah, this is breathtaking. Holy shit. This is really bad. This is really bad. I remember playing this like once or twice before, but even I don't remember it being this horrible. Busch Gardens people. Yes, we are. Oh yeah, we're Busch Gardens Pass. Cobra's a Platinum Pass holder. Busch Gardens Platinum Pass, by the way, is like the greatest thing of all time. It's not even that expensive, but all throughout the year they give you all this free crap. Like free, they're like, this weekend get 20 free Busch Bucks, and you just go there and eat for nothing. It's amazing. It's incredible. You get like free guest passes, and like it's awesome. Busch Gardens is so much fun. Playing GTA Vice City, yeah, she is doing Vice Summer. She is doing Vice Summer. No, we're in Tampa. And Tampa has an amazing retro scene, by the way. Like there are so many great like retro gaming folks. I have never seen anything like in the area. It's so good. This game is terrible. This is a real. Oh yeah, heat number 2. We're not done yet. USG. Oh right, yeah. Just going to the park, no freebies. Yeah. No, they give you a ton of stuff with the Platinum Pass. Get a better engine. Just put the engine in. There we go. What about tires? More tires than screws. The big Wendigo animatronic. Oh no, it doesn't, Shaggy. No, it doesn't. There's a lot of cool stuff there, but they don't have that anymore. Are you thinking SeaWorld? Because SeaWorld has like the Arctic. They got rid of that too, but it's still sort of there. They had this like really cool like journey to the North Pole exhibit there, which is it's still technically there, but it's kind of changed. They had animatronics for that though back in the day. I wonder if you're thinking of that one, because I think they had one of those there. Does it get good when you have a faster engine? I don't think it ever gets good. I think this game is the opposite of good. This is the opposite. This game is horrible. The music, you know what? The music's not that bad. I'll give it that. It teleports you so you can play with 5 players. That's really what it is. But you can shoot? Who just shot a grenade? Wendigo Woods. Oh, wait. Shaggy, no. You're right. That's for Halloween Horror Night. That's for, Hollow Scream. So yes, they do have that. Yes. I don't know if they brought it out this year, but yes, they do have that. I know what you're talking about now. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yes. That's for Hollow Scream, yeah. They got they set up some crazy shit for Hollow Scream there. And you know what? It might actually be this year, because that's the theme of one of the areas. Is it's like a campground. It's like a haunted campground. And they haven't totally set it up yet, but we were there last Saturday, and we walked through where they're setting it up, and there's like tents with like dead people in it and stuff, dead like dummies. It looks really cool. So we're gonna go to Hollow Scream at least one night, and maybe Cobra will stream it. But that's one of the themes. Last year, in that area, they did like it was like a haunted, or not like it was like a evil fairy, like fairy folk land. It was pretty cool. This game is terrible. This is a terrible game. But anyway, I think it's time to call it a night. It's getting late. It's 4 a.m. I got to crash. I'm going to wind down before going to bed. But this has been an awesome stream. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate everybody hanging out tonight and celebrating 35 years of the Turbografx 16 launching in the United States. It is I am a big fan of this console, despite its massive failure here in the United States. I'm still a huge PC Engine fan, and it's cool that we can go back now and look at all the stuff we didn't get in that release, and how much different it could have been. But it may be, this game's like, I'm out. We hit December. But I'm going to be doing more PC Engine stuff. If you've enjoyed this, more PC Engine, more Turbografx 16. Maybe we'll see it in a grab bag sometime soon, because that's coming up. So, but seriously, it is one of my favorite consoles, and it's got a lot of really cool games. It's got an incredible library. If you're not familiar with the PC Engine library, it was huge in Japan. As limited as it was here, it was huge in Japan. So there was a lot of stuff that came out, and a lot of cool ports. Obviously, they got Rondo of Blood, which is an incredible Castlevania game. It's my favorite Castlevania game. So good. It's all good stuff. All good stuff. The mighty engine of 16 bits, exactly. Amazing console. But anyway, let's see what's going on. Let's see what's going on during the week. So it's Wednesday now. I'm going to be back here hanging out with all of you. Yes, you. I'll be hanging out with all you fine folks on Friday for Fightcade Friday, because that's where you're going to be. Right here, Friday night, put your quarter up on the virtual arcade cabinet. And we're going to play some fighting games on Fightcade, some beat-em-ups on Fightcade. It's our community night. Even if you want to hang out and lurk, you don't even have to play. Just come and chill. Because it's been super fun. They have been my favorite streams. I seriously mean that. We have been having so much fun with Fightcade Fridays the past month and a half, 2 months. So definitely show up. 9:30 p.m. I'm going to get started a little early EST for Fightcade Friday this Friday. And if you haven't installed Fightcade, it might be before the stream. You might want to do it. You got a couple days to do that. So let me do here Fightcade. You can get. Why doesn't that work? Oh, my bot's sleeping. Go to fightcade.guide. Fightcade.guide. You can get it set up. It's totally free. And come play some retro fighting games and beat 'em ups with us on Friday. It's really fun. It's a really fun night. So that's what's going on Friday night. And on Sunday, I think most folks around here kind of knows. You all know what happens. On Sunday night, I am coming back with another Neon double feature. That's where we get some VHS cult film trash, and I will show you whatever I am allowed to show you on Twitch. So that's what happens. 2 awesome drive-in shitty-worthy movies. Shitty drive-in worthy movies, getting late. On Sunday night, along with all of the chat that you can handle. We tend to talk a lot about things and just hang out and do a bit of a just chatting stream after that's all done. So tune on in for that on Sunday. Go full weekend for you folks. Thank you, Big D, for posting that. Fightcade.guide. And don't forget, Cobra's back on tomorrow. I believe Cobra is back with more Vice Summer. Yes, more Grand Theft Auto Vice City coming back tomorrow on Cobra's channel. She might finish it. I think it's like there's like 2 more missions. And last night was insane. It was so much fun. Cobra stream last night was incredible. I love watching. I never really played any of the GTA games. So I played a little bit of Vice City back in the day on a friend's PS2, but that was the extent of it. I've never played any other GTAs. So Cobra's been going through GTA Vice City, and it's been so good. It's my favorite streams. So tune in for that. Don't miss Cobra's potential finale of Vice Summer. I think got a lot more left, maybe more than 1. Yeah, it's only technically like 2 missions, but there's so much to do before you finish those up. It's a little crazy. So anyway, we'll see what happens there. But 2 to 4 more streams. Should be going into September then. Which, oh my goodness. And then Cobra has a grab bag stream coming up on Saturday too. So if you like grab bags, gotta tune in for that. I'm not sure what it's going to be yet, but we'll see. Cobra's grab bag Saturday night. So lots of good shit dropping the controller, bringing us into the weekend. Thank you all for an amazing night. Appreciate everyone's support, hanging out here as always. Yeah, I'm gonna crash. We're gonna do a raid for that. But good night, everybody. Thank you for hanging out. See you on the other side of the raid. And until then, I'll catch you on Friday. Fightcade Friday. Be there. Be there. Better be there. I will be what? Be there. Fightcade Friday.